running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off. When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. The Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour. This is the International GT Enduro. Basically a 60-minute race with a mandatory 5-minute pit stop. But I have to have my cheat sheet this time because IMSA is here next weekend. And a lot of these Lamborghinis, the Aston Martins, are warming up for the Super Trofeo, for the Michelin Challenge, things like that. But Seth Henry was the class of the field yesterday in this beautiful, kind of cosmic-looking Lamborghini with Kaizen Autosport. Beautiful car, Magellan Financial, the driven management. But I want to point out something. This is so kind of funny to me, maybe not to you guys, but this beautiful, modern Lamborghini, state-of-the-art. But for their front splitter, they're still using pieces of wood to mark the splitter measurements and everything like that. So you love it. And the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, Seth Henry, Wyatt, his co-driver, very, very fast with Kaizen Autosport. But then we come back here to what are probably my favorites this weekend. This beautiful Bentley here. Unbelievable car, driven by Sam Beswick. This is a Bentley Continental GT3. But me, being a vintage race fan, this is how Bentley marked their Grand Prix cars 100 years ago. They painted a stencil of the number on the mesh grills, just like Bugatti did, just like Alfa Romeo did. And I love that they're keeping that tradition with these beautiful Bentleys. Now, driver, right-hand side, just like in England, Sonoma would be a great track for right-hand drive. Laguna Seca, I was thinking about this. Laguna Seca seems like you're at a disadvantage. There's more difficult left-handers here than there were at Sonoma. But very fast car. They were with us at Sonoma. They actually sent the shocks in to get changed from Penske. Penske sent them back. But let's talk to Beswick as he's talking to yesterday's Trans Am Western winner, Brody Goebel. So, Sam, beautiful car. We loved having you guys at Sonoma. You had to do a little bit of work to get here. We love the effort. But tell us a little bit about this Bentley.
Oh man, it's such a cool car. You know, it was watching the video last night with Peter. And it's amazing to see the size difference between these and the Lamborghinis. It's pretty cool. So Peter's a big guy, so it suits him, and makes a lot of sense. It makes for a lot of fun to drive.
Nice. Well, thank you for bringing it out. I love it. I love it. Let's walk back through here. Hey, nice job yesterday. Thanks, man. So Karlinska's here in this beautiful Lamborghini. Oh, thank you, Julie. Julie sent me some more cheat sheet stuff. But just beautiful cars. This I've heard from Tony and Colin were giving me some information. They're V10s, somewhere around 600 horsepower. Is that about right? Everybody seems to think that. But this is kind of a semi-spec series that they run here. And they're here for practice to get some lap time. The surface here has changed so much in the last couple of years. And so they're racing here next weekend as well. Capizzi did so well yesterday in his purple Lamborghini, and then we'll get back through. So then the other Bentley, still keeping the tradition, but in the British racing green, which we absolutely love. So that's great to have him here. Peter Balljet in this car. And here's a good look at the interior here. So we were saying, I was talking to Peter today, I'm 6'3", and he's quite a bit taller than me. So he's 6'7"? 6'7", he said. So he needs the extra room. So we absolutely love that. But beautiful cars. And we'll come down here because we also have cars running in exhibition. And if they've got hand cooks on, they're running in a different class because this is a Pirelli class. Here's Tony and Colin here talking to their driver, just giving him some good things to talk about. So this is Dean Niles from the Vancouver, Canada area, just like the Bentleys, but he's running next weekend out here. But these Lamborghinis, these things are pretty scary, aren't they, Colin?
I think they're definitely an animal of their own kind, for sure.
So, Tony, what kind of advice were you giving your driver there?
Actually, I was explaining to him why I'm really glad he's a driver and I'm not. I'm much better behind the wrenches instead of in front of the wrenches.
I love it. Well, have fun out there. Good luck, guys. Oh, Ken, here we go. You can explain this. I had to use a cheat sheet. Usually I can walk down the International GT grid and know everybody on it, but man, you've got some new ones here.
We have a lot of new ones. You know, we have 11 Lamborghinis in class. We have 2 Aston Martins. We have a BMW. We have 4 Ferraris and only 2 Porsches in this race. Highly unusual for International GT, but we're very happy to be here as part of this SpeedTour event, wrapping up our West Coast swing, and very excited to see a very colorful grid of drivers and cars out there this morning.
Absolutely. I mean, look right here. We got a Lamborghini, Ferrari, Porsche. Doesn't get much better than that, Ken Fangler. Nice job. So, yeah, keep coming back. Just Lamborghini. Unbelievable to have these cars out here with us. And, again, they will be here next week. Then we come back to our first Ferrari, beautiful 488 in that kind of Ferrari red that we love to see. And look at the detail here. Just this little winglet here under the mirror. Just all the little aero things that they're constantly thinking about and developing with Ferrari. But thank you guys so much for bringing that out. Then this is the Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour. And we've got Juan Gonzalez here. Butch Leitzinger is also here, and Butch has been admiring those Bentleys because when I was introduced to Butch Leitzinger, he was driving those things professionally. So it's so cool. But, Juan, you were explaining to me the clutch thing. So let's get real technical here. So yesterday you said you had a clutch thing happening.
This car has a clutch here at the top of the of the steering wheel. And you have, if you go in the slow mood in the pace car, you have to have the car in first gear and then push the clutch so the car won't, the gearbox don't get confused. So that's what happened to me yesterday. I put only one clutch instead of both, and I was on second gear, so the gearbox gets in the mood, the safety mood, okay? So I have to come to stop complete to restart again the gearbox. But anyway, that make me work harder, I get back to where I start, my position.
It makes for a good show, too, Juan. But so he had to actually come to a complete stop to kind of reset the system and go back out there. So you want the pace car to go a little faster today?
I hope so. But it's going to have 2 pace laps, so it's okay.
Nice. I love it. Well, too fast, too tasty. Juan Gonzalez and the Car Amigo mission car. I want to make sure Butch, can I close the door, or you need the door open? Okay. But check this out. The Car Amigo, I absolutely love this car. And if you're here this weekend, you got to come check out their whole semi-truck. It looks beautiful and will definitely make you hungry. That's what I love about the Mission displays. So we've got some more Lamborghinis out here. Unbelievable. It's so cool to see them out here. Our first BMW in a while. Absolutely love having the BMW in International GT. And like we were saying, we give Ken a hard time because it's called International GT, but he only usually allows European cars. But this weekend, there's a little bit of a change there. So this is Drew Delmonico with that beautiful BMW. Absolutely love the red, white, and blue. But let's come back because this is kind of a first. So we talked to Juan Gonzalez in the Porsche GT Cup car. We've got a lot of Maranellos with the Ferraris and Lamborghinis. But our second that's running with the national points, Groombridge, who's a very good racer, was with us at Sonoma, but he's renting from CHR. They have a great rental program with Charlie Hayes out there. But Groombridge, usually there's way more Porsches than the Ferraris, but this weekend you and Juan are the only Porsches in a bunch of Italian cars.
We are. That makes it more fun, but I've got to get used to being probably a lower power car in this field. So, I have to think about this as a momentum car for this race.
Nice. Thank you for coming out, Nicholas Groombridge. Always cool to see him. Now, we believe, Ted and I were talking, our 2020 IGT champion in the GT class was Ted Giovannis. And now he's running these TGM Motorsport, Aston Martins. He'll be here running with us with IMSA next weekend in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. But they're here, they're just testing. So it's Ted Giovannis and Hugh Plum in this car, beautiful car. But they were the champion last year. They were the bronze champion, manufacturer's champion. So we're going to see some great things from these Aston Martins. So some more British cars, which I love, in the championship. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, a Hyundai. First time we've had one in the International GT Series. So cool to have this out here. I believe who is behind the wheel there. So it's Larry is behind the wheel. Yes, Larry and Riley are going to be running this car. Absolutely beautiful. It's in the TCR class, you can see here. But so cool to have this in with International GT. So we're going to see Larry. And Larry, how do we say your last name? Pegram. Pegram. Okay. So Larry and Riley Pegram in the Hyundai. So how cool is that? And then another beautiful Ferrari. Look at this thing. Absolutely gorgeous. So happy to have them out here. So Roden Unesi, and this car was with us at Sonoma, but just an absolutely beautiful car. So Ralph Shaheen. Well, let's get a shot of this just for my friend Ralph, because Ralph is a huge Lamborghini fan. So Ralph, look at this. We've got a bunch of these out there. You can hear it sucking in the air right now. And then Ralph loves the big wings, the big flares, every little piece of the detail. Look at these little canards here to let the air escape. Get some good shots there for Ralph. And Ralph, I'm going to send it up to you in the booth, and I'm going to get up there as quickly as I can for the start.
Dan, I'll tell you, you sucked my soul right in with all that air into that Lamborghini. Man, I love that thing. So cool. And great to see the worm, Larry Pegram, here racing with us. Former AMA flat track motorcycle racer, national number 72, hence the number on the car. He and his daughter Riley are driving today. Larry, of course, also a big motorcycle road racer with AMA over the years. Trying his hands at the four-wheel stuff. Well, we're going to take a quick break here. The race is just about ready to go. So we'll step away just for a second from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, but stay with us. Sunday morning out here in the Monterey Bay Peninsula, getting set to go racing with International GT right after these words.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Wharf down along the Monterey Bay here in the coastal Central Coast portion of California. As the Bentley rolls out, that's the Peter Balget car. That's the Evo version of the two Bentleys, the one that's got the British Racing Green colors added to it. There you see the Bestwick car, the all-black one. That was the original generation of the Bentley Continental GT3. And then the Raging Bulls coming behind, and then the next Bentley, as we were just talking about, more Raging Bull Lambos. And then the Prancing Horse Ferrari, the first one after that. It's going to be a great day of racing here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Lots of great action coming your way. All of our SVRA categories. Of course, the highlight of the day, Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, coming a little later this afternoon. And then more Sports Car Vintage Racing Association action. Close out what's been a fantastic weekend here at Laguna Seca. Having gotten his steps in, coming across the bridge, Ben Sissel joins us now. Oh no, Ben, the Ferrari not only off, but destroyed the front.
Out there, the sun is out, but it's still behind clouds, so that you could see a little bit of a shadow there under the tire rack bridge. But this is what happens with cold tires, and you might just step on the gas just a little bit, and the back end breaks away. So not sure what happened, but that stinks to see that damage on such a beautiful car.
That's a pretty safe bet as to what went wrong.
And I'm not smart enough. That's the third time Juan Gonzalez explained that to me. I still don't understand exactly what he means, but I do know the reason he had to go to the back yesterday is he had to come to a complete stop to basically reset it and then go back out there.
What it means is that you will not be doing any do-it-yourself work on a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Unless you have a team of 20 that are all computer engineers and things like that.
That's how you do it nowadays, right?
So I'm hearing from race control that they're going to send out and see what we need to do with that red Ferrari and to slow the pace down. And Juan was just saying he wanted the pace car to go quicker, so that helps the clutch system.
Yeah, it's interesting how he explained that, all the processes you have to go through. It's more like flying a jet fighter these days with any of these modern race cars. There's so much computer involved in getting the car to operate. Just to get the thing started, a lot of times you got to have a computer.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of our teams have, 6 different people on the crew that are just there. They call them DAGs, data acquisition geeks, and that's their job, and they can do so much for the setup, the telemetry through a computer now. As we go around the pace laps, I spoke to Colin and Tony, who were the mechanics, father-son, with Dean Niles.
Yeah, on the Lambo.
Yeah, but Dean Niles, and we'll get a shot of it, so that's the number 70 Lamborghini, but he's got this on the side of the car. It's Algae something is his company.
Yeah,
and they do, it helps improve bone density, and it's his company, but it, there we go. Algae Cal, yes. See, camera operators, thank you so much. Algae Cal, that's Dean Niles' company. He's from the Vancouver, British Columbia area.
What does it do?
But it helps out with bone strength and bone density.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, yes. He was getting in the car, but I wanted to know so much more, but I also don't want to get him out of the driver headspace. You can see Juan, he's chattering there in the background in the Car Amigo, and I think that same thing is happening. So I think he's going to have to fall back and reset, which is unfortunate just because it's just too slow for the Car Amigo.
Well, when your tagline is too fast, too tasty, you can't be just rolling around slow, right?
And what are his rules?
Everything folds into a taco. Think outside the tortilla and never lift. Well, there he goes rolling down the corkscrew,
good.
so he's still going.
Well, Ralph, you're a Lambo person, so
Yeah.
this has got to be pretty exciting.
It is. I do like the Super Trofeo series. It's fun to watch. The cars, as we've talked about ad nauseum, probably wear most of you out with, they just look menacing. I love the stance, the look at the front of the cars. They just really look alive.
Mm-hmm.
Not
So-
that the Bentley or the Ferraris don't look fantastic, but there's just something about that Lambo that just screams race car.
And that's the beauty of this, because to be honest, of all the cars out there, I love it, but that would be my least of the ones. So that's just it, and I can't ever explain to people why I like certain cars. I always am drawn to the British cars, so of course I like the Bentleys and Aston
I
Martins.
mean, how can you not love the silhouette of that thing? Just
it is pretty cool.
It's just awesome looking. I mean, again, it just screams race car.
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but Ben Myers, one of our racers, racing families, has joined us in the chats, and he says, excited to watch this, excited to see those Bentleys, but he'll be with us at Road America in just a few weeks. So great to have him joining us. Our next event will be at Road America. There's one of those Bentleys, the British Racing Green Bentley.
That's the Evo model.
I like the Union Jack on the door.
Yeah.
Well,
Peter
Ken
Baljet.
Fangler has joined us, and Ken, like we talked about, I needed a cheat sheet for this group. I think I'm only familiar with maybe 6 of your drivers.
Yeah, you and me both. Exactly. Yes, it's quite a variety of cars and drivers, and glad to be here on Sunday morning, 1 hour race. Not the way we wanted to start. We'll have plenty of tire temperature, I guess, as we get up and as we get that car off the course. That made a big miscue. I heard a little bit of wall damage, so it's going to be a couple of laps here before we really get underway. Fortunately, this is a 60-minute race. I was speaking to Ron and kiddingly said this will be the race of penalties because a number of the guys are here for practice and test time for next weekend, especially in the Lamborghini area and the Aston Martins.
So they may not adhere to you have to pit at the certain time.
Yeah, exactly.
rules.
Yes, they will pit as needed. There are those that will stay color within the lines and stay within the rules, and which will be good. They'll have their place possibly on the podium at the end of this race, but a bit of a slow start here.
But that won't affect the outcome, really. If they stay on track and don't come in for the 5 minutes, because then you know that they're not scored.
Yeah.
And they basically can't win anything, but they're here for track time. Even talking to your champion, Ted Giovannis, with TGM and those beautiful Aston Martins, he is here for the most valuable thing in racing, which is just seat time.
Yes,
they're
exactly.
racing next weekend. They are the champions in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge from last year. But not only this is impressive. They won the Drivers' Championship. They won the Manufacturers' Championship. They won the Team Championship. And then what they're most proud of is they won the Bronze Championship.
Yeah, exactly. I call it the oldie but goldie award, but they certainly did. And, Ted's a great guy, but jumped into racing both feet in, has been very active. We used to see him a lot in International GT and was doing that. He was really, getting seat time for his other racing. And it was a good place for him to learn. So
there goes Groombridge. And, Ken, I was giving you a hard time there. So that is Ted Giovannis and Hugh Plum. So that car stayed out, and the 4.6 came in. Let me just make sure I'm correct. Yes. So the 4.6 came in, and the 6.4 is staying out. That will be driven by Ted Giovannis and Hugh Plum. Matt Plum and Paul will be in the other car. But I always tease you that International GT should be European GT, because usually you only let the European cars in, but we've got a Hyundai out there.
Yeah. I haven't seen her out there. Daughter's driving.
Well, no, Larry is starting,
Okay.
and I did.
Got it.
I apologize, Larry. I said
the worm is starting, and the wormette's coming in after.
And
Got
Ralph,
it.
you pronounced their name correctly.
Yeah, well, I've known Larry for 100 years, just about. I mean, we're dear friends and go way back. He, as I said, was a winner, multi-time winner in AMA flat track racing. He won in AMA Superbike racing for Ducati. He raced here in World Superbike right here at Laguna Seca. He's raced everything you can do on 2 wheels, and now he's taken his daughter 4-wheel racing, and she's every bit as quick as the Worm was. She, as I told you yesterday, Ben, is now teaching underneath the tutelage of Brian Till at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car course, where we'll be later this summer. And they're here testing for next week as well.
Looks like that's a TCR car.
Yeah, it looked like it was puffing a little smoke out the back.
Yeah, and that was happening yesterday too, but it's under power, which is usually they puff a little smoke, you know, while they're shifting.
Right.
But he's got a little fuel venting out there.
Well, I guess it's only proper because as I came in this morning, I noticed all the Hyundai signage that's out on the track. So it's only fitting that we have a Hyundai in this race.
And, you know, well, the lights are off. We've got an hour to get to some stories. But, yeah, so we've got Hyundai and Mission right here.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're representing right now,
right,
Ken Fangler. But here they come.
Yep, looks like we're going to get a start here. So we're going to go green. We've run these laps under yellow. It does include a time, but we're going to go some green flag laps. So we'll get going here.
Right, here we come off the final corner. Summit Racing Equipment, turn number 11. Watching the starter. Green flag waves, and we are underway on this Sunday morning here in the Monterey Bay Peninsula at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Who's going to get first to Mission Foods turn number 2? The Bentley, Bestwick, back out front, but he drifts a little wide. Does that open the door for the Lambo? Not yet.
What a great start there for Bestwick against Seth Henry, who is a very accomplished driver, but side by side here, Ralph.
Yep, we have the number 70 Lamborghini there. That's Dean Niles, your friend out of Canada, Vancouver. And Bestwick is already headed over to turn number 5. And that spells trouble for these guys, Ken, because every time Bestwick's been out front, whether it was here or last week at Sonoma Raceway, nobody could touch him.
Yeah, it was a beautiful car. And after Sonoma, I think I alluded to this on the grid, they had to repair their shocks, send them away to Penske Shocks, got them back, and are here racing. So we absolutely love that. So, Ken, what are you seeing here?
Well, seeing a good start. Thankful that everybody's out. This is an IGT only race, whereas yesterday afternoon's race was with Group 10, so a lot of traffic. So we have some very comparable paced drivers and speed here. So, you know, some race strategy will come into it. As we said, some of them cars not playing to that strategy, just out here for track time. But those that are, it'll be an interesting race, you know, as we continue on. And they're falling in line. Lots of time and race strategy.
Ben, probably the biggest problem for the Lamborghini drivers right now, not only looking past the Bentley, but you're not looking over or around it. That's for sure. You might be looking under it.
Yeah, it's like driving, you know, when you get behind you're in a sports car and you're behind an SUV, or worse yet, a truck, you know, you can't see up ahead and you'd really like a little better vision. Well, that's probably the same view that Lamborghini driver has running behind that Bentley.
Yeah, that's like a Fiat X19 tucked up underneath a Suburban right now.
It's amazing with today's technology. Early on, I did the introduction for Porsche about a ride and drive, 8 cities in 3 weeks or something, and it was really the introduction of all the driving capabilities and suspension enhancements. And here's a 5,500-pound vehicle that we put on an autocross course, and I was right seat riding with some folks, and I said, I don't think we're going to make this corner. And it does everything for you. It just went around there like a sports car. So it's quite amazing.
Well, unbelievable. I love having the Bentleys here, but also just the huge field of the Lamborghinis, a BMW, a Hyundai, the 2 Porsches, and some beautiful Ferraris.
Yeah, the days have gone where it used to be you had to choose and maybe had 2 cars between a sports car and then the grocery getter, okay? And these days, no, it has 2 doors, 4 doors, or probably even 6 at this point. You can't underestimate the performance and capabilities of the vehicle.
You see the different lines from our drone shot up above the Lambos as they race through Mission Foods turn number 2. The famed Andretti hairpin here.
That was a great illustration there from the drone. Coming off of 2, around 3 to 4, how much you have to move the car around to be on the ideal line. And it almost looks counterintuitive, but you're always playing chess. You're always setting up for the next corner or to be able to carry speed. Like for here, you got to be able to set up this corner to carry speed out of this Cube 3 section. But there's Seth Henry in that kind of galactic Lamborghini, who is currently in overall second place.
Galactic, are you saying that for a particular reason on May 4th?
Oh, that's true. It is May 4th. That's right. I should have said that, yeah.
So it's going to be that kind of day. Huh?
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, May the 4th be with you.
Yeah, leading up to Mission Foods' greatest holiday on the planet, okay, Cinco de Mayo. And I'd like to shout out to Juan Gonzalez out here on Sunday morning in the Mission Foods group. It's folks, just want to remind you, get to the grocery store, buy as many taco shells and tortillas as you can. Mission Foods, because one of the great Mexican holiday, which is really a great American holiday, Cinco de Mayo, is right around the corner. So just like Thanksgiving and Christmas when you head to the grocery store, it's time to buy some Mission Food products.
There he is right there, Juan Gonzalez. And as Mr. Gonzalez will tell you, it's not just Taco Tuesday, it's tacos every day.
Yeah.
Right.
And I adhere to that. I love that. But I will say to everybody watching, if you really do love motorsports, support the people that support motorsports. And right now, I can't think of a company that isn't a tire or fuel company that is doing more for motorsports than Mission Foods. They are all over every track, different series, different motorsports events like motorcycle racing and the King of the Baggers and all that stuff. It's just
Once
really
you
cool.
get outside the endemics, like you mentioned, the tires, fuels, manufacturers of motorsports, when you get past those endemics, it is Mission Foods that by far is the #1 supporter of motorsports in the U.S., whether you like 2 wheels or 4. Mission Foods is there helping to put on the races for you.
And it is because of Juan. He absolutely
100%.
loves it.
Yeah.
And, you know, he raced a lot of that. Like, he's involved in flat track. He was a flat track racer when he was younger.
Yeah. How about the chips that we get shaped like the race cars?
They're fantastic.
He brought those back. He had those years, about 10 years ago. And by popular demand, we get those tortilla chips shaped like little race cars. Ben, we had to have a contest to name the car that it was modeled after, because I look at it and I go, of course, most of mine I have in my pocket, so they're all broken. So it's kind of some assembly required with my chips, okay?
But he did model it after a car.
It's modeled after a car.
Okay.
We're just wondering which one.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all.
I'll look into that.
Okay.
I usually don't inspect them because I'm eating them so much. But there is Juan going under the Mission Foods bridge into Mission Foods, turn 2.
And you talk about how there's really no straightaway here. The front stretch is a perfect example of that. The only time you're straight is from 11 to just before the bridge, because once you hit the Mission Bridge, you're turning left through the kink that is turn 1, technically here, and then headed downhill, bending it into Mission Foods turn number 2.
That drone pilot is brave, going under the bridge, and I have ducked every time he's done that. I love it.
Here's our race leader, Bestwick.
Yep, followed by Seth Henry. Peter Baget in the other Bentley in 3rd overall, 2nd in exhibition class. And then we got a bunch of Lambos. Conrad Grease, Dean Newless, Tom Capizzi, David Hodge, Mateo Siderman. Those top eight places, other than the 2 Bentleys, all Lambos. So we see Juan Gonzalez and Butch Leitzinger. And we start to see some variety. Victor Sabaro in the Lamborghini.
It'll be interesting to see all the years Butch Leitzinger spent in a Bentley, if he knows how to get around one.
I don't think there's much that Butch Leitzinger doesn't know how to get around in. You know, you put Butch in, he's one of those guys fast in anything he drives. And, you know, a great guy to be around, you know, so humble and just wonderful to see him in the car.
And as a vintage guy, I'm a huge fan of his dad.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
right.
just
Well,
also one of the nicest people in the paddock.
And his mom as an artist and photographer.
Yeah.
So the whole family involved in motorsport.
We got a good raging bullfight going on right here.
And is that the Lamborghini? So that Ferrari took the horse, so they're the bulls?
Well, so Ferruccio Lamborghini, they've named all of the Lamborghini models after famous fighting bulls,
Oh,
except for the Countach. The story on the Countach goes that when they went to unveil the car, they only had a number, LP4000. They didn't have a name for it. But when they pulled the curtain back and took the tarp off the car, an Italian journalist that was there went, Countach, which means in Italian kind of slang like, oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
And they went, perfect,
There we go.
Countach it is.
Well, we have a pass here. The blue Lamborghini over the Bentley of Baljet. So that should be Hodge, I believe.
Ralph, I share your passion of everything Italian, everything. You know, and as I said in the past, I'm a car guy. All right, there isn't
Right.
anything. There's a lot of Porsche-esque in me, but the Lamborghini brand, I can remember the first time I saw it, and it wasn't a Countach. It was a Miura, and a friend of mine. I lived in a small town in Connecticut, and one of the business owners, very successful business owners, bought one, and nobody had ever heard of one, nobody had ever seen one, and I went and saw it, sat in it. Saw those carburetors sitting behind my head through the window, and just thought I thought I was in a spaceship. Just fantastic, and still, obviously, the market has kind of the used market has those cars are, especially the SDs, well over $1 million.
Yeah, good luck finding somebody to let you sit in a Miura now, right?
Yeah, I don't get that chance any longer.
Saw a good pass. There's that Hodge getting around Capizzi.
And we've got some great comments because, yeah, we are having some problems with some of our technology here. We've got the great live stream. We've got your time, but there are not 2,460 laps left, and they're not doing laps in a second. But thank you for watching and keeping us honest here. But, yeah, somebody said, go home, lap counter. You've had too many.
Yeah, maybe it's they're measuring.
Oh.
They're thinking a 24-hour race, I guess, maybe.
Maybe, but Baljet coming around, and he's in his mirrors, letting the faster cars go by, which is what he's supposed to do. Again, this is a 1 hour.
Here comes the Lambo inside the Bentley. Baljet, hope you see him. He does. And the 26 Lambo of Hodge tucks back behind.
And it is Baljet?
Baljet is.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry about
we
that.
confirmed,
That's
I
all right.
guess, because he is.
Going under the bridge. Look at that. Beautiful drone shots. Then down into the engine compartment of those Lamborghinis as they come through the Q3 section here. And it's very important, the next two corners, to set up the speed going uphill Ray Hall straight. You got to get a good exit out of here. And then there's kind of a weird bump camber right at turn 6, right here.
Yep.
And if you hit the right mark, it's almost like the Nürburgring where they put those little troughs in there.
Yeah.
There's like one trough, one lane that will kind of steer you in the right direction. Those cars look very good going down the corkscrew. They don't fall like some of our
Don't
other
they?
cars. Now the black Ferrari back there.
He's hanging on the tail, isn't he?
But he is taking kind of not really the aggressive line. It's almost like he's just seeing what these cars will do in front of him, maybe trying to give himself some room. See that?
Yeah.
Yep. Rodin supported by Sean Crease Racing. Sean been around for a long time out of Florida. Long way to come all the way out here, but very happy to have them Maranello Cup participants.
That's a 488.
Right.
Which I think is one of Ferrari's more beautiful designs. I think the 488 is a stunning car.
One of our other Maranello Cup cars, and 15th overall, car number 03, Yusuf Nabi. Glad to have him. Planning to compete for the championship in the Maranello Cup this year.
It's like somebody dipped a wheel over there coming out of 4. Saw a little dust kick up. Here's Worm. Worm's fighting with the Bentley. He might have just gotten past. Yeah, I think he's getting lapped. I think the Hyundai is
It looks
struggling
like it's
a little
struggling.
bit mechanically.
When he's on the gas, there's a little bit of gray smoke coming out.
Yeah.
And Baljet is struggling with this left headlight. It's been going in and out.
Being an old flat track racer, Larry would be just as comfortable driving that thing sideways as he is driving it straight. There's a good looking Lambo, the number 11 car. I've seen that on my entry list. this year, Ben.
Neither.
Yeah, they changed the numbers on that car. I could probably tell by driving.
Well, how
they put a
dare
new
they?
wrap on it. I don't know. That's one way to get ahead.
We'll call it the EXO car.
Karlinskis.
Okay. Yeah, it's not on my sheet either.
Well, he was listed in the 33.
That's a car.
Which
It was
is
a
a
33 car.
Lamborghini
That is
Super
Darius
Trofeo
Trinka
Evo 2.
and
Yeah.
Tadeusz Karlinkas car. That's the previously known as 33X. Okay, car number 11. But that's Darius Trinka and Tadeusz Karlinkas in that car. And I believe Tadeusz has started in that car. They decided to do a new wrap. They said, and we're going to change numbers, and they got half the car done. So I'm not quite sure if it's 11 plus 33 or 11 minus 33. I'm not quite sure. So, but anyway, that's the car that previously known as 33.
So Seth Henry, second place overall in the Lamborghinis. There he is there in the 44. I want to see if he's been passed or if he's coming up on lap traffic. So yeah, he's still on the lead lap. There's the 46, the other TGM car, and then there's the 64. They look identical, and the car's numbers are flipped around. There's a little sportsmanship life hack, racing hack there. If you set up the cars to look identical and make the numbers very similar, it's hard for corner workers to call in things.
Yeah.
So a lot of the competitors will do it just like that as teammates.
That is an Aston Martin Vantage GT4 Evo. Car names sure have gotten longer, haven't they?
Yeah. But I'm glad they got somewhat back to names rather than numbers.
Yeah,
the number
alphanumerics.
things, they got ridiculous. But I enjoy the names, the nameplate. I'm seeing some social media posts of cars that are named after animals, all right, which there are many. My biggest disappointment, and again, being a car fan, one of the first cars I really was attracted to was 1964 and a half, was the Mustang when the launch of that car at the World's Fair. And the head of Ford drives with us many times, and there's one question I need to ask him, one question. Why was the electric SUV nameplated a Mustang? Why?
We've talked about this. He had a big problem with it as well before he was the CEO. So now he's to counteract that. That's how he's come up with this whole dark horse and racing program, because he also wishes he could go back in time and not make that happen. But he wasn't in charge then.
Coca-Cola getting rid of the original Coca-Cola. It's that big. I mean, with all the wonderful Ford nameplates, Falcon, Fairlane, Galaxy, Taurus, that they had in the bank. Okay, they had to pick one that was really iconically remembered as their leader of the pony car revolution. You know, the Mustang. I don't get it.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Yeah. I wonder if is that person still with the marketing department, do you think?
I don't know.
Oh, well,
that would be a good question.
Right.
But
The Bud Light person didn't make out so well,
Yeah.
so I don't know.
this is the fight for second and third on the podium.
He missed the corner. What a great save.
Stay on it.
Straight it up. There you go.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Never happened.
Wow.
Well, but
better to be lucky than good. Okay, that's all I can say.
He collected some gravel there and
I think he collected something in his
Niles.
shorts.
Yeah, Dean Niles went back. Yeah, he did go Code Brown on that one as they come down the Mission Foods Corkscrew. But now Dean Niles up to second place in the Maranello Cup and in the Lamborghini section. So moving his way up, and let's see. It looks like, will he come in to inspect the car? You know, it's kind of like you said, Ralph, no harm, no foul. He probably collected some gravel, which will make a lot of noise in there.
Yeah, he's driving past the pit entrance.
So the name is Grease, but he's got Geis on the side. That is Conrad.
Here's a look at it.
Tried to put the power down, and it just slipped out. Now, Conrad, I really appreciate you missing my Cube 3 sign, because I have to go out.
all the fans of Lamborghinis went, oh, thank God he kept it off the wall.
Oh, yeah.
And Ben's over here going, thank God he didn't hit my sign.
Yeah, my $30 sign that I'd have to go out and fix. Thanks, Conrad. But if you have to hit those, roll them over. They're just full of water. It won't do any damage to the car. Just makes more work for me, and I'd much rather have that than you having a damaged car.
It was in another series. I was watching a race, and I believe it was a Mission Foods banner, and a car went off and collected it, and it drove around for almost a full lap with the banner on it. It was the most advertising that sponsor could ever have, as the car circulated the whole racetrack with the banner plastered on the front of it.
But see, even Eich, one of our longtime watchers, said at least he avoided the sign. So
yeah,
they're watching out for me. Yep. And here's that Algae Cow car that I was talking to with Dean Niles, because I know the mechanics, Tony and Colin, father-son, for so long. Right. So I got to talking to them, trying to get some information. But he has this company, Algae Cow, that will help out with make stronger bones. You can see it there on the side. So it helps out with your bones and bone density. And I love that about this paddock. There's some of the most interesting people in the world are in motorsports.
We're quickly coming up within a minute and a half of the 30-minute mark of driving, so we may see some driver changes.
That sounded odd just outside our window. That was one of the Ted Giovanna's cars. And here we go, Groombridge, who's in the national championship, and he has the overall leader right behind him, and it looks like two are going in as Seth Henry makes that pass, but it's got to get around Groombridge. I believe that might be lap traffic or somebody that came into the pits behind him, because the next car would be Dean Niles. But that is our leader of the Lambos, currently second place overall. The Bentleys are running exhibition.
Yes, they are. Yep.
But this car here of Groombridge is running in the International GT National Championship, as well as Juan Gonzalez.
Yep. Groombridge in the 4-liter car, Mission Foods GT3 Cup 4-liter. Juan in the Mission Foods GT3 Cup 4R class. So 2 different classes, but collecting championship points is valuable, especially towards the end of the year as we wind down. But we're not quite to midway. We've got a number of races. As you said, a week and a half we are at Road America, and then a week after that we're at Lime Rock. So it's 4 races in a row. Very busy 12-race schedule for International GT throughout the best tracks in America.
Yeah. If you look at your schedule, you've got, there isn't a bad one in the bunch.
No. After Lime Rock, we go to Mid-Ohio. Mid-Ohio, we head to Watkins Glen to VIR to Barber, and wind up the season in COTA.
You're not Road America?
Oh, sorry, yes. Well, after Mid-Ohio, as I was saying. Yeah, Road America for us is next week. There's 2 dates for the Speed Tour at Road America. We are on the first one, the one in May, and then we go to Mid-Ohio.
As they come down this hill, this is the interesting part of the track. Everybody has different lines to set up for that 10 and 11.
That's the most banking on the racetrack, too, there at turn 10.
And they're coming down from that long hill.
Yep.
Sometimes that becomes hard to judge. You can see the worm is in.
Yes, he is.
Yep, we're in the
I'm guessing
29-minute
Riley's
mark,
getting in the
so,
car. There she is.
In the pit window as far as driver changes go.
And we were talking about Hyundai being one of the sponsors and the staff, they drive Hyundais, but as a car guy, I'm ashamed to admit that the new cars that have come out from Hyundai Kia are some of my favorites. That Telluride, I love it. Your wife had a Stinger.
It
loved that car.
Stinger's a great
Stinger GT, awesome car. Yeah, nobody knew what it was. We bought it when it first came out, 2018. And it was a very
I love
good,
them.
It
and
was a very good car.
What's the pickup truck, the Santa Cruz?
Yeah.
Like,
I remember seeing
they're
them.
making some cool cars. They're doing some innovation.
I went to the Detroit Auto Show with my son as a school trip out of Florida. We went. We had a number of the teachers there had connections with Detroit, and we went there. And Kia was displaying that year. I mean, we're talking probably 2000, 2002, and they were in the basement, and the cars always aesthetically looked good from the outside, the design. But when you lifted up the hood, I could have swore they went to Ace Hardware and bought all the darn fasteners and so on. It looked like a farm tractor.
Now, this Lamborghini seemed to be going slow or struggling around.
Yeah,
Mission
it
Foods
sure
turn two.
did. I was trying to tell if that was somehow our video had slowed down because it just didn't look right.
But as you say, Ben, Kia, Hyundai have come a long way, and they're very, very good vehicles. Yeah.
But it's a lot like I was telling this to my wife because I was trying to get her to get a Telluride.
Yeah.
I love those things. Andy Lally drives a Telluride.
Right.
When I was a kid in the 80s, Toyota, Honda kind of came into the market, and they were doing kind of like what Kia Hyundai did in the early 90s, just kind of economy cars. And then they became Toyota, Honda, which is, Acura and Lexus and all these other brands.
Right. Yeah.
I feel like that's where Kia Hyundai are now. Yeah.
And you see with them, you see the Hyundai, you see the Genesis brand.
But now they're not the economy cars. They're making really great cars.
Yeah.
Both Bentleys are in.
Okay. So there's Balget there. Out of his Bentley.
And he is a big man, as you talked about, Ben. 6'7". I mean, he's built more like a shooting guard in the NBA or a power forward size-wise than what you would think of as a race car guy.
And then with Seth Henry coming in, that should put Wyatt behind the wheel.
Beamer is in as well.
Now, Ken, you may know this, but why does it seem like the BMW factory and BMW runs red, white, and blue?
I don't. That's been historic, especially on the M cars. I'm sure there's quite a reason, but
I know the M colors are blue and red.
Yes,
but
right. But you see on the Ray Hall cars, and so forth, on the sports cars anyway. Not so much on the Indy cars, but on the sports cars.
Maybe
of course, the
comment
Indy cars are not
section.
BMWs, but maybe somebody out there who's watching the telecast knows that. We have lots of BMW enthusiasts, especially the West Coast. West Coast and the Northeast, strong BMW areas, and so they know all the details of, especially the M class, as to the red, blue, but you see red, blue, and white, very similar.
And when they ran the Batmobiles back in the day, they were red, white, and blue.
Yeah, I remember the prototypes, from the Kenwood era and so forth.
Well, BMW uses the colors blue, white, and red in its logo and branding due to its Bavarian heritage and its partnership with Texaco in the early days of racing.
Texaco.
So
Texaco's red and
says
black.
this.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I know somebody would have.
The blue and
something.
white represent the Bavarian flag, while the red was associated with Texaco.
And I remember I was a real fan of 2002s, especially TIIs, and of course going into 320s. And I remember reading that their orange-tinted dash lights was from the aircraft era. And I thought it was their association at the time with Messerschmitt, which, because if anybody remembers the BMW Isetta and the Messerschmitt, the little micro cars, okay? But that was the color of the instruments that they used in the fighter planes. So kind of interesting. It's great that these historical things carry over, just as the left-hand ignition on Porsches on 911s, carry over for the Le Mans type of thing. So I love the heritage and salute to historical things that in there.
Like I was mentioning 100 years ago, Bentley painted the numbers on the mesh grille.
Yes.
And we have now modern Bentleys out here with the numbers painted on the mesh grille. I love stuff like that.
Yeah.
So Niles out front has not yet pitted. Henry back out there after pitting. So we've got quite a race here, as you are mandated, but not so much in this race, but usually in International GT Enduro, to get on the podium, to score points, you have to come in for a 5-minute pit stop. You can change drivers, you can refuel if you need to, you can change tires, but it's just so that everybody kind of takes their time, because we don't want anybody hurrying up the buckling in process or the fueling process, things like that.
Yeah, and there are some safety specifics as to garment wear for crew while fueling, if they're fueling. Well, with this race, most 99% of them do not have to fuel for this race. But also this 5-minute stop should be completed, have to be in by the 40-minute mark to be within the rule. You can stay longer if you'd like, but you have to have the 5-minute stop with 15 minutes running in the race, which means at the 40-minute mark, you need to be in, or you're going to be late and suffer the penalty.
To go a step further on that BMW logo, a lot of times you'll see the logos blue, purple, kind of a violet, and then red.
Right.
Of course, the blue again being for BMW, for Bavaria, the red for Texaco. The violet was a combination of the two, and that's why it's in the middle.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So there's Niles.
So I'm just a wealth of useless logo information today.
But I love that. So, Ralph, the more I look at these Lamborghinis on track,
falling in love,
the more I
aren't you?
like them.
You're starting to get there.
Yeah, it must be
Welcome to the dark side, Ben.
It is May the 4th. So there is that red, white, and blue BMW. Then, of course, there were the Andy Warhol BMWs and all the great
cars.
liveries
Yeah,
and
the art
Porsches
cars,
back then. Yeah.
One of my favorite street race cars is the M1, another car that has gone up dramatically and in notice of the collector version. M1s are.
And they had that Pro Car series, didn't they, with the M1? That was really cool. They tried to get all the Formula One drivers to do.
Yep.
So they did for a short period of time. I like the hippie cars more than I do the art cars, though.
Yep.
I like the hippie cars of Porsche better.
And then, of course, there was the pig.
The pink pig, yes.
The pig.
So there are changing tires there. And a lot of this, like we said, this is practice. So not just for the drivers, not just for the car, but the teams. So they might be saying, put another set of tires on there, practice that, you know, because
Well, it's
like
under
we
race
know.
conditions.
Yeah.
You know, it's a simulated race for them, so to speak, but under race conditions, and it makes a big difference. You know, whether you're just under testing conditions, you're just driving around, seeing what the car would do. But you know, under race conditions, you're having to assess what the other drivers are doing, when the opportunity is to go by, whether it's safe to go by or not. So there's many different decisions under race conditions versus testing. So we have another live stream event, our final race, you know, coming up later today, and that will be this afternoon at 3:20. Will be our final sprint race for International GT sprint race number 3. We had one wet, one kind of shortened from yellow, an hour enduro, and the final race this afternoon at 3:20. We hope you join us on this live stream telecast.
Oh yeah, please stay tuned. Let us know if we get something or if you know anything that we're not covering here. You can yell at us in all caps in the comments section, but I do want to point out that Sam Beswick did a 125-122, which is very fast in that Bentley, but then you go back to 7th place and they're all within the same second. David Hodge did a 126.7, and our leader right now, overall leader, is Dean Niles with a 126.6. So pretty good lap times here. But yeah, you're right, Ken. You can practice all you want at your shop and roll into pits and change the tires or do the gas or do what he's doing here, wiping the windows. But even though they have 5 minutes to do this, under race conditions with the noise, with the radios, everything, you know, this is a great trial to make sure that everything works.
Both mechanically and within the team.
Because you come in for a pit stop and that one nut or something goes wrong and that puts you out behind somebody just because of that little hesitation, it might take you 6 more laps to get around that car. It's all about time. So Niles still out front, followed by Hodge, Yanesi, Beswick, Henry, Balget. I believe the 2 Bentleys are back out on track. And then there is Seth Henry. I believe Wyatt would be behind the wheel of that. That's a Kaizen Autosport out of Virginia International Raceway with Magellan Financial. Wyatt, one of our Zapata racers with us. And
They dominated at Sebring earlier.
We keep looking at it.
yeah. Oh, here we go. Here's some good adjustments. I was asking Colin and Wyatt in the paddock, like, what can they do? Because when he was with us at Sebring, so that should be Niles in the paddock, and that's probably Colin's hands we're looking at, what they're allowed to do on the wings. And it's not like Trans Am where they have one wing height. You have up to or down to. You have minimums and maximums. And so we saw it, remember at Sebring, we made a comment in the live stream, that seems like a really steep angle, and that was their Sebring angle. But no matter what, Ken, this is what I love about Autosports. You split them up, you have them come into a 5-minute pit stop, they will find each other on the track.
Yeah, right. They're like magnets, aren't they?
Still concerned about that smoke coming out. I'm not hearing anything from race control.
That's taken a long time.
And we're guessing that Riley is in the car now. Correct, in that Hyundai? The Worms car, because we saw him come into the pit, so we don't have confirmation up here in the booth of who's in what after, but we've been told who the co-drivers are, so we assume if they come in for their 5-minute pit stop that they're doing a driver change.
Yeah, I saw Riley with her helmet on, so it looks like the Warmet is now behind the wheel.
Grease in that 67 was falling back a little bit. Not sure what's happening there.
Paul J trying to maneuver his big Bentley around one of the Lambos here. Got him.
I have a feeling, just judging by the size, that it's easier to put heat into the tires of those Bentleys than maybe the Lamborghinis. I know the Bentley doesn't quite have maybe the downforce, but it's got the weight.
And the horsepower.
Yeah. So Ralph, which is your favorite Lamborghini in this group? Just on livery.
Yeah.
I like putting people on the spot.
I tell you, you're really stumping him, Ben, I'll tell you.
You know, normally, Ben, when it comes to Lamborghinis, I'm not one of the ones that likes the bright neon colors that you see a lot of guys buying. I tend to go with more of the traditional reds and blacks, things like that. But with the race car liveries, it's a little bit different. There was the all-black one that was out there yesterday. I know it's out there again today. That one looks pretty good. The blue one that was running up front earlier is a good-looking car.
Yeah. That kind of chrome blue?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, the black 2.6 just went back out, but I want to say Torque Drive.
Right
there
here.
It is. Yeah. Torque Drive is yelling at us in the comments, but he didn't yell at us with anything specific. But leave a comment. What's your favorite car out there right now? Who are you rooting for? Where are you watching from? I do like how they, almost like the Batmobile from the 60s, they've, the Adam West Batmobile, they've accented the lines there with the red. I like that. That's the 1.6. Rodin Unesi in a 2024 Ferrari 488. And then behind, here comes Wyatt flashing the lights. I believe that's Wyatt. Yes. The Kaizen Autosport, Magellan Financial.
Just a few minutes left in this one. And Beswick is going to continue with a perfect record of our West Coast races, Ben.
How so?
Every time he's been out front, Beswick, whether it was at Sonoma or Laguna.
Uh-oh. Lamborghini off there at turn 6. That's the 70. That was unassisted. Is that Dean? Nice.
Yes, it was.
So that was our leader off there into the gravel. So, yeah.
Paul J getting around one of them.
So far. You know, Lamborghini does have some tractor history in its blood, so
Oh, yeah.
maybe there's something built in. Wait, hold on, we got a replay here. There's
He
that
just went
bump.
into the corner, and that bump sent him off.
I think the bump and the presence of that Bentley in his mirrors might have done that. So that's the Algae Cow car of our.
You know, he might have taken a different arc into the corner there at turn 6
trying to
and
protect
hit that
his-
bump at a different angle, and that might have upset the balance of the car.
But looks like no harm, no foul. He collected some gravel, but he's back out there. He's got some strong bones. He's gonna be good.
Yeah.
Getting right up behind that 488.
Yep. Rodin.
Late on the brakes. And I'm seeing from my race monitor that the 67 car is in the overall lead, followed by the 70 car of Dean Niles. But not sure which is correct.
Well, he really runs that deep into 5, doesn't he, there, Q3 Architecture, turn 5. You can see that nose just get slammed to the ground as he stomps on the brakes there.
But Ken Fangler, we might, it's an opportunity for a spin and win in this race. He's got Balger behind him, that beautiful Bentley. Then here comes Mission Foods through the Mission Foods corkscrew, Juan Gonzalez, but probably Butch Leitzinger now, correct?
Could be. You know, although Juan has stayed in for the whole thing, so I'm not quite sure.
So Butch Leitzinger coming up behind a Bentley. This is, from a motorsports fan, that's kind of cool, you know?
That's very cool, yeah.
So, guys, I got confirmation that the 16 and 70 car, and I believe the 70 is shown as our overall leader, has not pitted and will be DQ'd, will not be scored.
Okay.
So you're correct in saying the Bentley with Beswick is in first place, since the leading car did not pit and not coloring within the lines of the rules. So no worries.
But
As we wind
your
down.
approach to this, that's fine.
Yes.
Because you know that they're here for a different purpose. They're out there as long as they're playing fair on track.
Yeah,
And like
they are.
if
and
you know,
we've seen good sportsmanship here.
Yeah.
People, good track awareness, allowing them each car to have track position. And
Whoop, another one around here at 11.
Let's get it around.
and
Don't
it looks
go
like
too
the
far
Bentley
in
was
that.
getting around Niles there into 6.
Exactly.
So
'Cause,
this should
I'm sure
be,
there's some tire degradation at this point in the race, and they don't have the grip that they had in the early stages as we wind down. Less than 10 minutes to go.
yes, Torque Drive is saying he calls turn 6 the commitment corner. And I'd agree with that. But this should be the overall leader then,
Right.
correct? As
That's-
far as you're
that's correct.
scoring it?
Yep.
And we were talking at in the grid, Ralph, that at Sonoma a right-hand drive car seemed to be an advantage. But
Sure.
here, a right-hand drive car, there's more important left-handers.
Right.
But hope that car can fire back up.
Well, I think he might have won. He was waiting for traffic, hopefully, just waiting for a clear spot. I think he's underway now.
Ted Giovannis
right.
leaving pit lane there in the background of that shot. Ooh, BMW versus Bentley. That's a cool battle.
Is that blue Lambo and behind the Bentley? Is that the second place car, or is that Henry? 44 car?
No, Henry is in the Cosmic
Okay,
car.
got it. Just was curious as to how close on track they actually were.
Gosh, those Lamborghinis go deep into that corner.
Yeah, they really do.
And I've noticed that when they get behind the Ferraris or BMWs, they're expecting them to go just as deep, and they have a little bit of a fun panic mode. I do like the Canadian maple leaf on the winglets of the wing of that Bentley.
Yeah, Peter Leger out of Canada.
Yeah,
we
to
have
your
a couple
point,
of
Ben,
Canadian drivers with us.
There's twice as many left-hand turns here at Laguna than there are rights.
And the important ones seem to all be left.
Yes.
Like this one here. Double apex.
Boy, you got to be patient there.
Yeah,
Let that thing roll through that second apex.
And that's so hard to do when you're just waiting to get back on the power, but the car hasn't quite fully rotated back to you yet. And then add somebody in your mirrors or somebody in front of you, and now you're trying to gauge what they're doing in front of you, but they might be in a totally different car with a different setup, so your car may not perform like theirs.
11 is another corner you got to be very patient on. If you get a little too aggressive there, it's easy to just spin that car right around in front of oncoming traffic.
And I was looking at the interior of the Bentleys, and the passenger side floor, there's a bunch of places to put ballast and weights, and they're running very little because, you know, they're not running in a true series, running exhibition class, so they can kind of set up the car to your rules, but it's pretty loose with exhibition.
Yes.
Flashing the lights, letting him know he's coming through. And he does on the inside, setting up for 5.
That is just a beautiful car.
It really is.
I also really like the front grills of the Aston Martins out there with TGM. I just have a type. I'm so one-sided. I just like my British cars. I'm a little disappointed in myself for that. So here we go. Bestwick coming downhill, and it is more of a downhill than you think, than the images show.
It's dramatic.
Yeah.
You don't really stop going downhill till you get to 11. From the turn in at the top of the corkscrew, it is literally all downhill to the bottom at 11.
So there's that beautiful, that big front grille of the Aston Martins, back to the James Bond days.
Yes,
They still keep a little bit of the design flair from what was that, a DB5?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Now Ted does not have machine guns on his Aston Martins, but you know,
or the ability to drop an oil slick out of the back without something being significantly wrong.
Yeah.
I was hoping for. I'm glad he doesn't have the smoke screen. I'm glad that that hasn't happened. Okay.
Passenger ejection seat was always a nice feature.
The side-by-side passing, I think the wheel spinners would be a great thing, though.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, I think that would be great if they came out as the BMW tries to get around the Aston Martin. If Ted or Hugh, whoever, which is in that car, hits the button for the wheel spinners and
Were the
comes
wheel
out.
spinners first seen in James Bond or on the Mach 5 with Speed Racer?
I don't know,
And I don't know the answer to that.
But Ted Giovannis and the TGM team, you know, I met them with the Porsche Cup cars with International GT. Then they came to Daytona one year and they were running in Michelin with the Camaros.
Camaro, yeah.
And then seemed like they went to Aston Martin pretty soon after that.
Yeah, you know, a lot of it, especially for independent teams like Ted and so forth, you know, what's the best manufacturer that can give you the best support? Whether it's the best price, whether it's parts availability, whether it's test time, they're all looking for that whole package. And I know, although the Chevrolet was a good car, I don't think they got the support that they needed in a package, and Aston Martin came to them, you know, with a better support package. And that's many times the way why you see teams change. You know, you may say, oh, that's a Porsche team. Well, now they're Lamborghini teams, you know, and, you know, manufacturers have different priorities where they put their eggs in the basket if they're into racing. You know, there's Formula One, there's professional sports car racing, there's Trans Am. So they all have to limited marketing dollars and budgets as to where they're going to focus and where they feel their best return on investment is.
But Mr. Stroll, if you're watching, TGM, Ted Giovannis, they're doing the Mark Proud. They're very fast. They've won championships and everything in the Aston Martin, and they're here testing, doing their due diligence.
Yep.
But they could use some love.
Right.
And there's Groombridge in that CHR car. Haven't seen Groombridge and Juan on track together yet.
No, they've been kind of different areas, and so it's always in traffic.
Groombridge,
By the way,
what a nice person he is.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic. Won our Derek Bell Award last year. One of our 2 very coveted trophies, the Bob Aiken Award and the Derek Bell.
But how about this,
Mach
Ralph?
Cup.
How about getting the Derek Bell Award from Derek Bell?
Yeah. That's so. Derek Bell's our brand ambassador. Shout out to him in home in Florida. I'll see you when I get back, DB. And I had lunch with Justin last week in LA, and both doing well. We had both Justin Bell and Derek Bell at our awards reception in February at Sebring, and great to have them, father son, talking about their finish at Le Mans. And by the way, the trophy that was awarded to Nick Groombridge was the actual Le Mans trophy cup that was awarded to Derek on the podium at Le Mans. So quite an honor.
Yeah, I would say so. And then that Bob Aiken, that thing, you need a team of 4 to carry that thing out.
Yeah, it is a heavy trophy. That was the IMSA Championship trophy in 1984. Hudson Wire won, provided by Hudson Historics, Bob's old team. Very honored to have that. And Bob was a great mentor of mine. It was in the early days of me coming into motorsport. I'd sit and I'd go down to Ossining from Connecticut and have lunch with him. And he was a great representative. Miss Bob a bunch, but he was a great guy. I'd pick up the phone and say, "Hey, can you do this? Can you come to Connecticut and talk to a group of people, enthusiasts, whatever?" And Bob wouldn't hesitate.
That's
awesome. Always would share his knowledge, time, and expertise.
Great guy and a very good racer as well.
And so Lee Giannone, our new CEO, he had the 962 with the
did,
Coke.
Yes,
That's the Bob Aiken car.
Yeah. And I've told the story a few times. I was involved with Bob when that was the Daytona Coca-Cola bottler, Chapman, the Root family that owned the bottling. And at the time, Daytona and NASCAR changed over to Pepsi. And the name of the 24-hour was the Pepsi Challenge. And there were commercials based around the Pepsi Challenge. And we had more money in the budget.
Well, that's a little tight in there.
Yeah, that's a bit tight. Yeah, that was kind of
squeezing that big old semi of a Bentley inside 2 cars at 6. Good thing they were looking in the mirrors, huh?
Good thing they had. Yeah, if he still has them on.
And we are coming to kind of the end of the time here, if that timing is correct. So let's run through, Ralph. Let's try to make sense of this as we're coming to the end here.
Yeah, sorry, Ken. Didn't mean to cut you off. Things got pretty.
No, that was exciting right at the end there.
So Bestwick in the 8 will get credited with the win, even though Niles should be the first one to the checkered flag. But as Ken pointed out, did not do the pit stop the way they were supposed to, Ben, so they will have to forfeit that win.
But I didn't see a white flag.
No.
Okay, white flag next time by. And that beautiful, my favorite Lamborghini is the number 94, Victor Steven Sobaro. Kind of is reminiscent a little bit of the Jamaican flag out there.
Yeah, you
so I like
that
that one.
Jamaican, you're a big fan of the Jamaican bobsled team?
Of course.
So Bestwick screaming along through the newer section here at Laguna, and they extended it to 2.2 miles back in 1988 for the U.S. Grand Prix, the 500cc motorcycle world championship. Up through 6, which I've always kind of called base camp because it's kind of halfway up to the top of the summit at the hill here. It's Corkscrew. There's the white flag. That waves in front of Niles. And then down we come.
So remember, Niles is going to win the race, but not per the rules of International GT. So he's going to be the first to receive the checkered flag, but this exhibition car here, Bestwick, has followed the rules.
Our official winner.
And will be the official winner. But then our first International GT winner will be
Sam Bestwick. Yeah.
Okay.
And I like that, Ben. It's very similar to what NASCAR does. The winner of the fan goes home thinking they saw the winner of the race, which they did in
Right.
a lot of ways, right?
Right.
But then you can always have the rules impact the outcome afterwards.
Yeah. So he's just here to test for next weekend, and he wants seat time. So he just bypassed the 5-minute pit stop, and Ken, being amenable to that, let him do that. And so he might be the first to take the checkered flag, but he's just here for seat. He's not even here to take the checkered flag. He's just here for the seat time.
Yep, and it's shown on the lap count. I mean,
we got
the
another
70
one
car is
around.
2 laps up on the second place car, which is really our winner. So that's the difference.
Another Lambo having looped around the inside of
Ah.
turn 5.
Well, checkered flag is out.
Here comes Niles. He's going to take that checkered flag. There it is.
But
First one across. Now we wait for Beswick, who should be coming down the hill shortly.
yeah, somebody stuck in the kitty litter.
That's the 63 that went around over there at 5.
Here he is.
Here's
Yeah,
Beswick.
here's our official race winner coming across in the Bentley boys.
The 63 was Matteo Siderman and Michael Johnson sharing that car. And here comes Sam Beswick in that Bentley Continental GT3.
Uh-oh. No? Uh-oh.
Oh, that's a problem.
Go right.
Maybe he's
go
not
right.
going to be
Yep.
the winner
Or
of
go
every
left.
race
Just
here.
stay out of the middle.
Is Balget going to get credited? Oh, he's going to come to a stop there, Ben.
Uh-oh. Okay, we are getting a local yellow there.
So does that give Balget the overall win?
Yep, and the
I'm not sure. No, Tom Capizzi.
Lambro of 44, Seth Henry in second, Sam Beswick third. Guys, I'm going to take off. It's been once we got the race going from that initial deal there.
Well, Beswick had been undefeated till right now here on the West Coast with us at International GT. He had won every race there had been.
You can see him. He's trying to kind of recycle
Yeah, he is.
through, but it almost looked like fuel pickup or something like that.
What would you say? He's 300 yards short of the checkered flag?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
Is
he's
that a
less than a
fuel
par
issue?
5 or a par 3.
Yeah.
There he goes. He
comes.
recycled through. Okay.
Wow.
There we
How
go.
about
Gets him
that?
across the line.
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
You know
got a
what,
chance
though?
there.
Just by talking to him and kind of know, he wasn't panicked in the car.
No.
You know, he was just listening to his radio, going through. You know, you see a lot of other people's body language and that they'd be throwing at everything. But yeah,
Thrashing
nice
about.
job. You
Guys,
can
I'm
start
going to
throwing
excuse
there.
myself. I'd like to thank you for the invite up here on behalf of our marketing partners, Mission Foods and Pirelli. I'd like to thank them and our official sponsors, Forge Line Race Wheels and Detroit Watch Company, official vendors, Sunoco Race Fuels, Stand 21, Speedcom Communications. Thank you. And one more race this afternoon, 3:20. That's been a good race. Thank you for the invite to the SpeedTour event. I'm going to get to timing and scoring and head down to Podium, give some stuff away. So thanks again, guys. We'll see you later this afternoon.
All right, have
Ken.
fun. We've got Group 7, 9, 11, and PSSA up next. But sorry to the producers in the truck. Can you go back through those results or not? Because I want to be able to read some of those because that should be the official results of this. Sometimes these Enduros and with the exhibition class. So here we go. Peter Balget, Charlie Hayes first, Seth Henry second, Sam Beswick third, Tom Capizzi fourth, Juan Gonzalez and Butch Leitzinger fifth, Peter Balget sixth, Matteo Siderman and Michael in sixth, Yusuf Nabi and Dario Capitanio. Yeah, that's weird. We've got 2 Peter Balgets in there
Yeah,
and 2 6s.
one of those must be the 8 of Beswick. I don't know. Beswick's listed
Maybe,
in
yeah.
third.
I'm not mathletic enough to
No,
do this.
I'm
So
not with
Victor
you either.
Steven Sorboro and my favorite car in the Lamborghinis, and Drew Delmonico in that BMW is your 9th. Nicholas Groombridge 10th, Larry and Riley Pegram 11th, Conrad Grease 12th, Clay Wilson and John Brannon 13th. There's no 14th. David Hodge in 15th. 16th is Darius Trinka and Tadas. 17th is B. Jovic and Starkweather. Ted Giovannis and Paul Holton, 19th. 20th is Michael Holmes. 21st is Dean Niles. And 22nd is Rodine Unesi. That was a fun race, Ralph.
It was, and we have some highlights for you here, Ben. As this one got underway, Beswick was the first one in the Bentley to make it to Mission Foods turn number 2 to take the lead. and was out front majority of the race till the Lambo got around. Then Niles was out front. Then he had this massive excursion, but still hangs on to be the first one to the line. But it looked like Bestwick was going to take the overall win. But the car, as you'll see, came to a stop coming out of 11, and it has stopped again on the racetrack just under the tire rack bridge on the entrance to turn number 4, so he'll get a tow around.
And as a British car guy, I know how that feels. Car can be running perfectly, and then something unexplainable happens.
Even the most expensive ones have the same problems, huh?
Yeah, they do. But that's the fun of it.
Part
It's
of the
always an
character-
adventure.
Part of the character of owning one of those cars.
Yeah.
All right. We will take a short break. We got a lot more racing as we're just beginning our day here at Laguna Seca. Stay right where you are. Next group's already forming up. We'll be back in a sec.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Lamborghini, the Kaizen Autosport, Magellan Financial. Then there's Niles with the Algae Cow. Stronger bones guaranteed. Then there's Balget with Brody Goebel and Mr. Brown. all hanging out. There was Ross Merrill, Thomas Merrill's dad, looking around. The Capizzi, and then Groombridge in that Porsche Cup car. Good representation of cars down here at our winner's circle. There's Chris Green, the international GT photographer there, and then Groombridge and Juan Gonzalez having a little chat. Next up, we have SVRA Group 5, 7, 9, actually Group 7, 9, 11, and Prototype Sprint Series Association as they come under the Mission Bridge. This is going to be a very fun group. There's that number 2 Chevron of Roger Pujol, Chevron B39. So this is Can-Am cars, open wheel wings and slick cars, prototype cars, and the Prototype Sprint Series Association. So I'll start off and I'll go through the grid. I'm joined in the booth by Ralph Shaheen, but in starting first, who won yesterday's race, was Mark Brannon, 1997 Lola T97 in Group 9. Second is a Group 9 Ralt RT40 driven by Stuart Crow. Third is a Group 9 Lola T97 with Travis Engen behind the wheel. Mark Giroux, Group 9 1997 Lola T97 starting fourth. Nevin Spiker in a 2019 Mazda Pro Formula Group 9 car. Roger Pujol, Group 9 Vintage 1977 Chevron B39. Hal Baer, Group 9 car in an Elan DP08. He starts seventh. Jeffrey Pikes in a Van Diemen Group 9 DP08. Don Palambella in a 1998 Van Diemen Group 9. Marcelo Doffo in a 1995 Van Diemen FC. Now we go to the Prototype Sprint Series. Ron Fletcher in a PS1 starting 11th. Chris Hinojosa starting 12th in a PS1. Zach Mosley PS1 All Revolutions in a 2024 Revolution 500 Evo. Then Andrew Lang in PS2 in a Norma M20 FC. Then Group 11, Maurizio Brandoff in that Norma M20 FC. Group 7, Timothy Nichols in a New Art Can-Am from 2007. Sean Monnett in a Group 11 Radical SR3. And then Grant Perryman in that beautiful 67 McLaren M1C Can-Am car. Here they come, Ralph.
And I believe we have both of the New Art Can-Am cars out there in this one, the blue one and the yellow one. So that'll be fun to not just see, but hear. And here we go, looking for the green. It's out, and we're racing once again.
I was seeing some crazy camber on the front wheels of Stuart Crow's car.
Looks like Brandon, first one down to Mission Foods, turn 2 on the inside in the red car, and around goes Zach Crow, right?
Yeah, that is Crow. Stuart Crow.
Got hung up on the outside. Oh, and another one around. Stay off the tires. Does a good job of that.
Lots of cold tires out there. And not only just cold tires, but cold ambient temperature alone.
Yeah.
The tire surface cannot be more than 62 degrees right now. The asphalt tarmac.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I bet you're right.
So the Chevron, the big rear wheels, 1977 Chevron. That's a beautiful car. I do have the safety cars standing up there, seeing if the cars can leave on their own power. So there's kind of the iterations of McLarens. There's one of the first McLarens that was built in the Elva factory with McLaren, and then this yellow car modeled after the M8F. Somebody lighting up. The safety car has been instructed to pull out. It will pull out in front of Brandon, who's coming down between 10 and 11 now. And the caution flag is out. And I hope Stuart Crow can fire back up, because I want you to see the camber that he has set into his front wheels. They went aggressive for their setup. I'm not saying by any means that had a cause in what happened. I think that was just cold tires and running out in the marbles.
I think you're right. I just checked the weather, and the ambient temperature here is in the very low 50s. So, yeah, tires are cold, track is cold, drivers are cold.
Yeah. So there's Stewart down there. Hope he can refire it. Now, some of these Group 9 cars, they don't have an onboard starter. Here's the spin.
Here's a look at it again. He was on the outside. It must have just gotten on the throttle and it just snapped on him.
Yeah, I think that's cold tires, and then the IGT race that just happened would have put some marbles out there. Nobody was running the second line of turn 2, you know, after it spaced out. So I think he might have gotten into some dust and debris, and the combination, getting on the throttle a little bit early, and then the dust out there plus the cold tires is kind of a perfect storm. Here they come around the Cube 3 section. That's turn 5. Cube 3, turn 5. There's the other New Art Can-Am car, and then led by the Ginetta. So we've got Brandon out front with Engen, then Bear, Pujol, Peets, Palambella, Fletcher, Hinojosa, Giroux. So the 3 green cars are the PSSA. The Group 9 Indy Light cars are in orange. Randolph, Nichols, Monnet, Perryman, Hannafin. Those are the Group 7 cars. So if you're watching here, please leave a comment. Where are you watching from? Who are you rooting for? And this should be pretty fun. Somebody says a Sonoma graphic keeps showing up. I don't see the Sonoma
That's
graphic.
on the, when it goes to the onboard,
Oh,
sometimes
okay. Yeah.
we've had that happen. That's within the system. That's not our production.
You had dinner the other night with the lady that runs Laguna Seca, and we're seeing some of the improvements here, Ralph.
Yeah, Lori Eberhardt, the new CEO here, talking about some of the things they're doing. You can see they're building this hospitality unit on the outside of turn 3, and there's another one going right there on the right, the inside of turn number 3. Those are going to be fantastic viewing opportunities for guests to come to the races here at Laguna Seca. They've already spent $4 to $5 million just since the beginning of the year in just easy improvements that they could do quickly, as we've talked about over the course of the weekend, Ben. Whether it's fresh paint, cleaning things up, smoothing things out. That new bridge, that Mission Foods bridge, was put in just a year or 2 ago. So they've got a whole host of other things that they're planning on doing here. Some $50 million earmarked as far as the renovation and upgrade of this racetrack. A lot of areas that are going to be paved as far as for the competitors and for the fans, for parking, for paddock space.
That's awesome.
All that improvements to the restrooms. It's going to be a really fantastic facility here that's going to match the quality of the racetrack that everybody loves here without losing the vibe of what's made this facility so famous over the years.
I came here for 8 years in a row in the 90s and early 2000s before I even saw cars on track. I used to be in a band, and we played a music festival just to the down at the right there. That was our VIP section there.
Well, don't get rid of your
right.
instruments, because that's one of the things they're talking about, is bringing concerts back to the Laguna.
Yeah, there was a festival out here called Spirit West Coast. Every summer, we played a big festival, about 30, 40,000 people every summer. And I always tried to go out on track, and they'd never let me.
You know who's credited with the largest audience here?
Who's that?
Pope John Paul.
Oh, nice.
Held a service here when he was touring the U.S. years ago.
Lights are out. So now it's kind of to Brannon's discretion when he wants to get on the gas.
Looks like he's already done it. Green is out.
Whew. So now watch for Crow, who was back out there. They were able to get him restarted. So he's back out there, but starting from the back and moving through, coming through Mission Foods turn 2 right now. Here's the Norma walking through. I'm hearing that the number 16 is going to have to come in. Hal Bear in that Elan DP08 is going to have to come in for a penalty for passing under yellow.
It's too bad. He was having a good run up inside the top 5.
So Giroux was able to refire and back out there. There's 30. A lot of different cars, similar lap times, but in totally different ways out here. And so that kind of becomes the challenge as we see Ron Fletcher there taking over overall second as they try to get around Travis Engen. And it looks like the PSSA cars have found something in the setup, but I think Fletcher just looped it.
Oh, man, right at 11.
Kabam.
Yeah.
Kapow. Isn't that what Batman they would do in the comics back then? There's Stuart Crow coming into Summit Racing 11. There's a good shot of the 2 Newark Can-Am cars. But Fletcher coming up behind Engen. Engen going real late, giving him his room. Engen, a very good driver, very aware in his mirrors.
And Robin might have said, holy oversteer, Batman.
Yeah. The Prototype Sprint Series Association presented by Hankook Tires. And now here's who he's trying to run after. Ron Fletcher was in the lead of this group and now starting from the back again. Haven't seen Bear, the number 16, come in yet for his penalty.
No, he just got the black flag last time by,
Okay.
so hopefully he acknowledges that. You know, in the original Batmobile, you know, in the back where the flame would shoot out, look like the rocket engines. You know, they use empty paint buckets to make those.
No.
Yeah.
That was Barris, right? George Barris.
Barris.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. I've worked on some movie sets before, so as long as things work from 10 feet, it works. You know, that's all they think about.
And he used sprinkler heads for where it shot out the oil.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Well, big going side by side in the Mission Foods turn 2. There's the number 8. Love those things. That's Maurizio Brandoff and that Norma M20 FC from Group 11.
The Norma looks like if you took an Audi R8 or R10 from its heyday in endurance sports car racing with IMSA and Le Mans and shrunk it down, the front of the Norma looks just like it.
And Lola made a car that middle part was also a headlight that went with the steering wheel. It reminds me of that car too, that wherever you turn the wheel, that middle Cyclops headlight would point that floodlight to. Here we go, Mark Giroux. He's a Group 9 car, the open wheel car. The car behind him is the Group 11 Norma. Maurizio Brandoff. That's a 2018 Norma. The camera can't quite do it justice of how long that back hill straightaway is.
And how steep it is.
There we go. So Brandon still in the lead, followed by Mosley. Mosley in the leader in the Sprint Series Association, but all the PSSA cars on their way down to Mission Foods turn 2 right now. As Giroux trying
Norma
to keep
looking inside, just couldn't get there.
They have Stuart Crow behind them, and I hope we can get a shot of Stuart Crow's camber setup in his front wheels because it looks very aggressive. This is the PSSA battle.
Yeah, we auctioned off one of the original 7 Batmobiles one year at Barrett Jackson in Scottsdale, and George Barris came to the event, and I was doing a piece on it. He was showing me around the car, and he goes, "Get in." I go, "What?" He goes, "Get in." I'm like, "Okay." So I get in the car. He goes, "Give me your phone. takes my phone. He goes, now pick up the bat phone. I grabbed the bat. I'm sitting in the Batmobile holding the bat phone with George Barris taking your picture. He was a wonderful man. He was very fun.
Did Commissioner Gordon pick up the phone?
No, he did not. Nor did Alfred.
But how cool is that? And that's kind of the beauty of what we do is we get these opportunities that are absolutely amazing.
Yes, and the kid in me most definitely came out. I was overwhelmed with the fact I was sitting in one of the original 7 Batmobiles, and it was the car, they called it the Star Car. It was the one that came out of the Batcave at the beginning of the show and did all that. He had different ones designed for different uses within the show. If they had to do high-performance driving, he had one set up for that. And
Look at
things.
this. This PSSA is heating up right now.
It is, definitely.
Andrew Lang in that Norma M20 FC in PS2, but gets around the PS1 cars. So, but now he's coming up. He did it in the twisty bits, and now these PS1s, let's see if they can overpower him.
I really like the look of those Revolutions. They just look great, don't they?
Yeah. They look like a 20-year leap into the future.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, the Norma.
Oh, get offline. Get offline. That looks like an engine.
Yeah. Oh, what a shame.
Can't tell if that was because it went away quickly.
Yeah, it's.
I don't know if that was a misshift or what.
It looked terminal.
Okay. Okay, you can coast down the hill. You can coast all the way down the hill into the paddock from there, but stay offline if you're leaking oil. Here we go. So the 9.5, Ron Fletcher. This is for the lead. These two are always at it with each other, so right behind Mosley. So Mosley's in the 9.5, Ron Fletcher's in the Batmobile. And I'm hearing white flag next time by on the leaders.
Move to the inside at 2. Oh, boy, that got tight.
Yes, yep. Ron Fletcher made the good move to get on the brakes, live to fight another day. That would have collected both of them.
We need a couple of these, Ben, you and I.
I can't process information enough to do anything with those cars. I'm good with my slow 50s British sports cars.
They sure look like a lot of fun.
They do, yeah. Here we go. I'm sure we can get you a ride in one, though, Ralph.
Man, I'd love to try it.
Here we go. Ron Fletcher trying to set something up. He has a little bit of a pick and roll.
Yeah, he does. And they make it work, but he's not going to complete the pass for position at the Corkscrew.
This is scary, though, because we have a very valuable McLaren coming down the hill in front of him.
Sweeping around the outside. Oh, they killed the
and
battle
Perryman
for
was
position.
giving Ron Fletcher the room. He gave him room.
And the white flag is out.
So there's.
That's the Chevron, right?
There's Pujol in the Chevron. Yeah. Running 8th. But where is Brandon, the leader, and where is Crow? Did Crow? He's come in, I guess. So that's the leader, Mosley, in PSSA. Brandon is leading Group 9.
He should be out in front of them. Probably headed up to the Corkscrew by now.
Somebody went off.
Oh,
yeah. That's Hinojosa in PSSA.
That looks like getting a wheel off coming out of 3 and then overcorrecting and ending up on the opposite
Here's our
side
leader
of the track.
coming to take the checker flag, Ralph.
Yep, Brandon sweeping down through the Mission Foods Corkscrew.
There's the New Art Can-Am car.
Here it comes.
Man, these cars, they vibrate the room that we're in when they drive by.
Thundering towards us. And Brandon takes the win, takes the overall.
Uh-oh. Here's
And we
PSSA.
got that battle in PSSA. There was a little contact there, Ben. And it looks like Mosley's going to hold him off to the line to take the category win and second overall. And Fletcher right behind him, and then Hinojosa should be behind them.
No, Hinojosa's in the kitty litter.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Those revolutions, we saw a little bit of that contact. They are a lot more stout than they look. And it does allow for a little bit of rubbing, kind of like on our Sports 2000 classes.
I didn't think Fletcher was going to have a chance to run him back down on that last lap. That was a good lap he put in.
Look at that, though. A friend of mine, Farrell Preston, who was probably just at the Midi, runs an M1B, just a beautiful car, a gray M1B. Always love those. There's Stuart Crow. Look at the stacks coming off of that thing. There's that M1. I believe that's a C, M1C. It's just a rear differential and tires. It's almost like the axle just comes right out of the differential.
Yeah.
There is our leader, our winner. It was Rockstar Energy versus Red Bull. And Rockstar, look at how they have to fall down. That's a terrible design there on that pit there. That's a good looking car though.
Yeah, that's a great design.
With my open wheel cars, I like less is more.
Okay, which is why you like the little...
The Bs, the Formula Bs and things like that. But if you have to put wings on, I like the least amount of wings.
For me, with open wheel cars, I like the big air boxes and the big tires.
Well, here's our race results. Mark Brandon, Zach Mosley, Ron Fletcher, Travis Angen, Mark Giroux 5th, Maurizio Brandoff 6th, Roger Pujol in that beautiful Chevron, the winner of our vintage side of this, Jeffrey Peets in 8th, Don Palambella in 9th, and Hal Bear 10th. Hal Bear also 11th. That's amazing. Timothy Nichols, Mark Hannafin 13th, Sean Monnett 14th, Grant Perryman 15th. But the winner in my book, Grant, Stuart Crow 16th, Marcelo Daffo 17th, and 18th is Andrew Lang.
Well, Ben, I'm assuming Group 6 and 12 should be up next, right?
Oh, yeah.
Big Thunder coming your way when we come back on this Sunday afternoon to Laguna Seca. Stay with us.
Yes. Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
So high above, to your left there, you can see the SpeedTour Checkered Flag Challenge, where we have 4 sim shops, state-of-the-art simulators. For no additional cost, you can go right up those steps and test your skills here on the Mission Foods Corkscrew in several different cars.
Are you at the top of the board there?
I am, if the top of the board is the slowest. I don't know if I've ever done a lap in a sim without spinning or hitting the wall. I just can't feel it. I'm not good at it. I try, and it's fun, but this one, honestly, is probably a little bit too realistic, and every little thing you do, it's feeling it. But it is a lot of fun, and you can come up and kind of like Top Gear, we do kind of keep a leaderboard, but this is our Group 7, 9, 11, and PSSA Winner Circle, brought to you by Mission Foods at the Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour. We have short caution down there. You see that black truck. So Billy Kingston, Matt Muha from Sebring International Raceway have their crew come out here, and they can help us out with, just like their business says, short cautions. So they can go out there and hot pull cars in to give us the shortest full course yellows we can have. They'll also be working the IMSA event. You can see here they're returning some body parts that might have fallen off of a car.
That's a bit of a drive from Sebring to Monterey.
Yes, yeah, but they have really helped us out. I think I attribute one of our drivers still being able to walk or even still being alive to Short Caution Motorsports. So it costs some in money, to be honest. So come all the way up from Sebring, and we're splitting some of that cost with IMSA. But when things like that happen, there's no amount of money. Spent. You know, it's money well spent. We'll do that every day. So thanks to Billy Kingston and his team for Short Caution Motorsports. But I like that McLaren M1C there, the white in the middle of Perryman with Racecraft. Beautiful car. Cool visuals. Eric Whitnable hosts the SVRA Winner Circle, does such a great job, has a lot of fun with the drivers. So Ralph, that last group, which car would you like a few laps in?
The New Art.
The New Art?
Either the New Art or the M1. It would be one of the Can-Am cars for sure. The New Art, only because I love the M8. Huge fan of the M8. So it would probably be as close to that as I'll ever get.
Looks like, just by my eyes, it looks like it's got a little bit longer wheelbase than the M8. That would be the one difference that I see, but
to the naked eye, without a measuring stick, they look almost identical, right? It just needs to be painted in papaya, and then you'd swear would say Denny Holm or Bruce McLaren along the door.
Oh, somebody's hanging out in the sim right now, watching along. Alfred Wayne. Well, you should have reached out and given us a wave there, but we are on the grid. Here we are. This is the false grid. Look at these beautiful cars, and Paul Stubber out there in front in that beautiful Concierge Motorsports 1966 Chevrolet Camaro from Perth, Australia. Then
with Neil right behind him in his Smoky Munich liveried machine. Those two have been awful fast last 2 weekends.
A championship winning with Sovereign Racing, another one of our vintage groups out of the Pacific Northwest. CSRG just had another great vintage group. They just had a race a few weeks ago at Sonoma. But I'm missing John Anderson. John Anderson in that Chevrolet Corvette. But then we go back to Robert Brown in that beautiful Ford Escort as they now push off. There's Latucci, the J.P. Griffith, then the hippie car of Pat Heptig, Shadle, Yamamoto, some just fantastic
Yarborough.
car. Yeah, Yarborough. Then there's the Penske Sunoco. There's the Interscope Porsche. Love that. Pantera. You guys seeing this? Like, what modern motorsports has this many different makes and marks in the racing?
And designs and shapes and sounds.
Ooh, look at that CS BMW. Love it.
Where is it, Ben?
Where's what?
My American Thunder. The big Corvette.
Here's Becky pointing the cars out. Yeah, that
Didn't
would have
see
been
it.
John Anderson, right? Yeah, John Anderson in that 69 Chevrolet Corvette.
Yes.
Kind of modeled after, what was it, the Sebring 75?
76.
76, yeah, that would have been the Bicentennial.
Yeah, one of the Greenwood Corvettes. Yeah, he didn't roll out.
No?
Oh, I'm devastated, heartbroken.
So some great shots there from the grid. Thanks for doing that, production team. We have a Lamborghini going out on what looks like maybe just a hardship lap. Stubber, Van Meel, Robert Brown in third, Matt Latucci fourth, J.P. Griffith in fifth, Pat Heptig in the hippie car. Sixth, Scott Shadle in that light blue Camaro. Masato Yamamoto in probably my favorite Group 6 car here. I just love the look of that. Steve Yarborough, the gas man, in that C2 Corvette. Grant Wilson starting. He's in the Donahue-looking Camaro.
Yes.
Robert Eagle, Stephen Lisa in the Pantera. Craig Conley, Joe Schubert, Brett Gann, Robert Stockwell, Sean Essex, 670. That is the BMW 2800 CS. That's cool, and it kind of has that Essex wire, you know, the old Cobras back then, yeah. Tyler Hagan in the 914, David Witkowski, John Wiggins is the 20th. So this is Group 6 and 12, Jay Perrell, Riley Pegram, Cooper DuBois, Chris Springer, Darius Trinka, and Tadas Karlinskis. So this is Group 6 and 12, ladies and gentlemen. There's the Essex BMW.
Looks like Riley's just going to add some more practice laps.
Yeah, why
so
not?
He continues to get ready for next week. Yeah, absolutely. I do like JP's Corvette coming straight at you there, the red one. Is that a 68 or a 69? 68. JP out of Colorado.
Here we go, guys. Get into position. We're going to do a late start. I love these late starts, second gear starts. Pack them up. And then they get on the loud pedal together, Ralph.
Yeah, right in front of us, too. Makes a wonderful cacophony of noise. They head to Mission Foods turn number 2. Stubble out front already, and Paul trying to pull away. Paul Stubber.
Van Meel right behind, but Brown staying with him in that Escort.
Here comes JP looking inside the hippie Porsche. Just couldn't get him by the time they got to 3.
That back end wanted to swing around. Good save from JP. And Brown now. That is an FIA spec. Should be Group 8 car, but he's in Group 12 here this weekend. That is a very quick car. And much better conditions today than we've had all weekend, Ralph.
Yarborough looking like he was going to make a move at Yamamoto there. Backed off by the time they got to 5.
How about the diversity of cars in this class?
Oh, it's a lot of fun. I love the big throaty V8s. You get a bunch of them in this one.
We've got a lot of front engine, rear wheel drive. We've got some air cooled rear engine, rear wheel drive. Here we go. They're going slow.
Paul's got his hand
Stubber.
up.
Something's wrong.
That's the first hiccup that car has had in 2 weekends.
Yeah. And man, he's lucky. That's the worst place on this track to lose power.
Yes.
Because he backed him up and everybody was there, and he's just able to coast back in. But Steve Van Meel from British Columbia, our sovereign champion last year in his class, has now taken the lead.
And he's been fast, not quite as fast as Paul. That 43 has been strong, and he is right there in the mix now. Could be his first win.
Latucci makes a pass on Brown, and the hippie car of Heptig comes around the right side on the outside.
You can see Van Meel looks like he gets on the power pretty good right in the middle of the corner at 2. But that car really sticks to the ground, and he's able to get that power to the ground. That's why he's pulling away from Latucci like he is.
And that's impressive because, to be honest, you see a lot of Gen 1 Camaros, and I've heard that the Gen 1 Camaros just make for better balanced race cars than the Gen 2s.
Yeah.
So we don't see a lot of the Gen 2,
No,
Gen 3 Camaros out here with us. So Heptig behind Brown. Look at that thing. That's a 1974 Porsche 911. Porsche came out with some really cool liveries back in the day.
Oh boy, did they ever.
They got so bored with winning everything, they had to go to their design department. Here we go. British Ford Escort versus a Porsche 911. And then that, we were joking about that with Latucci because he comes from an MG and a Formula Junior.
Oh, problems with the Porsche.
Commentator's curse.
Yep.
Here we go.
Good little tussle there. 69 Camaro, the 65 Corvette. And then Yamamoto just in front of him. And that Interscope Porsche Tribute running right behind it. The 930 Turbo turned into a 934.5, if you will, 934.5.
Now Chris Springer, who started 28th, has already moved up. He's in that number 65. So look for him. He is really showing us some speed from 28th to 9th. That car is hooked up. Let's see what he can do. How about that Corvette, man?
Well,
I think he's doing the fastest laps right now.
Of that era.
The what's that?
Side pipes look great in that era.
So here they come through. I do like that Interscope Porsche. Yamamoto running an odd line through the corkscrew. But sometimes you just have to go where the car put you.
Yeah.
You know, you gave the steering input, you might have overdone that, and you don't overcorrect. So you just have to kind of go where they're going and try to set up for the next corner.
Yeah. Oh, somebody off there. But they got back on.
So that right now, just by the naked eye, is the fastest car out here. Let me look at what they're doing.
Yamamoto loses a spot to the Boss 302. He looks like he's slowing down. Masato Yamamoto.
So Van Meel doing a 141.4, Latucci 141.7, so that's close out there. JP Griffith a 143.
That's Craig Conley, that 1970 Ford Mustang Boss 302. Green colored car.
I like the look of the 302, the Boss 302.
Oh, yeah. Very aggressive looking design.
But I am not a Mach 1, Mach 2 fan.
I would say I like the Boss better.
It looks racier. The
It
Machs
does look
just
racier.
look big.
Well, the proportions look a little bit better in the Boss, right?
So who is that behind? Is that Schubert in that Porsche behind Conley?
I believe so.
And the hippie got back up and running. There we go.
Yeah, Schubert's in the blue and yellow 79 Porsche 911. Yeah, that would be him.
So I'm seeing some people liking the Porsche, liking the Ford Escort. Who you guys rooting for out there? That is Joe Schubert in the Porsche 911, 79. That is a very less is more livery on that car.
Yep.
There's an event here that happened here a couple years ago called Velocity. We were talking about that. And they did, right as the sun was going down, a Minis versus Mustangs. One of the best vintage races I've ever seen. Love it, because this track is kind of a good equalizer. There's the twisty bits for the Minis, and then there's the horsepower bits. And it's pretty equally yoked here.
And how did that turn out?
The Minis won. Here we go, Conley. See if you can keep Schubert behind you. Quite an eclectic mix here. I'm hearing from our comment section from Fox HD. The sounds these cars make is glorious. I agree with that. We're making some music out here.
And Mills still putting in some great laps.
Yeah. So the Lamborghini that started out back was not doing hardship laps, laying some rubber down.
Yeah.
He's coming out here, coming out after everybody. That is Tadas Karlinskis in the Lamborghini. Shadle going real deep into Mission Foods turn 2, hitting this late apex. But these Group 6 cars are not used to getting passed by a Lamborghini with ABS and all the traction control.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So just a reminder to the Group 6 drivers, don't follow their braking zones.
No,
you don't have it.
Run your own race.
Those Lamborghinis, you can do several inputs at the same time. These vintage cars, they either want to steer or they want brake or they want power, but they don't want, they only
Any
want one input at the same
combination
time, at one time. Yeah, you can't do two things at once. Latucci now closing the gap
Yeah, I
on
was going
Van
to say,
Meel.
he hasn't given up the fight, has he?
No, and Latucci, a very good driver in what I'd call momentum cars, MGs, the Formula Juniors. Now he's up here with what we both laugh about being MG guys is a small block Corvette with a 350 in it, I believe. Or is that a 327 Corvette, man? What would be the small block of that era?
I would think that would be a 327.
Should be C2, right?
Yeah.
But still crazy that a 327 cubic inch is considered a small block.
Showing as 65.
Here we go. Van Meel coming under it. A little bit more nimble, I would think. Corvette behind him.
Yeah,
What do we
Van
think
Meel's
the weight is of that Camaro?
Heavy.
Heavy.
And Van Meel's Camaro is a 75.
Right when Ralph Nader did everything he could to kill the auto industry. But here comes to go for the overall lead, that number 11 of the Lamborghini. Tadas Karlinskis. So Van Meel, just let him go. That's not your battle.
Yeah.
Your battle's behind you in this Corvette. There we go. So Tadas, thank you. Good pass. And now you've got open track to test out for next week, because this is the battle right here. Group 6, Group 12. Van Meel, last year's sovereign champion.
Got about 5.5 minutes left to go. Couple more laps.
He's keeping that gap pretty honest. Latucci doesn't seem to have gained much on him this lap.
Yeah.
Now, they did have that Lamborghini to deal with. So now they have a clean lap ahead of them. I don't see a huge advantage from either one. Okay. Scrubbing off a little bit of speed there is Van Meel. With the Smokey Eunuch tribute livery running the Richard Petty numbers. Look at that Essex running the 3 Weber carburetors, 1 lobe per cylinder, basically.
Comes one car we both agree on.
Uh-huh.
The Pantera.
That is a wedge that I like for some reason, and I can't tell you why.
Because it doesn't have any of the wings and vents and slats.
But even we were talking about the BMW M1. I'm not a huge fan of that one either. But for some reason, I like the Pantera. That would have a 351 right behind the driver, considered a mid-engine. I believe the comment section can correct me, but I think they were 351 Clevelands.
Yes.
And I know I've asked this to the comment section before, but maybe you know, Ralph, what is the difference between a Windsor and a Cleveland other than where they're made?
I could not. I was going to tell you it's where they were made. I couldn't get into the technical
I think there's
details.
one small, tiny little thing.
I'm sure there is.
But here is that split window. You were saying that might be one of your favorites.
Yeah. 63 split window is a great looking car.
He's got the rookie X back there, but looking good. So if this truly is a rookie, he's doing a good job as John Wiggins in that 63 Chevrolet Corvette.
And you know, this brings up the same old question. Same thing with the 69 Camaro. Why only do it for 1 year?
Well, it's funny because I think they complained about the visibility out the rearview mirror, and they went because they also factory you could take your 63 in and they'd put a 64 rear glass back there, and then doing that made these more collectible because they made them more rare. But I love the look of it. I will deal with bad visibility all day for the look of that.
Look at the difference here between the two going up the hill there. Such a simple thing, but it just adds such a different look to the car, doesn't it? And I would say the same thing about the 69 Camaro. Why only do it for 1 year? It's the best looking Camaro ever made.
But I did like that the car manufacturers back then would make subtle changes to delineate the year. Because now, with modern cars, there might be 6, 7 years of the exact same thing before it changes.
Like a Tri-5, 55, 56, 57, Chevy all look different.
It's just a little,
fins.
you know, little things. But here we go, Van Meel, Latucci. The race to watch coming up on lap traffic. This is going to change everything here. Man, look at all that rubber.
Man.
I mean, he's got to come down to second gear, and that's some
White
torque
flag,
in the
man.
thing.
White, 1 to go. Can Latucci make something happen here? Corvette versus Camaro for the win.
Where's my bow tie fans?
Van Meel gets through two very well. A little loose coming off the corner, but he gathers it back up. Let's see where Latucci can make up some ground.
They've been pretty even this whole race. Latucci just a little bit of body roll there. That car looks a little bit more planted than Van Meel's, but we know Van Meel's got some torque. He
hustles it over to Cube 3 Architecture, turn number 5, still holding the lead.
Lap traffic was not a factor. The Porsche got out of the way. Great job.
And the climb begins.
David Witkowski in the Porsche. Heads up driving. Look at that.
It's like Latucci's closing up a little bit up the Rahal straight.
Maybe. Doing an intimidating line, just trying to stay in his mirrors, trying to get him to make a mistake.
Yeah. And his best shot at that might be at 11. If he can get him to hurry onto that gas pedal and spin those tires up again, Latucci might be able to make something happen.
He's gapped him. He's opened up that gap.
He did.
Van Meel on the last bit of his tires.
Well, he has chased Stuber to the line all weekend in Sonoma and all weekend at Laguna until this race here.
Drift out.
And Steve Van Meel is going to bring his 1975 Chevy Camaro to the line to take the win in Group 6.
Man, that is awesome. And
well done,
I have
Steve.
to grab, well, actually, he's a Group 12A MP1, but we've got to brag on him. And Latucci, like 2 weekends in a row, top runners, cars of this age with just short trailer, your friends are helping you. That's a lot of work. So nice job, Steve Van Meel, Latucci teams, Latucci with Huffaker. So just unbelievable.
And with Steve, it's just him and his girlfriend here this weekend. He was all by himself at Sonoma. She joined him here.
So Schubert, tail end here, but trying to make a move. Is that yellow vet? Almost got it. Well, Ralph, I'm sorry that the Greenwood didn't come out for you.
I'm bummed. Maybe later today. Maybe they slept in today.
There is Van Meel waving to all the corner workers. If you want the best seats in the house in motorsports, volunteer at your local SCCA, NASA, any of these tracks. Become a corner worker. We're short on corner workers, and you will get the best seat in the house and have a ton of fun doing it. Here they come. There's Brown. So Brown finished overall 4th. In that Escort. Stockwell and Hagan just crossed the line. There's Conley. I gotta look. That is, he's running Group 6 Trans Am. I was like, that's a Trans Am setup. Uh-oh, what's happening here? They're all coming in different.
The racetrack
but they all came in different lines.
Yeah,
I don't know if there's
came off
bumps
at
they're
10.
avoiding. That it's a weird thing because you come off there. I'd love to get a drone shot of it because it's real wide and then it gets real narrow and then there's like a 90-degree right, 90-degree left.
Yeah.
And if you're not woed down, you're going to have a pretty bad wreck just coming into the pits. There's Stubber's car. Not like him to not, let alone win the race, but just finish the race.
That's the first mechanical we've seen him have in the 2 weeks, and they've done a bunch of racing.
There it is. So you can see that tight left, tight right. You can see a big oil line coming down.
There's my Corvette. The Greenwood is still sitting there in the paddock area. So maybe later this afternoon.
Maybe.
It's out of the trailer. We'll keep our fingers crossed on that, Ben.
Coming down the hill. There's the
You can see it just in the corner there.
Oh, yeah, there it is. So Karlinskis is first in the Lamborghinis. First in Group 6 and 12 is Steve Van Meel. Latucci second. J.P. Griffith third. Robert Brown fourth. Chris Springer fifth. Steve Yarborough, the gas man, he's having a good 2 weeks out here in three different cars. Sixth. Scott Shadle seventh. Scott, thanks for dragging that thing all the way out here, but you've had some good weekends. Roger Eagle eighth. Grant Wilson ninth. Cooper Dubois 10th. Craig Conley 11th, Joe Schubert 12th, Stephen Lisa in that Pantera 13th, Masato Yamamoto having a good 2 weekends with us 14th, Brett Gann 15th, Sean Essex in that beautiful BMW 16th, Robert Stockwell 17th, Tyler Hagan in the 914 18th, David Witkowski 19th, John Wiggins 20th, Jay Perrell 21st, 22nd, Riley Pegram. 23rd, Pat Heptig in the hippie car. 24th is Paul Stubber.
Well, we got more great racing coming your way. Group 8, we're going to reduce the horsepower a little bit, Ben, but we are going to up the fun factor big time.
Big time. But Paul Stubber, it's going to be a long flight back to Perth after a mechanical like that.
Yes,
but
it is.
Van Meel, the class of the field. Look at this, laying down the rubber.
Painting some beautiful stripes here at Laguna, and we're coming right back with more.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Said. One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagarde, Miller, Lagarde.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Well, here we go, high above the Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour. We've got Group 6 and 12 in the winner's circle. You too can try your hands at the Speed Tour Checkered Flag Challenge in our simulator trailer there. 4 Sim Shop state-of-the-art simulators. They'll give you some laps around Laguna Seca in all kinds of different cars. But they're bringing people up to the podium here. You can see the flags. We had a wind advisory last night, Ralph, and I was driving through the paddock. Usually when we have high winds, we've got a lot of awnings and tents down, but it looks like everybody kind of battened down the hatches, and we didn't see anything we lost. Last year at Thunder Hill, we came in Sunday morning. I'm sure Ashley remembers this, and everybody's awnings had been ripped up, torn up. Tents were blown onto the track. It was a little bit crazy. But we've got Group 8, one of my favorite groups here. 29 cars should take the green flag. I'm not sure the percentage ratio of how many of those are in the Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge. But Brian O'Shaughnessy out here in front because Troy Ermish is going to join us here in the booth. He just wants to make sure all of his cars get started and run off. But Ken Blasco stopped me this morning to remind everybody, because we've got Racecraft, we've got Ermish Racing, we've got Ken Blasco. Ken Blasco's representing 3 of the BMWs, and this one here at the front is one of his. Brian O'Shaughnessy owns the car, but Ken Blasco and his team prepare the car. Then we've got Probert going out second in a beautiful car that we call Penny. Then Jeff Mosing is going to go out in 3rd position in that BRE car that you love so much, Ralph.
Yes.
Ara Malkassian is in a Datsun 510. Then Tony Delane. Did we see Tony go out? I didn't see Tony go out. Yeah, there he is behind Ara. Good. I just didn't see it. Sorry, Tony. Tony Delane in another BMW 2002. Josh Moriarty in the Datsun 510. Then our first Group 8 CP non-B sedan is Rob Bellevue in a 1971 Datsun 240Z. If you're joining us in the comment section, if we get something wrong or we get something you want us to talk about, you've got some good info, please leave a comment. You can yell at us in all caps if we get something wrong. It's your chance to yell at commentators. Who doesn't want to do that? Ryan Clark starting 9th in a Datsun 510. Jim Frula, 71 Datsun 510. John Murray in a BMW 2002. Daniel Wu in a 1970 510. Dave Hartle in that other gray 240Z, beautiful car. Kevin Kaufman in a Datsun 510. Patrick MG, Datsun 510. Reiner Wolf, Datsun 510 from 1969. Ken Blasco, we were talking about him, in a BMW 2002. David Graziano in a 1969 Datsun 510. Kevin Shaha, Datsun 510. Oliver Surmet in a Datsun, or a 240Z Datsun. So we have 3 240s out there from 1971. Paul Claudio in a 911. Doug Wernicke in a 914. Wayne Baker in a 911S. Richard Grabowski in a 911. Chuck Christensen in a 911. Edmund Germain in a BMW 2002. Anthony Rodino in a BMW 1600 Ti. Daniel Caggiano was off with some mechanicals, but back out there from Buenos Aires, Argentina. John Westberg in a 914, and I'm hoping Ross Merrill joins us in his 911. But that is the field, ladies and gentlemen. Some absolutely beautiful cars here. Holly, I'm going to put you on the spot, so turn up talent number 3. Holly, the PR director. You're good. They're going to turn you up. The PR director for the Hoosier 2.5 Challenge. She gave the start command last weekend at Sonoma. Holly, of these cars, which is your favorite in this Group 8?
I feel like it's Jeff Mosing.
Jeff Mosing.
That's a great choice.
That is a good choice because I expect him to be on the podium out there. He's the number 56 there just in screen. So Jeff Mosing. And I heard from Jeff at Sonoma that you put some bumper stickers on the back of his car that made him go faster.
Yep, that's what I did.
So you're helping the speed of Jeff Mosing. He might be back there in like 8th, but because of your sticker placement, he's in 3rd right now.
Yep, that's right.
Nice. Well, we love it. Well, Ralph, the lights are coming off. Holly, thanks for joining us. Your dad's going to join us here in the booth, but you can keep those on if you want until your dad comes up here. But, Ralph, the lights are out in that Ginetta, and they're coming here to take the green.
Getting ready to get this one started as we come out of Summit Racing Equipment, turn number 11. BMW and 510 Datsun on the front row together. Ready to get this underway, watching for the green. There it goes. We are racing once again here at Laguna Seca. 3 wide as we head over the hill and start to set up for Mission Foods turn 2.
Tim Probert getting a little bit aggressive on the outside, and we saw some cars lose a little bit of grip on the outside, but O'Shaughnessy able to hang on to it. But look, just like Holly said.
Here comes Probert again, looking inside, going to 3, Ben.
Yep.
He's going to tuck back in, pull Penny back inside, and then Mosing right there, Holly's car, sliding right up.
In that number 56 Simon Eyes BRE looking car Then Ara right behind, then Tony in that red, white, and blue BMW.
Mosing making a move inside, coming to 5, going to take second away.
Holly like that. Patrick MG running through. There goes Blasco.
Through 6, Probert sitting in 3rd now.
I love that.
And Mosing challenging the Beamer as we crawl up the hill through the Ray Hall straightaway, and he's going to complete the pass before we get to Mission Foods Corkscrew.
Nice, Holly, those stickers are working. Here we go, falling down the Corkscrew. You can cheer on your friend Mosing if you want to, Holly.
Come on, Jeff.
Yes.
He's doing a great job out front, making a lot of passes here on this opening lap.
O'Shaughnessy
Take
right
the
behind.
lead.
Probert, Ara, Delane, Moriarty, and Daniel Wu around Bellevue. He just held on to the grip there. That was tight there, Mosing.
Yeah, it looks like Wu's back in about 7th. There you are,
Oh,
Holly.
here we go, Holly.
Give us a
Holly's
wave, Holly.
watching Mosing. How's it feeling, Holly?
It's pretty good.
Yeah, he's doing what you told him to do. He's doing the right strategy. The stickers are working. Holly, our PR director next to us, and Mosing out front. Holly, that's got to feel good.
Yep, that's right. Feels very good. It's like seeing rainbow cars.
Yeah, a rainbow of cars. I love it. From the mouth of the PR director. Nice job. And here comes Troy, out of breath, running up here to join us. Troy won yesterday's race. He and Ashley and Holly run the series, the Ermish family. And you can see O'Shaughnessy behind him getting a little bit aggressive. Troy, I'm not sure what you got to see, but Mosing methodically moved his way up. Probert got a little bit aggressive and then had to be hard on the brakes, opening up the door for Mosing here. How's it looking?
I like to see the 510 up front, I'll tell you that. Jeff, I think he was pretty relaxed this weekend. He's looking forward to driving pretty hard the last session of the day. I see Ara making a pass on Tony.
Side
by
side.
Yeah, so he was really looking at stepping up his program this morning, and so far it looks like it's paying off.
But he's got the champion from last year right behind him, Brian O'Shaughnessy, really accomplished race car driver. He won the championship. I know you've run the Aston Martin with him a few times, so he knows what he's doing back there.
Yeah, he definitely does. Not afraid to get out after it. Looks like he's putting a little pressure on him here. See if he can make Jeff make a mistake getting down into turn 2. BMW's got some impressive horsepower. He's right on the tail of Jeff, maybe catching a little draft. Oh, and then Tim is poking it in there.
He's trying to do a late apex.
They are
shut the door.
certainly dicing it up right there. If they keep dicing it up, they're going to bring Ara back into the picture.
So Probert right behind in the Penny. That is an Ermish built, designed car.
Yeah.
Were you going for the copper penny look when you did it?
You know, originally that car was built in 1973, and I was lucky enough to find the original owner, and he sent me a bunch of photographs, and that's how he raced it in 1973.
So Rob was asking me today, has that car gone through the gold medallion process? Because he thinks, just by looking at it, he thinks that would be a gold medallion eligible car.
It should be. I hadn't taken it through the paces yet. Probably talked to Tim about handling that. Well, it's peeking inside here, getting a little bit of run.
Probert getting, I like this, getting feisty. Is Probert the car, because I put in cars last year, is he the one that still has the 8-track tape deck looking thing or the radio in there?
Yeah, I kept the original radio face in it to make it look like it still had an AM radio.
I love it.
And these guys are really chopping it up here. They're getting after it.
I was asking Ben yesterday, how tough is it to find good 510s anymore to turn into race cars?
Well, so oddly enough, I think I'm at an advantage because I've been in the industry so long. They kind of tend to find me, but I will tell you, they're out there, and you can find rollers, but the $1,000 rollers are long gone. Now we're looking at $5,000 rollers. But these guys are still nose to tail, 6 cars, still anybody's race to be had.
O'Shaughnessy, a little bit later on the break, still trying that late apex, but
Come on, Tim.
Open it up.
Look at that, curb hopping. Well,
Have to tuck back inside.
Tim wants it. Tim wants it.
Brian is driving right up there, 10.5 tenths, I think, on that one.
Brian, though, very good driver. And I got to brag on Brian and his team with Ken Blasco, but they've been making some unbelievable content for the Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge on the website. Follow them on social. But Ara, side by side? Troy.
Let's hope they get through there all right.
Troy
Those are good friends. They fly together. They live in the same town.
And Probert trying to come back in, block, and save a spot. Ara making another pass.
Wow, that really mixed it up there. A little.
Well, we said we were going to up the fun meter here, Ben, and we are doing that.
Yeah, somebody's yelling at us. Also with Holly, let's go, Jeff. I love that. So we've got some Mosing fans out there. Tony Delane looking racy as well.
Yeah, he took advantage of a little misstep there between Ara and Tim.
And the two best looking cars in the field are side by side with Probert and Moriarty. Those cars are unbelievable up close and personal. Those are not 10-foot cars. Oh, Probert in.
Oh,
Do you need to rush down to pit lane?
Problem with the transmission or? Oh, you know what?
Too.
They touched.
They touched, so they came in.
Yep. They must have touched.
So Ben out there at Black Flag, that changes everything because they were coming up through the rear of the field.
Well, it's possible that
240s.
only one of the two cars were supposed to come in
Oh,
because
and
it looks like
Stuart
they
Mill
waved him through.
coming in too.
Porsche's coming in.
Not sure. And as Patrick MG, hopefully they didn't get the. I hate when we accidentally black flag the wrong cars as well. There's Frula in the number 52. So we were talking about Ermish Racing has probably 8 to 10 cars here represented. Racecraft with Jim Frula probably has 6 to 8 cars represented this weekend. Blasco has, I think, 3 to 4 cars. So if you want to come out here and race, there are in the Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge, there are a ton of race prep shops, or you can do it yourself like the good old privateers at the Trans Am of the 60s and 70s as the drone follows them under the bridge.
That's a great picture.
Yeah. And I've seen that drone pilot. I don't know how he fits in that thing. The throttle stop car, always one of my favorite cars. That is David Graziano.
Yep, and so that car originally belonged to a guy in Southern California who decided to sell it to the manager at Throttle Stop out there at Road America, and he had it for 4 or 5 years, and then he just said he wasn't using it, so I found a buyer out here on the West Coast and shipped it back.
Nice. And I saw pictures on social media. He had a little bit of an off at our last race, and you guys were able to get that in the shop and fix it back up and operational. I know it's not fixed to your standards, but it's back on track.
Yeah, he kind of found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he got tagged by another car. So having 3 days, we were able to pull the quarter panel off the tire, fill a little tape on it, got it out here.
So like I said, a huge field of Group 8, the Hoosier 2.5 Challenge. Some unbelievable competition. I just love the looks of that green 911 with the tape. Paul Gaudio, I believe. Is that who that is in that 911?
It might be. I don't follow too much of the CP cars. They definitely have a nice sound. All the Porsches with 6-cylinder sounds amazing.
Paul Gaudio was a designer at Adidas for several years. All day I dream about sports cars.
That's right.
Well played.
There he is. But the 911, just something about it. Just beautiful lines of the 911. And we've been talking, you are the, even John Morton himself has said, you are now you have the reins of being the 510 expert. And Datsun, Nissan, they weren't trying to design a race car. They were designing a family car that just kind of, they happened into some really great balance in it. But it wasn't a part of their plan. I'm sure it was in the back rooms it was a part of their plan, but I'm sure the salespeople were like, no, we're making family cars that can have a trunk and go, put the groceries in. And it just, somebody decided, no, this is a race car also.
Well, the guys that decided it was a race car was many of the engineers from Pete Brock's days, many of the engineers from Tilton, all originally designed the suspension pickup points and what suspension and spring packages they needed to have. So a lot of the stuff was laid on foundation, I should say, was laid down in the early 70s, and we've been able to make some improvements. Nothing drastic. Most of it's just technology type improvements with the shock packages or material.
The guys that want to go racing in this category, do they fit into a certain demographic? Like Ben, you know, he's old, crusty, curmudgeon kind of guy, so he loves old British stuff.
They're nicer.
Is there a different group that likes this kind of stuff than old guys like Ben?
No, I would say my personality, people that like to have fun and like the competition, and they want the competition to be fair, and then they do such a good job in the paddock of just making everything fun. That's Holly's job, and she does a great job of that.
So,
but they're also a lot smarter than me too, Rob.
I couldn't resist that.
Yeah. No, I love it.
You know, a lot of the guys that are running these cars today it's kind of a similar story where you see with HTA is this, the family had one, the mom, their uncle, the brother. It couldn't kill it. They're always get them from to and from wherever they are, a high school dance or get it, like you said, to the grocery store, or Christmas dinner with the rest of the family is always a very reliable car. And then it was a disposable car, actually. It felt like in the 80s you couldn't give them away, and now these guys are reliving their 80s and their 90s. Their kids are out of school. They're all relatively successful business guys, and that's kind of what it fits in their style.
Yeah, but I've been hanging out with you and just so many people, these BMWs, the Datsun 510s. Oh, my mom had one of those. I used to ride in the back seat to school. It happens all the time. And it's a car everybody can identify with. Like the Volkswagen Beetle. Steve Smith comes to Portland in that Beetle. Everybody has a Beetle story.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's very similar with the Datsuns.
Not everybody's lucky enough to be like, yeah, my mom used to drive me to school in 911. But a lot of people have that in a 510.
Yeah.
How cool is that shot, though, Troy?
Man, that is amazing. I'll tell you, I couldn't drive a drone for nothing. I have a nice drone at home, and I'm afraid to take it out of the package. I don't want to wreck it.
Rob Bellevue really showing us some speed the last 2 weeks in that Datsun 240Z.
Yeah, he's another guy that's kind of gotten away from BMW. He drove BMWs a lot for like 6 or 7 years. Now he's in a 240Z. I got to get him in a 510 so he can join us soon.
I think he'd like it. That's Troy Tinsley's ex-Datsun 240Z. But here they come. I do love the Olympia Beer BMW.
That's a classic look. I really like the color combo.
If you go on the YouTube page for SVRA, you can watch the 1971 Trans Am B sedan race here with John Morton. Great film. Look at this. So Probert, he had to come into the black flag. And is this Mosing here? Yeah, there's Mosing. Our leader, how far back is O'Shaughnessy? Here we go. Walk us through this, Troy. What are you seeing from an engineered driver? Who has the better setup?
Well, interestingly enough, it doesn't really matter how you set up Jeff's car. He just drives the wheels off it, not afraid to drive sideways. Brian, I think, is a little more technical, and they're always kind of twisting and shock knobs and sway bar settings. And we do quite a bit of that. Jeff, pretty easygoing guy. He just drives what I give him, and I make some adjustments for him, and he tends to improve. But he drive around anything, doesn't complain.
But the stickers I see here, did you teach your daughter Holly where to put those stickers on to be faster, or does she just instinctively know?
You can't tell her anything. I'll just leave it at that.
So there's the leaders, Jeff Mosing, Brian O'Shaughnessy. This is going to be a hard-fought championship. Is Mosing competing for the championship this year?
Yeah, Mosing's,
okay.
I'm not quite sure where the points are right now. I know they're all within 3 or 4 points.
So Armin Gorbani won it in a Datsun 510. Then O'Shaughnessy won it in a BMW 2002.
So currently, as of right
I'd
now,
like to see
R
McKean
is in the lead.
in an Alpha, so you'd have all three. But
white flag is out for our
R
race
is out
leader,
front
one
with
to go.
307 points currently.
It's going to be a bit of a mix-up. Brian is only 5 points, so just so people know, it's 1 point per position on the track.
Oh, and Tony Delane. So we've got Datsun, BMW. So Tony right behind Ryan O'Shaughnessy. Tony also a very fast driver. I love the look of that car. We're at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. We got to get Pat Womack back in his B sedan. President of WeatherTech. And Probert around Mission Foods. Here we go. So Holly, so far everything's looking pretty good. You got about half a lap left. You can see the hands there of Tony Delane, but there's your guy, Jeff Mosing, out front. Holly, how's that feel?
Good. Feels very good.
Sounds like I'm talking to somebody who's just used to winning, doesn't it, Ralph?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You used to winning?
Yep.
All I do is win.
It's another day at the office.
Yeah. Yeah, but Jeff Mosing coming down the corkscrew. Tell us a little bit of insight here, Holly. What's going on?
He's my BFF and he's winning a lot.
That's a lot of pressure from Mosing. So, Ralph, bring us home. See if he won't succumb to the pressure.
Well, to make Holly happy here, Mosing's going to lead him all the way down to Summer Racing Equipment turn number 11. Sets up nicely, rolls through the corner. Here he comes up through the gearbox one more time in anger. Off the final turn, all the way to the checkered flag, and Jeff Mosing
nice.
wins.
Go, Jeff!
Nice. Brian O'Shaughnessy second. That should make Ken Blasco very happy. Tony Delane in third, and then Daniel Wu coming from mid-pack all the way to fourth. Just a few days ago, he was acting in Shanghai on a movie set, and now here he is finishing fourth. How cool is that? And Probert. Andy Lally right behind us, Troy Ermish. I think Andy Lally needs a run in this Hoosier 2.5 Challenge. What do you think about that? Can we find him a ride one time?
They're out there.
They're out there, he says. So nice job. Holly, you called it.
Called it.
You called the race. He started from, what, fourth? And he comes all the way to win the race, makes the pass for the lead in the second lap. Holly told us who was going to win, Ralph. We didn't even need to put these things out there.
I was going to say, how often does your BFF get a win?
Yeah,
My BFF's going to win a lot, but my dad won yesterday.
Well, Troy Ermish.
But he didn't want to race.
Yeah. 510 Parts Outlet, ErmishRacing.com. Holly is the PR director for the Hoosier 2.5 Challenge. Troy and Ashley run the series. If you want to have fun vintage racing, look at this series. Look at Alphas, Datsun 510s, BMWs. I always like the Cortinas or the Volvo that unfortunately had transmission problems. But look to the Hoosier Tire 510 or the Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge. I know, Troy, you got to rush down to the winner circle. Thanks for doing that, man.
Thanks for
Holly,
coming by,
thank
Troy
you very
and Holly.
much. Nice job. Way to call it. You're going to get some people calling you for their DraftKings picks. I need to step away, Ralph, to make your backdrop.
All right, Ben. Here's a look at your results. Mosing, Shaughnessy, Delane, Daniel Wu, and Penny with Tim Probert behind the wheel comes home in fifth. Then Murray, Clark, Bellevue, Wolf, and Hartle rounding out the top 10 here. Hara had some issues. He finishes in 14th. And we will be getting ready for Trans Am presented by Pirelli coming up next. Encourage you to switch on over to Speed Sport 1 so you can see all the coverage over there. We'll have it for you live and free on Speed Sport 1. So whenever you're ready, go ahead and switch over there. We will join you once again from here at WeatherTech Raceway with Laguna Seca with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. See you over there in just a sec.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, SpeedCom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds. The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off. When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off.
There's great racetracks, there's historic racetracks, and then there's WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Nestled in the hills of Northern California, there's no better proving ground for anyone aiming to validate their abilities in racecraft, and no worse place to not take speed seriously. The tight hairpins, the drastic elevation changes, the legendary corkscrew turn. It's a location on any race fan's list of places they've got to see. And for the drivers of the Trans Am Series, it's their next obstacle in their path towards racing immortality. Win here and you're a legend, but get blindsided by aspirations for even a second, and being passed is just the beginning of your troubles. Who's next to tame Laguna Seca? Stay here to find out as we come to you live from Monterey, California. It's the Trans Am Series, presented by Pirelli. Welcome to the beautiful Monterey Peninsula, the central coast of Northern California, and we have come into town with the Mission Foods Speed Tour for round 5 of Trans Am presented by Pirelli. A spectacular setting at the racetrack and in town as we get ready for a tremendous day of racing with 900 horsepower American muscle car beasts. The setting all around this racetrack just spectacular, and of course we top it all off with Mission Foods turns 8 and 8A, known as the world famous Corkscrew. Hi everybody, Ralph Shaheen with you alongside the president of Trans Am presented by Pirelli, Andy Lally. And Andy, we have some breaking news at the beginning of the day here. Our pole sitter, Brent Crew's not going to be racing with us today.
Good news, though, Boris said, legendary Boris said, his son was racing in the TA2 race yesterday. He's filling in. He'll be in the 2-car, starting shotgun on the field. So that's going to be quite a challenge for Boris. I spoke to him this morning. He's up for it. This is his home state. He loves this track. Has obviously raced Trans Am here before. So looking forward to a good show. That'll be, front end of the grid to the back end of the grid is going to be pretty wild.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see the Hall of Famer back behind the wheel, Boris said. It has been a thrilling weekend of racing here already. We also had a great event just a week ago at Sonoma Raceway where we had some issues with some cars. Adam Andretti's car and David Pinteric's car coming together. Both of those cars destroyed, but they're both racing with us today.
Yeah, pretty wild here. We've obviously there's been a lot of drama in this class last week at Sonoma. It was amazing. We had great battles here, a tight points battle here, quite mixed up from what we might think it would be at this point in the season, but looking forward to another hard race here today.
You know, we kicked the season off at Sebring Raceway, and of course there's so much history with that venue. That's where Trans Am started. But then Laguna Seca opened up in 1969, and when it did, Trans Am was here. The Trans Am Series first raced at Laguna Seca back in 1969 during the golden era of muscle cars and factory-backed race teams. Legendary drivers such as Parnelli Jones and Dan Gurney competed in Trans Am events at Laguna Seca during the late 60s and early 70s, with the late great Mark Donohue winning that very first race here in a Penske Hilton Sunoco-backed Camaro. The early Trans Am races were run on Laguna Seca's original 1.9-mile configuration before the track was lengthened to 2.2 miles in 1988 so that the track could host the 500cc Grand Prix Motorcycle World Championship. After a hiatus, the Trans Am Series returned to Laguna Seca in 1983, coinciding with a resurgence of interest in the series. Laguna Seca has hosted modern Trans Am races including Trans Am, TA2, and GT classes as part of the West Coast Championship. In the 2010s, Laguna Seca became a staple of Trans Am's push to expand its presence on the West Coast, drawing local and national drivers. The track has also often hosted the historic Trans Am Exhibition Series during events like the famed Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion, showcasing original cars that raced in the series during the 1960s and 70s. The most famous corner at Laguna Seca is the legendary Corkscrew. Turns 8 and 8A at the highest point on the racetrack, coming up to a blind left-hand corner, the track suddenly almost makes a 90-degree turn to the left and then drops 4 stories down an elevator shaft to the bottom right-hander called Turn 8A. You then shoot across a short straightaway to the famed rainy curve at Turn 9. What a circuit, huh, Andy?
This place is amazing. I've been fortunate to be coming here for almost 30 years now. Wild races, incredible track. You know, we talk about the Corkscrew a lot because that's the picture. That's the hot spot. That's where your stomach drops out from underneath you. But really, it's the corner after that for me. Turn 9, that super fast downhill left-hander. That's the racer's corner right there.
Yep, Turn 9, named after the legendary Wayne Rainey, 3-time 500cc Grand Prix world champion, who lives just across the hills on the other side of 68. That corner named after Wayne. What a corner it is. Tommy Dracy's ready to go in his trench shoring Camaro, as are we when we come back live on Speed Sport 1.
Up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca here in the Monterey Bay Peninsula area as we get ready to go racing with Trans Am presented by Pirelli. And boy, you can feel the energy and the intensity ratcheting up quickly as we get ready to fire up these 900 horsepower machines and go racing at Laguna. So let's go trackside, get things underway. Here's the third member of our broadcast team. Here's Ben Sissel.
Well, thank you very much, Ralph. I'm here at the grid, here in the TA class with TA Cup, XGT, SGT, and GT. I'm looking around. I'm not seeing a lot of drivers right now, but we'll walk back through, come back to the back, move our way up to the front, make some fun of this. But I've got Paul Menard here In the number 3, next to him is Chris Dyson. These two were battling it out all year long last season for the championship. Paul Menard came out on top. New livery this season with the Pittsburgh Paints and Stains, the Premier, but he's with 3GT Racing. Very fast. Well, here's Paul Menard right here. Let's talk to Paul by the car. Here we go. So we've got some Paul Menard fans here. Oh, the family's here. I love it. So at Laguna Seca, and I know that this is a track you don't have a lot of experience. So did you get to go out in the Paul Menard stock car or only the TA car?
Now, the schedule didn't work out to go out in the other car. So it kind of came in, obviously woke up Saturday morning with rain on the track. Just ran the whole session, tried to learn the lines and all that, and went off into qualifying. The car felt pretty good. Made a couple changes overnight, but cool track, a lot of fun. I've never been to Laguna before. The Corkscrew is always a bucket list item for me, so we're running that now. Feeling good about everything going on today with Chris and I up front here again. It's going to be a battle.
Nice. Yeah, look at that. Dyson and Menard up front. I love it. But the family's here, right? So we got to talk to Remy because she always gives us good content. Remy, you got to talk to me because what you said at Winter Circle at Sebring was amazing. I missed you guys, Bo and Remy, at Sonoma, but we're at Laguna Seca. Your dad doesn't have a lot of experience here, but he's up front. What are you expecting from this race?
I don't know. He's probably going to win.
All right, he's probably going to win. Bo, what are you thinking?
Well, he's probably going to win.
Any advice?
Don't crash. Don't crash and stay positive.
Don't crash, stay positive, Paul. I hope you heard that. You good with that? That's pretty good racing advice, right?
Good advice. I'm not good at that very often, so I'm going to listen to them and take that to heart.
I love it. I love it. So driving coaches there. We can add that to the resume. So we come back here, and if you tuned in last week, we had a pretty bad collision between David Pinteric and Adam Andretti. I happened to be at Adam Andretti's pit when that happened with Burton Racing. Stevie Dix and Dyson Racing kept coming up to him. Don't worry about it. Whatever you need, we can put you up in a shop at Greg Pickett's shop. We're going to help you out. Well, they worked out something. So Masood, who made Masood, who's usually in this car, Dyson teammate, wasn't able to come out. They reached out to Adam Andretti. They've made a deal. So competitors are now teammates, but still competitors. And that is going to be really cool to see. So they even put Topliner on the side of the car for Adam Andretti so you can keep his sponsorship and Burton Racing happy. So Dyson, you guys, thank you so much for doing that. That's going to make for some interesting storylines here. Then we come over here, Tommy Dreesy with Trent Shoring. Doing really well. It was third on the podium at Sonoma. Tommy Dreesy is hungry for the top step. I'm seeing something different in the preparation and the mental game that Tommy Dreesy's playing, and I think we're going to see him. Then we were talking about David Pinteric and all the hustle that it takes. So David Pinteric, same thing, was in that off with Adam Andretti at turn 10. But the winning spirit, so he was on the podium with us at Road Atlanta just a few weeks ago, stepped off the podium and he said, I guess now I got to come to California. You're out here, but I love the hustle because obviously from the off at Sonoma, you weren't going to get that car ready. So how did you do this?
Well, when it happened, a number of people had reached out to our team to help us out. And I took the red eye home to Cleveland. And when I got home and opened the phone, there was dozens of texts with solutions. And Tony Ave and I are best friends, and he offered me his car, and I had to say yes, and he was here on Wednesday, ready to go, and the guys worked the trash to get it ready to go, and here we are.
You seem a little bit somber, though, man. You got to get up. We're about to be racing. You're at Laguna Seca.
It's all focus. It's all focus.
All focus. Game face. Not somber, but game face, right? Well, Pinteric, thank you so much for the hustle. Love having you out here. Beautiful car. We've seen Gar Robinson in this car. We've seen Brent Cruz in this car. And now David Pinteric. Now we got to come over here to Cole. So we go to the TA Cup class. Where is Cole? Here he is, coming over here in this cowboy hat. He was with us in the TA2 series, but running TA Cup. But I have to brag on him. He's super fast. I believe you've hit now the fastest speed in a TA Cup car under the bridge, fastest laps. I think you broke the TA Cup record here. So how does that feel?
Oh, man, I'm so excited. This is one of the funnest weekends I've ever had. So just thanks to my dad, thanks to Chris Evans, Jeff Jefferson. Hopefully we put on a great show today.
Nice. I love it. And we had some questions. These TA Cup cars, what I'd say is kind of like a really great marriage between a TA GT1 car and a TA2 car. They're on TA2 bodies, but they can do some things with the aero. The engines are more like TA class cars, but they're a little bit restricted. How do you describe them?
Yeah, it's just a beefed up TA2 car. Everything's more extreme, a lot more power, a lot more downforce, more tire. It gets your attention really fast. So it took me a few sessions for sure to get up to speed, but I'm just excited, man. This is a blast.
I love it. And then his dad is also going to be running out there. So we've got two Moores out there, Andy and Ralph. That's going to get kind of confusing, but Cole very fast in this car. His dad, where is his dad? I don't see his dad out here. But we've got Derek Thorne. Derek, wait, first we got to show this. You got to show the jacket. Look at these jackets that they had made with Chris Evans Inc., The Road to Glory, the TV show. You're out here in this beautiful power grade red Mustang. How does it feel?
It's a blast. I'm coming from a circle track background, so it's been interesting to get used to these cars, but it's a blast to drive. You know, the tires, the motors, these things are just they're in the racetrack, and they're awesome to be behind the wheel of.
I love it. But you're out here with some more circle track guys, with John Moore, you know, kind of a legend in that. So you're not like a fish out of water with that.
No, we're not. You know, John used to be teammates with John and Cole, so it's cool to be here to see the circle track presence of this track and to be here around Laguna Seca. It's such a historic place, and to be here with Chris Evans and Jeff Jefferson and these guys here in the TA Cup class. Looking forward to putting on a show for the fans.
I love it. Well, good luck out there. Derek Thorne in the beautiful 08 with the Power Grade Inc. Now we'll come over here. Ken Sutherland, who had kind of a crazy race at Sonoma, thought he was doing everything right. Perfect gentleman race car driver. You thought you were letting lap traffic by. You were in your own race, and then it turns out they were on the lap with you. So now you've got some fighting to do to get back on the top, huh?
Yeah, for sure. We won't make that mistake again. We didn't know what the rule was right there, and we thought we were just going to let those guys go by to avoid contact, knowing they would be desperate to get their lap back. And so now we won't make that mistake again.
You've been running with us in the TA2 series for many years, but now you're in TA Cup, the lone Mopar. But I've always loved the Dodge bodies of these things. And this class is growing, and I know you've raced everything, but how do you describe TA Cup?
Well, it's like TA2 on steroids. A lot more power, it's more grip, more brakes. It's a great car to drive. Jeff Jefferson, Jerry Pitts, and these guys have done just an awesome job of making these cars handle, and very, very equal, and so super happy to be driving one.
I love it. Well, there you go. TA2 car on steroids. That's a pretty good description. Absolutely love it. Love the Dodge Challenger with Kahlberg Racing. Then we come over here. We've got Jim Guthrie here. I'm gonna talk to Jim, but two-time Trans Am champion Amy Ruman with the Valley Automotive Chevy Network dealers, the McNichols Metals Service Centers. This beautiful red Corvette. Ralph, I know you love the Corvettes, but Amy, back at Laguna Seca, this has been a pretty crazy 10, 11 days here, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's not a lot of track time. We came to California to see the sun, and finally it came out a little bit today. We've had a lot of rain and not a lot of track time. So we had a good session yesterday. Just needed about 5 more laps to dial it in. But I think we're going to move up today. We should have a good race.
Yeah, what happened, we had a limited schedule. So usually they get 2 or 3 practices, then a qualifying. But you got a short practice, qualifying, and now we're racing.
Yeah, practice rained yesterday morning, so we didn't go out at all. So the first time we were on the track was in qualifying. And so, I haven't been here in a couple, 3 years. So just like I said, a little bit slow on the uptick, but we'll be good today.
How about that, Amy Ruman, two-time Trans Am champion. Thank you so much. Now we come over here, Jim Guthrie, the winner of the Sonoma race and TA Cup. Has tons of experience in IndyCar, won at Phoenix in IndyCar, But something about these cars, Jim, because I know you're also a TA2 competitor, seems like this suits you very well.
I think it's the tire, actually. It's a lot more responsive, a lot more lateral grip, and gosh, back in the 80s, I drove an old Jack Roush car, and it reminds me of the go-kart on steroids. I mean, it is a fun car to drive.
So what would be the main huge differences coming out of your TA2 into a TA Cup? What are some of the things that somebody that doesn't know anything like I do, what would be the big differences?
Lateral grip and brakes. This thing has huge brakes compared to a TA2 car. So, and of course the tires are wider in the front and the rear. They're a square set, so they're the same size. So yeah, I'd say the tires and the brakes are a big difference.
I love it. I love it. Now I got to give you a hard time. You know I like my awkward questions. The presentation of Guthrie's Garage in your TA2, you've always got the best looking cars, the best paint jobs. I know this was kind of last minute, but are we going to see a Guthrie's Garage on this finish sometime this season?
Maybe. We'll see what the boss says about that.
I love it. Yeah, he always has the most beautiful cars. Paint shop, PPG, one of your big supporters, is that right?
Absolutely. PPG is awesome for us. Thank you.
Well, there you go. Jim Guthrie, Guthrie's Garage. They build some beautiful, beautiful cars. Michelle Nagai, man, we got to talk to Michelle. She's praying right now with Bill Knox. So we're going to come over here. Franklin Road Apparel, Ken Twaits, our Chevy. So we've got the big three represented in TA Cup. We've got the Challenger, Ken Sutherland. We've got a lot of Mustangs, but we've got our two Chevys back here. Ken, how's it feel?
Well, we like to give those Fords and Mustangs and the Dodge a head start because we're Chevys. So we'll be up there here in a minute.
I love it. I love it. So you've run everything. We were talking about this at Sonoma. The only podium he hasn't been on is Trans Am GT with your podium there at Sonoma. How do you describe these things?
These TA Cup cars are awesome. They're like a TA car, a little less brutal, but they're fast, man, and they race good. All this group, these drivers are really, really fast and good, know what they're doing, so they're fun to race with.
Love it. Well, Ken Twaits, have some fun out there. Let's come talk to Michelle Nagai, who was just on fire at Sonoma with us last weekend. Michelle, also from TA and TA2, and I kind of feel like Goldilocks, like it's just right here in TA Cup. Is that what's going on?
That's what's going on, for sure. It's just right here in TA Cup.
And how do you describe this thing?
It's got the big fat tires. It's got a decent amount of horsepower. We could always use more. Everybody wants more horsepower. But until then, it's a maneuverable car. It's fast, and we're pretty good with it. Nice. Yeah. So we got Nate Motorsports. Tony Caputo put an unbelievable setup on it for Sonoma. We didn't get to test here. Missed our practice. Weren't so hot in qualifying, but I think we can redeem ourselves in the race. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a 100-mile sprint race, which seems kind of counterintuitive to say 100-mile sprint race. But everybody's kind of on the same line in the fact that they didn't get a lot of practice, didn't get great qualifying. But it's kind of a long race, so if you make it through the first lap, usually you could start to kind of spread out, let it come to you, and then you start making the passes.
Yes, absolutely. It's a long race, let's face it. 75 minutes, like you said. It takes a while to get through traffic. It takes a while. You hit the lappers. You got to be patient and just keep it on the track. It's quicksand out there if you don't.
Nice. I love it.
Yeah.
Well, Michelle Nagai going to be running out there. Then we're coming back here to some of the GT classes. We've got SGT. We've got GT, we've got XGT, a little bit of everything. Josh Carlson, all the way from the Iowa area, in this Enceva, the reliable, flexible, powerful. We had dinner the other night, though. I just want to point out, he's a DoorDasher. So DoorDash, if you're watching, you need to be on this car. You have a professional race car driver here as a DoorDasher when he's home. So don't you think that's a good idea, Josh?
I think so. I mean, I don't have anybody complain that their food shows up late with DoorDash, so I guess my racing is definitely translating to my door dashing. So,
I love it. And your rating is good?
Yeah, it's a 4.9, so the customer's supposed to be pretty happy with me. So,
nice. I love it. Well, he's out here in this beautiful SGT. How are you liking Laguna Seca so far?
I like it. It's definitely a challenging track. Going down the Corkscrew is definitely really fun. That 3-story drop is definitely gets those feelings in your stomach. So I've had a lot of fun around here.
Nice. I love it. Josh Carlson out here in the front in the GT classes with last year's champion, Chris Coffey, with the family, out here in this beautiful traffic graphics Maserati. How's it feel to be at Laguna Seca?
Oh, I was looking forward to sunny California, and it hadn't quite been sunny yet, but the sun's starting to come out, and I'm really looking forward to running this track. We only have, I think 10 laps on the track, so we're still learning, but I think we're fast, and it's going to be fun.
Nice. I love it. Chris Coffey out there in GT. Let's come back here and talk to Coos. This is only his third start in Trans Am and was running really well at Sonoma until he was basically taken out. I'm surprised you guys really did a lot of hustling to get back out here representing the Porsche Cup cars. How is Laguna Seca?
It's definitely one of my favorite tracks. This is considered my home track. I have a lot of laps on here. I haven't actually raced here since we got the new rubber on the exits, so I'm still kind of getting used to that. You can go and track out, and it's pretty amazing. I'm happy to have at least a couple competitors here. I've got Rudy, who kicks ass down here in his Grand Prix car. I've got Josh, who's faster than, bat out of Hades in the Ford Mustang. So my goal is to just kind of run between those two guys and try to keep it tight in second place. And also happy to have some Italians. But I am the only German today, so we're trying to get more German cars out here. That's the goal.
I love it. I love it. And we know there's a bunch of these Porsche Cup cars around. So we need to do that. Exactly. We've got Chris Evans here, the builder with Jefferson Racing of these beautiful TA Cup cars. Cole's dad, John Moore, back here. And John, I'm just going to fully insult you. I was expecting you to be way more up front. What's going on?
Yeah, we had a little failure with our power plant, but we're all good now. We're all good. We laid down a motor and on the outlap, basically a qualifying, and I got it to pit lane. I hustled back to the trailer. I looked at my phone. I'm like, Seymour P1. That cushioned the blow quite a bit.
Nice. I love it. Well, now, last lap, side by side into some of these corners. Do you trust going side by side with Cole Moore into some of these corners here?
Oh, I don't mind buying stickers.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Cowboy John Moore just telling us like it is. So Rudy Revac back here in this beautiful singular car, but I've got to come back. So Pancho Weaver back at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca with Boris Said, who stood on the podium with you here just a couple years ago in this very car. Boris, your son was out there in TA2 yesterday, and you thought, that looks like too much fun. I got to go give this a try again.
Well, I was actually all the way back home in San Diego when Pancho called. So
what are you doing? Get back in the plane. Let's go.
I said, so do I get any practice? He goes, no. But, we got a really cool car to drive. I've been racing with Pancho for 25 years. This is year 39 for me racing. So we got great people, John Cloud, Steal It, and Householders, a really cool off-road team. So the chances of me running at the front today are pretty slim. I mean, I haven't been in a car in a year. And these cars are beasts, they're almost 900 horsepower. And to get on that 1010, you need a little bit of time. So I'm hoping the yellows fall right. The first half of the race, I can just get used to it, know what gears, where to brake, and then, maybe a miracle will happen, and I'll be competitive in the second half.
I love it. I love it. Now, wait, what are we seeing here? Oh, you changed your name legally? Is that what's going on here?
No, Pancho said you got to call a spade. So it's two old guys and a young kid running this team. So, yeah, I am the old dude, but I'm going to have a blast today no matter what.
Nice. I love it. Well, good luck out there. Now, the good news is pretty much everybody in this field has had very little practice on the track and, qualifying. So, you're even. So let's walk back up through here to the front as we go up to deliver the invocation. But as I walk up to the front, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth, guys.
Old dude over the door for Boris.
Hey, I did an Xfinity race against Boris a few years ago, and I was really psyched when he entered the race. I didn't know he was going to enter the race because at the moment I was the oldest guy in there, and I got to tease him that I got knocked off the top there. But have no fear, everybody. Boris is still Boris. He's still on the gas and going to be on it. And I think if he gets lucky and can catch a yellow midway here and kind of re-rack once he's come through the field, it's going to be an interesting show.
He only knows one way to go, right? Hammer down.
Exactly. That's Boris all day.
It's going to be fun to watch, and we're going to fire the engines here in just a minute. So stay right where you are, live here on Speed Sport 1. Trans Am, presented by Pirelli, coming up.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Well, there it is. Mission Foods Corkscrew, the most famous photo location at this racetrack and maybe any racetrack in the world when you think about it. Well, Cinco de Mayo is tomorrow, so we're celebrating a little bit early here at Laguna Seca. Of course, may the 4th be with you, Andy.
Thank you. I was just going to mention that to my Star Wars fans out there.
Well, the Trans Am Series, I mean, it's going to rock the Monterey Bay here when they fire these 900 horsepower engines up. They are a blast to drive if you're a racer and a thrill to watch if you're a race fan. So we stopped by to talk with the reigning champ Paul Menard and, of course, Adam Andretti, who led the points early this season, to find out what makes a Trans Am car so cool.
So I ran my first TA race in, I think it was like 2002 or 2003. So a long time ago, ran probably 5 or 6 races with Mike Davis and ACS Express, teammates with Boris Said, and then life turned course and did more oval racing for a career, made a career out of it. But I always loved the TA cars. I grew up road racing in go-karts. Again, started when I was 8 years old, and I didn't run my first oval until I was, I think, 16. So, you know, my background, my first love was road racing, and this is just, you know, we always hear about how cool the cars are. That's no joke. I mean, they're 900 horsepower, no gimmicks, no ABS, no traction control, just raw stock car with wings and, you know, some cool aero effects and good looking cars.
The cars are the most, that's what I don't understand, like why we don't have 50 of them every week, because it's the most exciting race car to drive. If you love driving a race car, you are missing out by not driving a Trans Am car. It's as plain as that. And every driver that's ever sat behind the wheel of one will tell you the same thing. And I don't get how these people will spend 10 times the money to go run a GT3 car. I guess they don't want to drive a real race car, because you could throw a license plate on those things and they could drive them to the grocery store. Because in all reality, that to me is not pure. When you're sitting in a car that's raw and just feeds you energy all the time, and you don't turn a dial for an air conditioner switch, and you don't pound the brake pedal and feel ABS, and you don't pound the gas pedal and feel traction control. There's something amazing about that. I mean, that's why everyone in the world should have ever gotten to become a driver. That's why when you're growing up, you want to be a driver, is because you grew up watching people do that. And then all of a sudden, that seems to be disappearing. And I don't want that to disappear. I want it to gain that exposure. So I don't mean to pick on any GT3 people out there, but come on. Come Trans Am racing. It's more fun.
Well, Andy, I don't know if you, as new president of Trans Am presented by Pirelli, need a car salesman, but I think I know your guy if you do.
It's you know, and somebody fresh out of 20 years of GT3 racing.
Yeah.
I share his sentiment. I mean, it's the reason I'm here. That the TA and the TA2 classes are extraordinary fun, and you just can't beat it. You know, it is the ultimate. You know, it sounds cheesy, but it is the ultimate driving experience. You've just got so much horsepower putting to the ground. There's not another series where we have cars with this much horsepower on road courses, even on ovals. I mean, we've cranked it up, we've cranked the downforce in it, and we've taken away all the technology of the driver aids. And so it is all driver here, which is probably why we don't get that highest subscription, because maybe we brag about it so much that we're scaring guys off. But these are amazing cars. When you get drivers like Chris Dyson, like Paul Menard at the front of this field, and every one of them behind them, you know, they're going to tell you the same thing over and over again. Adam Andretti's an amazing commercial for Trans Am, but he's telling the truth. He's not making this up.
Yeah, these guys put on a fantastic show a weekend ago in Sonoma, and we're going to have a barn burner here today. Ben, we've talked enough about 900 horsepower. I want to hear some.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was unbelievable. We had the folkloreo dancers who are going to join us here in a little bit. But right now we're going to start with our invocation. I'll have Blaine Bowers come over here, and we'll kind of rotate here. But the Reverend Blaine Bowers to deliver the invocation. Blaine, you're looking good, man. Thanks for coming back here. Love having you here at Laguna Seca. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. If everyone could bow their heads in reverence to the Lord right now. Heavenly Father, we come before you, and we give you thanks this beautiful day that you have given us. I would like to ask, Lord, that you would bring safety to all of the drivers, the vehicles, and to all of the staff here at Laguna Seca this day. And I ask that your purposes and that your favor would rest upon us, and that you would help us to follow in the steps that you have laid for us. We give you thanks this beautiful day. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Blaine. Great to see you again. Have fun for the race. So we've got to come around here because we got to get a great shot of this. Unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Defense Foreign Language Institute, the Presidio of Monterey Color Guard. Unbelievable. And then to deliver the national anthem. And she has to have 2 mics. So Angela Hughes, you did such a fantastic job yesterday. Take it away, please.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, when we come back, we will have the command to fire up the engines. But first, we want to show you what it's like to get around Laguna Seca. The man to do it is sitting to my left. Here's Andy Lally, who took us for a tour earlier in the weekend.
All right, we are pulling out of pit lane onto the world-famous WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. You actually exit pit lane exiting turn 2. You skip the inside of turn 1 and 2 as you come through, and you are immediately right onto the race line as you enter 3. This is one of the coolest looking tracks visually on the planet with some really exciting moments. You know, people talk about how amazing the Corkscrew is, but in reality, it's the corner after it that's one of the most thrilling corners out here. Getting ready to start a lap at Laguna Seca here. It's a bit of an uphill climb out of the last corner to the start-finish line, and there is a slight kink around the corner that these Trans Am cars are going to be going well over 150 miles an hour as they crest the hill, get light right here. We can see we're parallel with the pit lane exit here. Coming into turn 1 here, we're approaching our Mission Foods turn 2. We're just going to apex the inside here, but get it to the outside and straighten up as much as we can. There's huge load on the right front tire as you're coming in here, and very easy to lock up that inside left front tire. This is a double apex turn 2, where we're going to bring it down, release that brake, let it rotate, pause, patience, patience, patience. Let the nose point so we can get the power one time, uninterrupted throttle. We tag that second apex, get on the power, and come out of the corner as quick as we can here. Hustle it back hard to the left side for turn 3. Just get the platform straight, light brake, turn it in early again, finding the backside of this curb. This is one of those corners where you get in early and then you try to hold the bottom for that extra car and a half. As we approach turn 4, it's very, very similar to 3, but just 20 miles an hour faster. We've got a quick approach, early turn in, hold the apex for a car and a half, let it all the way out. Treacherous exit here if you get it wrong. Really easy to snap hook it back to the inside and try to stay off that tire wall. Exit, straighten up, grab a gear, and we're heading up to turn 6. Probably one of the most challenging corners on this track. We've got some pretty basic markers here. My reference is usually the bridge in almost anything we're in. You up the hill, dip, compress, get back on that power, and fly out of what is probably just under a 90-degree corner. Again, you're swinging it back over to the left side as we prepare for the corkscrew. We want to straddle these curbs and straighten out our brake zone as much as possible. We're in the middle of our downshifts in the brakes. We're cresting a hill. The inside left front's going to get tight, and we turn in a huge amount of steering. Quick left, pause, quick right, drop 2-3 stories down the hill. Exiting, we get a lot of grip under compression as we exit the corkscrew, bring it back to the right, and now here's the most challenging corner on the course. Turn 9 at Laguna Seca. Early in, pick up some compression and some camber, get to power, bring it out. Again, hustle it back to the left. Your wheel's barely ever straight here. Just for a millisecond, you get the platform sorted out, and you turn into a downhill entry, turn 10. Bring it back over to the right again. Hard on the brakes just before the 3 marker. We're straightening it out. We know we've got a little dip and a little bit too much bump at the apex of 11, so we're going to wait, compress, get on that power, and use all this extra run out here to finish this lap and come up to our start-finish line again. And that's a lap at the amazing Laguna Seca Raceway.
Well done, Andy.
I watch that. I hate it every time. But it's fun to do. It's fun hanging with the guys. We were in a pickup truck there, so we had to get 2 different cameramen in it, and it was fun to make.
Well, the information was great, and the command will be wonderful too. Ben, take it away.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the beautiful folkloreo dancers. They put on such a great display for us this weekend. Have you guys had fun here?
Yes.
Now, I was trying to ask you some questions. How do you describe the dancing that you're doing?
I'd say it's more like traditional Mexican dance. We honor things such as culture, history. Yeah.
Yeah, I just like to represent my community, where my parents are from, while also giving an audience a show.
Nice, I love it. And with this being the Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour, the owner, CEO of Mission Foods was here to do the start command yesterday. You saw how it was done. Now, he told us to eat more Mission chips and tacos. You guys will give the most famous words in motorsports, the folkloreo dancers here, just local. I love it. Are you guys ready to deliver? All right, here we go. Folkloreo dancers, you put on a great show the day before Cinco de Mayo. Deliver the most famous words in motorsports. Take it away.
Drivers, start your engines!
What a sound. 900 horsepower American V8s rumbling to life. as we get ready for round 4 of the Trans Am presented by Pirelli Championship for 2025. Green flag on Speed Sport 1 after this.
Yes. Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Good look at Fisherman's Wharf down along the Monterey Bay. Cannery Road, just a mile or so away from there. Some of the famous scenes if you come to visit the Monterey Bay Peninsula area. But you have to come by and check out WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. At Sebring, we kicked things off just like we did back in 1966. And this one was a thriller with Brent Cruz getting around Paul Menard to take the lead here. And Andy, it looked at that point like Cruz might be the guy.
It looked like it was smooth sailing, but Menard kept it up. We had a mechanical issue for the 70 car, a huge issue, a big crash for the 16, and that shook everything up. That puts Paul Menard back in the lead. Adam Andretti chasing.
Yep, this is where Cruz has his mechanicals. That was Chris Dyson crashing hard, missing the next race at Road Atlanta, but Paul Menard was able to hold off Adam Andretti and take the win with Amy Ruman, rounding out the podium. Then we went on to Road Atlanta. Cruz again at the front with Brabham driving in place of Chris Dyson, and Matt Brabham did a great job.
An absolute epic battle and a great show of sportsmanship between them because they were side by side for quite a long period of time. They were reeling in the leader. The leader ended up breaking here. We see Brent jumping over the wall. Sad they had some sort of driveline failure. Paul Menard also follows with a failure on the left front. That puts Adam and Brabham out front to duel it out again.
And at the checkers, Matt Brabham would take the win. Adam Andretti would take second, and the points lead rolling out of Road Atlanta. Then we went on to Sonoma, just north of here, a couple hours. Last weekend, wet weather challenge there as well that weekend. But up front, Paul Menard showing the way.
This was a classic Paul Menard, Chris Dyson battle that reignited from 2024. They obviously had different setups on the car. Dyson really kind of had a great battle also with Andretti and Cruz here. We had Menard that really took off, and then Chris was really reeling him back in there.
Yep. Cruz had mechanical issues, had to visit pit lane. And then the big crash between Andretti and Pinteric. Fortunately, both drivers able to walk away from this one.
Watch the height on Pentarek.
Unbelievable. Looked like a video game. And a testament to the safety innovations put into these Trans Am cars that both drivers able to walk away. And then the checkered flag fell. Paul Menard taking the win.
That was enough to put Paul Menard back on top of the points championship as well.
Yep. Tommy Dreese with a good day as well as he finished up on the podium. Menard taking the win and the points lead. Dyson comes back to get onto the podium as well. And now we're ready to go with round 4 of the championship for this year here at Laguna Seca. And this racetrack, Andy, you already gave us a tour from behind the wheel, but let's take a look at it with our graphics here as we take you around WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. At the start, you're automatically going uphill, cresting at turn 1, then setting up for Mission Foods turn 2, the famed Andretti hairpin.
Very tricky corner here. As these tires wear out, putting power down out of turn 2 is going to be your big challenge.
Through 3 and 4 through the infield setup for Cube 3 architecture turn 5, and then 6 heads you up the Rahal straightaway.
Faster and faster as we keep going through 3, 4, 5, and 6 progressively up to the most famous corner in auto racing, the Mission Foods Corkscrew.
Then it's all downhill. 4-story drop from the top of 8 all the way down through Rainy at turn 9 through turn 10. Only corner with some banking really here. And then you come to Summit Racing Equipment, turn 11. That's the end of the drop from the top of the Corkscrew. It's literally all downhill to there, and then you begin another lap. What a circuit.
Incredible place here. We can see on the onboard here, cars are coming up to the top of the Corkscrew.
Riding along with Tommy Dreese and his trench shoring Motul-backed Camaro, number 8. Here's a look at our starting lineup. And we're getting ready to go to green. The lights are off on the Janetta safety car. They'll head for pit lane, and it'll be Dyson and Menard leading them off of 11 and getting this race underway. 100-mile sprint. Dyson on the inside of the Jim Weed Mustang. On the outside, the Pittsburgh Paints and Stains Ford Mustang of Paul Menard, the points leader. The multi-time champ Dyson alongside. And here we go, we're green in Laguna. Side by side, over the hill, headed to through 1, down to turn 2. Mission Foods turn 2, who's going to come out with the lead? Menard making some moves on the outside, squeezing Dyson down. Can he hold him going to 3? They make contact coming out of 2. Menard will take the lead going into 3 by a nose, and Dyson has to slide back to 2nd. Great racing early on, Andy.
Picking it up right where they left off at Sonoma, side by side again for the lead. These two obviously trying to stake a claim at that clean air in the front, but Tommy Dreese right there.
Yeah,
looking
and
again.
Andretti right behind him, and then Pentarek. But how difficult was it for Menard to make that pass on the outside on that opening lap?
That was gutsy. It took 2 to make that happen. Chris could have easily shoved him a little bit wide, tried to make a claim to that real estate on the exit, but again, these two have been racing so well and so clean together. Doesn't surprise me they're able to do that.
Down the elevator shaft of the Corkscrew and headed downhill now. As Andy pointed out, speed picking up through the corners, down through 10. Now the big braking challenge at 11. If Dyson's going to counter, this is the spot. Summit Racing Equipment, turn number 11.
This is impressive on Menard. You know, if you weren't paying attention in the pre-race interviews, this is his first time racing at Laguna Seca here. Obviously, Chris has won here many times. The fourth most wins in Trans Am history for Chris Dyson. To have a guy like that on your tail the first time you're at Laguna Seca, definitely a challenge, definitely keeping the lead here a little bit tougher.
Especially since there's no place to catch your breath or calm your nerves.
Yeah, your steering wheel's barely ever straight here. You're going and going here. I think we're seeing Paul with a little bit understeer here because he missed 3 and he missed 4 by a tiny little bit. Still doing a good job here. Chris staying in tow. Chris, again, like we saw at Sonoma, kind of chill for the first bit. Probably knows he's going to wear off his tires here. More here than even at Sonoma. We've got some sun on the track today, probably the most track temp that we've had all weekend. And these guys got to take care of that right rear. You're going to come off a lot of fast right-hand corners here. Both of these rear tires, but for sure, they're taking care of their Pirellis at the start of this race.
Chris has a lot of experience here in a wide variety of race cars and has had great amount of success here as well as they come back down out of the hillside. Tracy and Andretti, Pinteric right there, and then we get into our TA Cup cars. Looks like Sutherland just in front of Moore.
Sutherland taking the lead from Moore at the start here. These TA Cup cars, we've got 8 of them here. Every week we see this class growing. Having them here at our national event is incredible here. The 85 and Moore here, 99. He ran in our TA2 race yesterday, did an amazing job, excellent job, had a great run through the field. It's tough to pull off doing the double here when you're doing the TA2 car and the TA Cup car. Again, Dyson kind of just riding. I mean, I know he's pushing. I know he's at least 99% here. Just leaving enough on the table to maybe learn from Paul where his weaknesses are. Maybe he might not be learning a line from Paul. Here's Boris coming through the pack.
The old dude.
Yes, the old dude.
The old dude charging up through the field.
Self-proclaimed, working by Michelle right there.
Yeah, it goes by the Nagy car.
Boris has had 0 laps in this car for a year. Not just this weekend, for a year. So he's smart here, probably banking on a yellow at some point. If he can basically use the first half of this race as a practice session, get reacclimated with the car. This is a tough car to get reacclimated with on a track that doesn't have a lot of forgiveness offline a little bit. So he's going back through his marks, finding his way through the corkscrew there, and as he gets through the other classes here and can get to the tail end of the TA field, I know he's going to be hoping for a yellow so they can re-rack him, send it again.
He's already passed, what, 3 or 4, maybe 5 cars just to get to where he is. So he's coming to grips with this car pretty quick.
Yeah, and every car that he gets to is going to be a little trickier to get past. He's in the thick of the TA Cup field now and moving on up. But each one of these guys, obviously a little bit faster, he has to take a little bit more risk to get by.
Actually, he's passed much more than that.
Oh, yeah, he's halfway through the field already.
Yeah, he is. Oh, and one car done, it looks like the 92.
That's Chris Evans.
Yep, Chris Evans.
He's been the heart of this TA Cup field.
The driver out of, let's see, where's Chris?
He's out of California.
He's out of Powell Butte, Oregon, it
Oh,
says.
sorry. Yeah, I knew it was the West Coast. It's the
Central
same thing to me, though.
Welding Supply, Pinnacle Alloys, Ford Mustang.
He is in charge and basically been a lot of the force behind these TA Cup cars. I think they're a great class. I'd love to see this class go. Obviously, the car was rolling there. Didn't look like it had any contact or anything. Maybe just a little mechanical. Maybe they can even fix it and get him back out there.
Here's a look on board with Tommy Treacy in his trench shoring Motul back entry, holding down 3rd on the podium a week ago at Sonoma. Tommy's trying to stay in the thick of this points chase. A couple of podiums back-to-back will do that for you.
He very much is. Set his fast lap on his last lap, and I think closed that gap a little bit. Paul Menard.
Yeah, taking a look at the points coming into this round, it's Menard in front of Adam Andretti, Amy Room and Tommy Dreesy, and Brent Cruz the top 5 with Pinteric and Dyson after that.
Boris, I got a text here from Scott Conway. He's our resident TA expert here. He told me Boris moved up 8 spots just on the first lap. Obviously still moving forward here. On board with Chris Dyson now coming through turn 6. That big dip, you can see it on the camera there. That's right when you get all that grip. He gets to full power and charges up the hill out of 6 to the corkscrew.
How do you hit 6? Because we've seen cars earlier in the weekend get through there and they're just offline a hair and that dip sends them flying off into the gravel.
So you're using the dip for compression and grip, but you have to understand that there's a repercussion coming out of that dip. So you're gonna for a millisecond there, you're going to get a ton of grip and you can go back to full power, but then you've got to be ready to come out to maybe 80% just on that exit and then back to it again. But the really good cars are turning well enough that they can get to get back to full power right at that dip and keep going. We'll see a little bit of modulation late in the tire run, maybe just jump to half throttle at that compression because we'll be a little bit out of grip. But these guys right now, probably for the first 10 laps, are getting to it. Another big shout out to our drone guy staying right off the tail of Tommy Dreese. Let's see if he can get under the bridge with the drone. Man, no other shots like this in auto racing. Great job here.
No, it's spectacular. And be able to stay that close to Dreese is an accomplishment in itself.
Exactly.
There's Amy Ruman right there and sandwiched in the middle here of this battle in TA Cup cars. Amy's got Guthrie in front of her and Thorne right behind her. And Derek Thorne, Andy, is a great oval track racer. He won the NASCAR K&N West Series Championship, and he's a winner of the famed Snowball Derby, which is the biggest race that takes place throughout the year for super late model racers anywhere in the country. That's at Pensacola, Florida in December, usually at Five Flags Speedway there. So those are some big wins. Derek Thorne, very accomplished racer.
And boy, there you could barely get any more different than going from the Snowball Derby to Laguna Seca. But that 08 looks really great. Reminds me of Bobby Dotter, one of my old Xfinity owners here. Great number, great heritage, and obviously Thorne's got some great experience here. Love to see that he's not afraid to open up his racing adventures and get to the road courses, especially here.
Yeah, and Derek, a West Coaster, comes out of Bakersfield, California. Well, there's something about the water in Bakersfield. Quite a few races coming out of there that are all pretty good. And Amy really putting the pressure on Guthrie now.
Amy had skipped the first practice session in the wet because they looked at the weather and said, it's going to be dry. This is pointless to do. So she went straight into qualifying with 0 laps on the track. And honestly, this is probably the cleanest she's had the track yet.
She better get going because the old dude's on his way. He's right behind them now. Boris has caught them. He's 11th overall and charging.
Rudy Revick here in the singular car. This is an awesome old ASA car. I love that he's out here giving it his all here. He runs with us in SVRA as well, and is always flat out and with it here.
You know, these ASA cars, when they built them, I was calling the series back then when they did that. The center sections were all the same. And then you could do what you wanted with the front and rear clips. There was a couple of companies you could, oh, Penteric is off at the Corkscrew, the Mission Foods Corkscrew. And Andy, that is a common problem up there. Guys will come in, it's so blind, come in there, get a little late on the brakes, and all you can do is go straight and off, and the tire barrier is there to keep you from ending up in Salinas.
Oh, man, just a bit too much on the brakes, it looks like. I hope he didn't have a mechanical issue or anything there. Not too big of a hit. He got it woed down just before, but man, once you're off track there, you're on marbles.
And that is going to bring out a double yellow because that is definitely a dangerous spot to leave David sitting in.
The leaders had just started to get to lap traffic here. One person I know is going to be a fan of this, unfortunate for David. Boris will be happy to re-rack it now. He'll restart this really near the tail of the middle of the TA Cup, but at least with the leaders overall in sight.
Yeah, he'll be able to see the leaders now at least.
Again, David had so much of an effort behind him this week. Tony Ave helping him out with the car, Riley helping him out with the setup and everything like that. The community rallied behind David. Had such a dramatic accident getting together in turn 10 at Sonoma. Unfortunately, this one nowhere near as dramatic. I'm sure he's completely fine in the car, but most likely an end to his day.
Chris Coffey on pit road here, the driver out of Murphy, Texas. Norwood Auto Italia Traffic Graphics Maserati MC GT4.
Chris had an upright at Sonoma. He had an issue with an upright at Sonoma. I'm not sure if this is going to be the same thing. Obviously, Chris, one of our most successful GT drivers in the Trans Am Series history. He is still cruising around in that car trying to figure out what's going on. The crew's going to pull him back. As we collect our field, we're under code 60. Let me explain the code 60 really quick, just so that we can get emergency services out to the drivers if they're in need quickly, we go to what we call code 60. So a screen that every single driver has on their dash flashes purple, flashes code 60, and these guys, when we go full course yellow, every car on the track, instead of packing up, goes to 60 miles an hour. That lets the safety get out there more comfortably, and they can attend to the driver right away. As we get everything sorted out, we release that code 60 while still under, and then we catch the field back up. So that's why you see these guys still spread out, still spaced out. It's for safety reasons.
And it's going to take them a minute to get David Pinteric's car out of the sand trap up there. So we'll take care of some business so we can show you a lot more green flag racing when we come back live from Laguna Seca on Speed Sport 1.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagarde, Miller, Lagarde.
Back at Laguna Seca here, still under yellow, gathering the field back up.
Did you get a chance to get down to Fisherman's Wharf from Cannery Road or anything, Andy?
I did, always do here. I love this portion of the country. I just like, I take a walk out on the wharf. I listen to the water puppies barking.
The sea lions.
It's fun to check out the different wildlife around here. You know, the trench out off of Monterey Bay is one of the deepest off the west coast here. That's why the whaling is so, whale watching is so neat here. For me personally though, Santa Cruz is 44 miles north of this racetrack. To the button, gets me one of my favorite skate parks, one of my favorite places to hang out, and this is one of my favorite parts of California.
Yeah, you and I both love Santa Cruz. Spent a lot of time there as a kid on the beach and boardwalk. Did you get 18 in at Pebble?
I did not. You know what? About 2 years ago, I had knee surgery. About 4 years ago, didn't play golf at all. Came back, found my swing was completely different. I think I threw my putter in the water last time I played. I gave up on my anything above a 7-iron, and now I just go play Top Golf every once in a while.
There you go.
Slice it all over the place.
Yeah, it's been a great West Coast swing. We're going to start heading back to the East Coast after this.
Lime Rock Park up next for us.
Yeah, coming up next for Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Boy, is that going to be a thriller too.
That is always, I call it the Bristol of road racing.
Yeah,
it is. It is just, you know, short track action. Not that we don't have enough action in both TA and TA2, TA Cup, and all of our GT fields, but Lime Rock turns it up all the way.
We sure had the action yesterday in TA2. A lot of plot twists there. Janetta safety car is off. Paul Menard looking for the green. Talk us through the restart process, Andy.
We're getting our tires up to temp. We're dragging the brake a little bit, and then we've got 2 cones here. Paul is getting ready to pull the trigger here. We run it a little bit later for Trans Am, and when we throw that green flag, which we've done right now, you can pass anywhere on the track. Paul's got a decent jump, a safe enough lead here to run his normal line without having to defend too much on Chris Dyson. Boris said making his way up, gets 2 spots straight away here, a 3rd spot right now, and he's well inside the top 10 if he can hold it on the outside of the 08 here, right behind the 62 as we're coming through turn 3.
Boris better be very careful, Andy, because if he keeps running like this, Poncho's going to call him and say, hey, what are you doing Lime Rock weekend?
He's going to make him fly all the way up to the East Coast here.
Yeah, I mean, Boris is wheeling it. He's got the elbows up and out for sure. And that bright neon yellow number 2 Weaver race cars, Poncho Weaver's machine, they are flying here.
I tell you, this shows off a little bit of what this TA Cup cars can do, because these Trans Am cars have tons of horsepower. The TA Cup cars, also Xfinity Motors, really moving up these hills, obviously, not giving up too much top speed to our Trans Am cars.
The Weaver Concepts Mobile One Back Dodge Challenger. Boris said out of Escondido, California.
Chris Dyson's turning up the pressure a little bit.
Member of the Hall of Fame now.
Absolutely he is.
Multiple Halls of Fame for Boris said. He's in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Hall of Fame. Inducted our first class at Sebring beginning of the year, and now he's also in the West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Fame.
Chris Dyson wanting to show a nose here.
Dyson looking inside. Not going to make the move yet, but boy, he's right there still filling up the mirrors, isn't he?
Boy, you know, it's a tricky one. Downhill there, as you're starting to turn, so much weight comes off that inside left front. Really easy to hang it up. You've got to be really good coming off of our Summit turn 11 there, or is that our Mission Chips? I got to get them all. Cube 3 Summit.
Summit is at 11, Mission Foods at 2, and up at the Corkscrew, and then Cube 3 over at 5 and 6, right here.
Again, I think Chris is really, like, he's going to poke that nose in just to get Paul looking in his mirrors a little bit, but I think there's not an intent here yet. You can tell Chris's style when he's on it, he's going to be a little more aggressive than this. Right now, they're both just feeling each other out. Paul is looking in the mirrors to see where Chris is stronger just as much as Chris is trying to feel out where Paul is weak and where he could potentially make his jump. Paul is trying to do that same exact thing, figure out how he has to either strengthen that portion of the track or back Chris up so that Chris doesn't have a chance to take a move in there.
Ken Thwaites has gone to the pit lane in the Franklin Road Chevrolet Camaro. The driver out of Brentwood, Tennessee, is no longer having any power. So his day is done.
That's a way to put it, I guess. Our Menard, Dyson, Dreesy are 1, 2, 3. Andretti in 4th in our TA series here. But Sutherland, Moore, and Guthrie, that's our 1, 2, 3 battle in TA Cup right now.
And Chris Dyson needs a really good run here today. He needs another step on the podium because those first 2 races didn't work out very well. A huge crash at Sebring, 2nd year in a row, taking him out at the season opener. And, of course, he was a little beat up, banged up, so he had to miss the Road Atlanta race. And then he just came back at Sonoma telling us that he had just pretty much gotten the clearance to get back in the car, put it up on the podium, did a great job there at Sonoma. Not an easy place to come back to. And now here he is at Laguna looking for more points.
We can see already they're getting a little bit slower off of 6, a little less aggressive getting onto that power, but still carrying a lot of speed.
Dyson just 0.3 of a second behind Menard, and a second further back is Tommy Dreesy in his trench shoring machine.
Tommy is seaming the rubber band here. He's not firing as quick as Paul and Chris, but we get 2 laps in, and he starts turning quicker laps.
Well, Tommy has a ton of laps here, not only in Trans Am, but in historic Trans Am. He's done a lot of races here, part of the Rolex Monterey Motorsports reunion weekend.
And of course, Tommy, West Coast based. I think he's out of LA or right around there. This is definitely one of his favorite places.
Yeah, he calls Los Angeles home. Of course, for Dyson, Lime Rock next round will be a home track for him.
That's right. Lime Rock Park, not too far from Poughkeepsie, New York. Hometown there. He's in Manhattan a lot. He's in Poughkeepsie a lot, but for sure I know he's going to have a ton of guests. The party's going to be going on for the Dyson crew at Lime Rock Park. They're going to be expecting only a win there. That's the only thing they're going to leave there satisfied with. And
don't forget, we race there on Saturday and Monday. So if you go looking for Trans Am on Sunday, enjoy the Indy 500 and the Coke 600 instead, and we'll see you on Monday.
There you go. Trans Am action will be on Monday this year. We'll have our TA2 guys racing on Saturday.
You got us a flight hooked up to get to Indy and back, by the way?
I'm going to Long Island and hanging with some friends to watch that on TV, man. I'm not a big crowd guy.
I see how you are. All right. Meanwhile, back to the racing. Here's Adam Andretti still sitting in fourth. And here comes the old dude, Boris Said. He's back behind these guys. The 85 is Sutherland in his Dodge Challenger. He is currently leading in the TA Cup Championship. And then it's Moore and Guthrie. And then you'll see Boris Said right there in his neon yellow, who sits, Boris is 5th in Trans Am, 8th overall.
This really is a great battle we've got for the TA Cup lead. We did not have Sutherland on the top of the podium at Sonoma, so I know he's looking forward to trying to get some redemption here. Moore, who put on such a great show yesterday in TA2, our pole sitter here today for TA Cup, obviously putting some pressure on. I think he knows that TV camera got on him, and he's turned it up a little bit. And we've got Guthrie with a mirror full of Boris Said for the last few laps, but holding them off.
Yeah, Guthrie is doing a tremendous job of staying calm because Boris is filling up the mirrors for sure.
You know, that's a tricky balance to play here. If there's portions on this track where Guthrie thinks that he's faster than Boris, then it's going to be tricky because he doesn't want to let him by, because he doesn't want to give an inch to first and second, because that podium run, that shot for the win, he doesn't want to see that go away. At the same time, if he can get Boris by without an issue, he wants Boris to go mess up that race in front of him, maybe slow those guys down, set a pick, and let Guthrie wants to get those guys moving a little bit wide, maybe tuck under and try to make that pass.
Able to see on board with Chris Dyson in his Jim Weed Mustang. See the speeds, about 80 miles an hour through turn 3. And you said it's a little quicker through 4, about 20 miles an hour, and it was.
Your approach speeds get quicker and quicker and quicker through 3, through 4, through 5, and then really gutsy through 6 up here. You've got an uphill climb out of 5, and as we look from on board with Dyson with this Jim Reed camera, you can't see the apex until you're just turning in right here. So you've got to actually start turning the wheel before you see your apex point.
Then it's all the way up the Ray Hall straightaway to the Corkscrew. Mission Foods Corkscrew here this weekend. And there goes that battle in TA Cup. Sutherland out in front of Moore and Guthrie, and Said still chasing from behind.
I love the look of these cars. I love the huge numbers on the doors. I mean, these look like stock cars. This looks like, you know, the stock car road racing that I love here. That 85 with that neon yellow looks awesome here. Sutherland putting on a show here. I honestly turned it up a little bit here this last lap. Opened up a little bit of a gap.
Ken Sutherland out of Sherwood, Oregon, in his Carlberg Racing Dodge Challenger number 85. Leading in TA Cup. Moore behind him. Cole out of Orangevale, California, a suburb of Sacramento. Then Moore Motorsports JM Environmental Ford Mustang.
And
looking here at the 08, which is Derek Thorne and his DTR Marketing Power Grade PJR CEI Ford Mustang.
This is a tough spot for Thorne because he's got just enough gap behind him. Oh, looks like we might be slowing here. Obviously something potentially wrong here with Michelle flying by. Those are the same class cars, so obviously Thorne having a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, he was running 4th in TA Cup. Now it'll be Michelle Nagy doing that.
And she's instantly opened up a couple hundred yards.
Yes.
So obviously Thorne off the pace in the 0.8 here. We'll see if we can find out what's going on. But that moves Michelle Nagy in the 4th, trying to close up that gap to get another podium.
Michelle Nagy out of Newcastle, California. The Nagy Racing Berkeley Jet Drive Chevy Camaro, number 72.
That's a good-looking car. Man, she was flying at Sonoma Raceway last week, and we see the 08 Thorne coming to pit lane to address whatever those issues were. He's obviously got some sort of drive, maybe a misfire, maybe something loose.
Here's Carlson in the 36. That's your GT leader.
He's our SGT points leader as well. Been winning everything that he's been getting in all of our, I think he's won all 3 races so far this year.
Yeah.
Getting some seat time here at Laguna Seca. I know this is relatively new to him.
Driver out of Iowa.
This is one of our single car teams here. So important to Trans Am. Coming out here, it's a family show, 1-car deal, putting their stuff together. They put a beautiful effort on track here, and obviously Carlson's going really quick here every single week, showing this class what needs to be done here to win these races.
Sweeping up through 6. Head up the hill in his Mustang. Looking for the apex at the top of the corkscrew now.
For those that might be tuning in saying, man, that looks like a TA2 car. It is a TA2 car. It's allowed a couple of more additions to run into SGT, but it's a versatile car. We let it run in both SGT and the TA2 field. And Siva on the side of that car, they've been supporting him all year long. Good looking ride.
And he worked down to close to 25 laps to go. So you're sitting behind the wheel. You're Dyson, you're Paul Menard. What are you thinking about now as you get ready for the fight to the finish here?
This has been Chris going to school on everything Paul's been doing. And that's everything Paul's been doing right, taking note. Maybe he'll make some adjustments on his own, but mainly where is that weak link? And especially as we get down into lap traffic here, figuring this stuff out. I wasn't kidding before. We use these cars as picks when we're coming through these the field here, and these guys are definitely going to be doing that. We're going to be just getting into turn 1 with Paul Menard. He's going to get right on the back of JD Coos. JD's got a new sponsor this weekend with him, Modus. Really cool company. I got to check out their website. Paul, look into the inside. JD's been so smart with traffic, as he was at Sonoma as well. Knows these cars have another 300 horsepower on them. Moves out of the way, lets the fight for first continue here. JD Coos running 2nd in our SGT class right now. Again, new sponsor Modus with him, supporting him. It's great to have new companies coming in to show themselves off in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli.
Do you see any place on the racetrack where maybe Dyson has an advantage over Menard, or maybe a spot where Paul has one on Chris? What do you think?
To be honest, it looks like Chris gets out of 6 a little better. Once Chris really gets to Paul's bumper here, though, it's going to be tough because you get a huge arrow push right under somebody. When you're good in the fast corners, it's tough to make that pass because these TA cars have a ton of downforce, and when you get that close. So really what you want to be able to do is put that power down out of Summit Racing turn 11 to get, because you can get right up to his bumper, not worry about arrow, because it's the slowest corner on the track, maybe 40 miles an hour apex speed, as they accelerate up to almost 160 in just a few short seconds going into turn 1 here. So Chris is going to start turning it up on these brake zones to try to get to his bumper. Sometimes it's not so much, can I get out of here faster? It's, can I force this guy to make a mistake? We all know, though, Paul Menard, his heart rate's probably about 62 right now. He's just chilling. Hard to get this guy excited, hard to move him off track, hard to force a mistake.
Paul Gentiluzzi and the guys give him a great car to race, and Paul wrings its neck and gets every last ounce out of it. You can be sure of that.
Man, Boris's car just came by here. I don't know if you guys hear that resonate through the mics. We are basically 5 feet from the start and finish line, and the glass in front here just zings as these cars come by. It's pretty amazing. Paul's starting to get a good run out of 6 now. You know, I was just talking about how good Chris was out of here, but those last 2 times, as soon as we went to him, getting a really good shot out of here, opening that up. Chris gaining a little bit in the brake zones, not a ton. I think really his advantage right now, Chris, if anything, is turn 11 there. But like you say, there's 25 laps remaining, 24 laps remaining. That's still a lot of time.
And Andretti has moved around Tommy Dreesen.
Look at that. I don't know if that's a mistake from Tommy or Adam finally turning it up. Adam really wasn't that close to the action, but he wasn't falling off the pace at all. This is a brand new car for him. We got a wet first session, so really all he had was a short qualifying session to acclimate to a completely different kind of chassis than he's been racing and winning with all year long in the last couple of years here. So Adam Andretti making his impression here, getting himself back into podium contention, trying to put himself back into this championship hunt here. Top liner on board, of course, Claudio Burton, and that squad out of Georgia. Happy to look on here and see that Adam's got a ride while they work on their ride and get it ready back for racing for Lime Rock Park. Top liner, if anyone's wondering, I'm sure most of you have probably heard what Line-X is. This is like Line-X on steroids. It's the next evolution of the best bed liner, best spray-in bed liner on the planet here.
Hamid Masood normally drives that 21, not going to be able to be here this weekend, and so worked out they already had the car with him out here and able to get logoed up and ready to go for Adam. To a seat change and you're all set.
Adam slowly creeping away here from Tommy. Maybe Tommy's tires will fall off. Again, just we were talking about, Chris has closed it up in his brake zone, and this is his most important corner. He needs another foot and a half here to really make this draft work.
He's closer than he's been.
And Paul knows it, obviously turning in a little bit early.
Inside, here he comes. Dyson trying to move up alongside Intermission Foods turn 2. Contact right at the center of the apex, and you could see it moved Menard offline, and Dyson comes through in the Jim Weed Mustang. New leader.
Incredible run there. That's where he needed to make it happen. He can take the most amount of chance getting close to Paul there. One of our Maseratis moving out of the way here. Let this action go. Chris still leading in, and now we'll see. Was he really leaving a percent on the table? Is he able to turn it up right now? This is what he has to do. He's got to get away. He's got to break that draft. He's got to take away that chance for Paul to counter, make a dive bomb. He's got to really put in a good, hard 2 or 3 laps here, set the stage and make that gap so that there can't be a charge again from Paul. And again, Paul's first time here. This is going to be the first time that Paul is following anybody ever. I'm sure he tried to get a hole for himself in practice, in qualifying. And again, we're dry here. Totally different from how we were in qualifying. Tires are finally falling off. Paul's still learning Laguna Seca. Doesn't want to give anything up and is real close to Chris coming off of turn 11 here.
Yeah. Let's take a look at it again. You can see Dyson was so much closer coming under the bridge, then went inside. Contact right about here. And you can see Menard got pushed off line a little bit, and Dyson closed the door on him.
Definitely decisive. It'll be interesting to try to get a couple different looks from this from maybe Paul's car when we review that in-car after. Both of them obviously trying to go for that. Paul wanting to turn down a little early. Chris saying, no, I want to hang out here a little wide. We get a little touch. Probably one of the dive planes flying off here. We saw some debris there. But now it's time for Chris to turn it up a little bit. Try to break that gap, but Paul's hanging right there.
And how much will the loss of that dive plane impact the aero on these cars?
You know, in the slower corners here, turns 11s, turn 3, maybe a little bit of 4, definitely not the corkscrew, but for sure, 9, 10, 5, and 6, absolutely. You're going to feel a little bit of that understeer kick in, increase. Might not be a bad thing if these guys are loose. Might actually kind of balance the car out a little bit. But
well, we'll see how it plays out here at the end. Not even sure which car it came off of yet.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it came off of Chris's car.
Maybe off the left front of Menard?
Yep. Might not have even been a dive plane. It could have just been a little edge off the splitter there. This is the gap that Chris needs. I know this doesn't look like a lot, but in just 1 or 2 laps to have that gap where Chris knows that Paul will have his head on straight, not go for a dive bomb from this far back, that lets Chris look 100% out the front windshield. Okay, maybe like 98% out the front windshield. Focus on his line and get to it and try to open that gap up.
Dyson got a good drive off of 3 and looked like he gained another couple of feet. Well, we still have 20 laps to go, so Menard certainly has plenty of time to mount up another challenge.
And conditions have plenty of time to change here. I mean, we've got sun on the track. Again, though, 900 horsepower. That tears the rubber off these Pirelli tires. There's no tire on the planet that can handle this much and just stay that consistent. So these guys still do need to mind that. 20 laps is a lot of different turns here, and you really can overdrive yourself. So Chris, as cool, calm, and collected as he was at Sonoma, he's got to repeat that now. Keep that pace, but without overdoing it, without burning off those tires coming off the corner sideways.
Yeah, it's just turning 2 o'clock out here on the West Coast on this Sunday afternoon. So we're still, Andy, probably about 2 hours away from that fog rolling up the hill from the Pacific Ocean. So we should see plenty of sunshine all the way through to the end of this one.
We just saw that Boris Said had gotten around Guthrie here.
And Andretti's still in front of Dreesy, so Said is now up to 7th, still running 4th in TA, or 5th, I should say, in TA.
So we've got Carlson and Michelle Nagy here. Obviously 2 different classes, but finding themselves with similar pace here. We had Rumen in this mix just a lap or so ago. I'm not sure if she had pulled away or if she's had a problem. We'll be looking for that next time by.
I think Amy's out in front of this group.
Nagy has been making her way through the field, closing the gap a bit on Guthrie, who'd been fighting all this time.
Derek Thorne retired with a transmission issue. That was the problem for the 08.
Looks like he probably just broke 1 gear there and might not have had 4th gear. That's why we saw the top speed out.
Here comes Dyson getting ready to start another lap. He definitely has a gap now over Menard. It was just about a second last time.
Oh, we see a little action right in front of them. This is exactly what Paul wants. Paul wants Chris to have no place to go. We got Carlson and Michelle side by side through 3. They were side by side through 1, 2, now 3. This is going to choke Chris up a little bit here. You see him get on the brakes early, and we see Paul get a bit of a run. Chris has got to take a moment
he's
here.
right there. The gap was 1.2 when they crossed the line, and now it's nose to tail. And that's all courtesy of the lap traffic.
And again, the gap is...
Oh, one of the Maseratis around. Is that Colin Cohen?
That is Colin.
Out of South Lake, Texas. The Norwood Auto Italia Traffic Graphics Maserati MC GT4. Up to the top of the hill, and it looks like our top 2 have cleared the traffic and are still nose to tail as they drop down through Mission Foods Corkscrew.
Chris had to be defensive going up to the Corkscrew as he had just made his way by Carlson, and Paul looked to the outside. An almost impossible kind of pass to make, but the pressure that Paul needs to put on Chris to say, hey, man, I'm still here. I'm still coming. I know you got me a few laps ago, but I'm trying to come back. Full course yellow here as we go to attend to the Maserati on the inside of turn 4 here.
How much does this help Menard?
Huge. Absolutely huge, because so he just got passed by Chris. He got to see him for 3 or 4 laps, go to school on him. He gets to think about what those changes were. Literally, I know this sounds a bit crazy here, but he gets to look around the track a little bit. He gets to open up his vision. You don't get too many times where you get out. We don't let these guys go out with rental cars or anything and cruise around if they've never been here before. he's going to literally open up his vision. You get a bit of a tunnel vision, you get a little bit of a narrow focus as you're going. He can take the notes and the things that he's learned and just look a little further through these corners and make small incremental improvements, even under yellow, as to what he's going to do next, basically like a plan. It looks like Colin had decent impact here and then brought it back again to the inside, so there might have been 2 bits of contact there. Like I talked about in the pre-race show when we were in the pickup truck doing the lap around here, if you drop a wheel on the outside of this corner, it's super easy, unfortunately. It's soft dirt to spin it back to the inside.
All right, well, we're going to take a break. Can Chris Dyson and the Jim Weed Ford hold off the Mustang of the hard-charging Paul Menard? The fight for the championship continuing here in Laguna on Speed Sport 1.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds. The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Some of the sites around Monterey, Carmel, just about a mile apart from each other, up and over the hill. Beautiful area. Highly recommend coming out if you're a race fan. Make the trip out here, make a vacation out of it, and catch some great racing here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. They got a full schedule ahead for 2025. Hopefully we'll be back here in 2026, Mr. President. Any hints?
No hints yet. No hints yet.
All
but
right.
We're working on it.
Can't blame the guy for trying.
Obviously an iconic track.
Let's go down trackside. Ben, you got an update for us on Chris Dyson?
Well, I've got a little good information here. Stevie Dix with the Jim Weed car of Chris Dyson, Dyson Racing. What's he saying out there, and what a pass there at turn 2?
That was a really nice pass. Chris has just settled in, pretty quiet on the radio, just doing his work behind the wheel, and we're in the lead, which is a great place for the Jim Weed Ford Mustang this afternoon.
Nice. Now, something I want to talk about that's amazing about the camaraderie, the family dynamics here. I was in Burton Racing in the pit lane at Sonoma when all that stuff happened. Immediately, you, from another competing team, said, whatever we can do, we have a shop real close to here, whatever we can do to get Adam back. And now here he is, kind of adopted into the team. Explain that.
Well, Adam has run with us before, so he's already what we would call a family member. And the Burton guys, we love them. Terry down there, Claudio Burton. They're a great group of guys. We had an incident with our car one time at Charlotte, and we took it and welded it back together at their shop. That's awesome. Yeah.
There you go, a little bit of the camaraderie, but Dyson out front right now. Back to you.
Yeah, he's going to have another lap at least under the pace car here. Lights are still on in our Ginetta safety car.
Colin Cohen was our driver there.
Let's take one more look at this pass here, Andy. And we should be able to see if, no, we're not going to have the onboard with this look.
Chris waits just an instant longer to get that look to the inside. Gets cleanly down to the bottom. Shoves up a little bit wide right as Paul's coming down. Little touch. Nothing too big. Chris gets on the door and a little slide job right out to the edge there. Both drivers, pushing it.
Here's the onboard. You can see how hard Chris is on the brakes here.
Yeah, big time. I mean, brake pressure through the roof here. Still able to turn a little bit. With all that pressure as he comes off, he slides up a tiny bit. Little bit of a nudge. Little donut on the door there. Tracks out, puts his foot all the way back in it. Again, just two pros going at it.
So, Mr. President, nobody's getting called to the hauler after that one? Everybody's okay?
I think I want to see good hard racing here. I don't mind guys touching a little bit. There's nothing super intentional there. And there, one guy turning down and there's one guy sliding up a little bit. He didn't just, blow in there wildly with the tires locked up and slam into him. So, no, for sure. That's just good hard racing right there.
Another guy, Ben, who's doing a great job today is Boris Said in Pancho Weaver's car.
Start from the back, but I'm with Pancho Weaver with Weaver Racing Concepts with Boris Said. Boris Said at the fan walk, Pancho, if you remember, said, I just need a couple of cautions. Well, he's gotten a couple of cautions. What's he saying?
He's saying I'm saving tires, and he's just, kind of hanging out there and doing his thing. He says those TAC cars are pretty good power. It's amazing. He's just kind of hanging in there. He doesn't want to really push it too hard. He wants to have something for the end. Well, we got 15 to go. It's getting close.
I love it. Well, you can see here, Pancho's wearing two pair of glasses. It's a speed secret. He can see 15 seconds into the future to tell Boris what he needs to do. So back to you guys up in the booth.
Andy, Boris, the old dude, has 5 cars between him and the backside of Paul Menard. He could make this happen.
He could. He absolutely could. He's done it in the past. We've seen these actions. We know he's ready to roll. Pace car is in.
Here we go. Everybody watching Chris Dyson, Menard right on him. Here we go. We're racing again. And Menard pulled the trigger almost as fast as Dyson. This should be a great one to the finish.
Big jump for those two. Andretti slots into third. Tommy Dreese hoping he could fire off a little better here.
Great move by Boris. He picked off 3 more. He's only got 2 cars between him and Menard now.
And only a 5th place overall right on the bumper of Tommy Dreese. We know Boris fires off really quick. We know Tommy usually is a long-run car, so we'll see if he can turn it up here, try to get away from Boris. As Paul now thinking about what he's learned, what can he do, what can he bring back toward Chris Dyson to try to take the lead of this race.
And all 4 of the cars in front of Boris are heavily involved in the championship fight this year in the points. Dyson, Menard, Andretti, Dreese, all within striking distance of winning this championship. If Boris passes any one of them, it could be a huge blow and a shakeup in the title fight.
Did we just see Michelle take the lead for GT Cup, TA Cup? We've got some action. Watching the front of the field here, Chris Dyson, Paul Menard, Adam Andretti, Tommy Dreese, Boris Said, our top 5.
Dyson looks like he's pulled away. No,
and Sutherland's still right there.
And Michelle is moving inside and more, going into 11. Summit Racing Equipment 11, and Amy Ruman coming through with her. Here they come. Michelle gets by, and Amy's right alongside and has to back out of it as they head to Mission Foods 2. And Guthrie with a great dive up the inside there to get back around Amy Ruman.
This is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in TA Cup. I know Amy Ruman's battling some handling issues. Michelle has a problem coming out of turn 2. That's Guthrie back up to P2 now.
Yeah, that was a real shame. She slowed dramatically. Now Moore trying to find a way around.
Full course
and
yellow.
We got a full course caution.
I think that might have been, that's what the slowing that we see. I think we might have seen Michelle catch that full course yellow a little before our competitors did here.
Okay, the old dude. Got 3 cars.
no.
The ASA car is off. Revick.
Rudy Revick here, singular sponsorship, was having a great weekend. He runs both SVRA and our TA, our GT class, SGT class.
Got to talk about the old dude. He got 3 cars on that last restart. He's right on the back of Tommy Dreese and Adam Andretti now. The only 2 cars between him and the fight for the win with Menard and Dyson.
I would be, I'm positive. Boris, his main goal right now is Adam Andretti. He wants to, with no practice, no qualifying, stand on his podium. Anything else will be icing on the cake. I mean, at this point, the fact that he's gone from last to 5th and is on the bumper of Tommy Dreese is a testament to his skills and his ability, regardless of his age. We tease him about his age, but regardless of his age, obviously the talent is huge. He's kept that car completely clean as he's come through this field as well.
Boris' sense of humor hasn't slowed, nor has his speed behind the wheel. Here's a look at the start. You'll see Boris back there get very aggressive. Dyson pulls away from Menard. Here comes Boris up the inside, passing 3 cars on that restart. Gets around Sutherland, Nagy, and Moore, and sets after Dreese.
Nagy took advantage of that pick that was set by Boris coming in, forcing the guys a little wide. There was a lane on the bottom, and they went for it. Under yellow here with not too long to go in this race. We're going to have another exciting restart. We had an SGT car of Carlson that was in there. He was very smart. You're allowed to pass as soon as the green comes out. So Carlson knew he was way under power compared to this TA and TA Cup cars, and was able to stay on power but stay to the left, stay to the right, and let everybody else go to the left up the inside of him. This is Rudy now, coasting down the hill here. Hopefully here we can get these guys rolling, go back to green the next lap.
We're going to have quite the shootout here to the finish. Don't forget our next event, round number 5 of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, will take place on Memorial Day weekend, on Memorial Day Monday from Lime Rock Park. You'll be able to see that race live and free right here on Speed Sport 1. Of course, we'll have TA2 that weekend on Saturday. Track goes quiet on Sunday, and we're back racing on Monday. So while you're barbecuing, put on Speed Sport 1 and watch Trans Am, right?
That sounds good to me. I'm excited. We've got a good TA restart coming up here. We've got Sutherland and the guy that are going to be battling it out here, obviously with Moore right on their bumper. We've got some great action, a lot to be settled. We should be coming back to green with about 11 to go.
Ben, a good fight in TA Cup as well.
Yeah, I'm with Camry down here with Chris Evans, Jefferson Racing. They still have a lot of drivers in the hunt. What are the Moores saying right now, the 2 Moores that are out there?
Right now, they're not saying a whole lot. They're just kind of keeping their head down and digging on and just trying to take positions when they can.
Nice. Well, now that we're getting to these late race restarts, any new strategies you and your team are telling them?
Not a whole lot, just kind of keeping their heads on straight. Just keep picking them off while they can.
I love it. Well, there you go. Some insight about these TA Cup cars, but I think they're coming back to green.
Yeah, we're getting ready, Ben. It's going to be a real tough fight from here. Might be some hurt feelings here in a little bit, Andy.
Without a doubt, this is what sets up. This is a tough place to pass. So when you get to 10 to go, this is when everybody starts to get aggressive here.
All right, let's see what the old dude Boris said can do on the backside of Tommy Dreese, and can Menard hang on to Dyson and Adam Andretti fighting to stay on the podium. Here we go. Getting ready to go back to green here at Laguna in the final stages of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli at round 4. Green is waving. Here we go. Dyson away quickly. Menard trying to hang on to the back bumper. Dreese is able to fend off Boris down to Mission Foods turn 2 for now. Oh! Menard gets into Dyson. But it's Menard that gets spun around, not Dyson. Oh! Oh, that just did not play out the way Paul was hoping for.
What a huge swing in the points. Adam Andretti has got to be lapping this up. That puts Dreesy and Boris now fighting for the final podium spot here.
Oh, and you know Boris's elbows just got a little bit higher and a little bit sharper.
Just like you said, we come to 10 to go here. We're going to turn it up. The action is going to start. Our TA Cup race we can see in the background there. They're too wide heading to turn 5 as they come to 6.
Sutherland, Nagy, and Moore fighting that hot spot battle out at TA Cup. There's Sutherland just in front of the group in TA Cup.
And surprise, Andretti now, who'd been sort of hanging, getting used to this car. Teammates this weekend with Dyson after being obviously against him with Burton Racing now, lining up our current leader to see what he could do with him.
Adam is very hungry for this championship this year. He knows he has a shot at it. He has the team. He had the car. They'll get it repaired. They'll be ready to go when we get to Lime Rock with his regular race car. But here today, he's got a shot at closing up those points again.
What a change to the storyline in just one lap here.
And don't forget, with Menard now having his problems, if Adam stays in this position or gets better, Adam will probably jump back into the points lead because he was second, just 14 points behind Menard coming into today.
He's obviously, he wants the win. There's a portion of every race car driver that's like, I gotta go, I gotta win this thing. And then there's another portion where you're thinking big picture, big championship. He'd obviously like to focus on getting that crown, being the 2025 TA champion. He's got a bit of a comfortable gap here. Again, he's been able to gap Dreesy. Obviously, Dyson Racing putting some good cars on the track, running 1-2 here.
Credit to Chris Dyson, too, for hanging onto the car, because that was a pretty good hit between him and Menard.
Boy, they both got a bit sideways. I think Paul got back into the gas here. It's a low grip exit of the corner there. Often we see a little bit of sand. Just as you can look around on this screen, you can see the dust blows around this track like crazy. Adam, little wheel hop, bringing it into turn 11 there as he's trying to turn it up and make that happen. We talk about, the driver's mind thinking about championship and thinking about that win. I definitely think Checkers might be on his mind just as much or more than the championship here.
Let's take a look at the incident with Menard and Dyson. I didn't think Paul was going to have a shot down here at 2, but he did, and he comes up to the inside here. And you can see he got on the gas, and that's where the contact happened.
So there's this point in the middle of turn 2 because you're so long where you're from the time you get off the brake to the time you get back to the gas that it's easy to want to go to gas in the middle there. Paul obviously saw Chris swinging like maybe a half a car wide to try to get a good point off to get that drive off, and he put a nose in there. He thought it was an opportunistic time to try to take advantage of it. Sadly, unfortunately, that's led to a spin. Paul will be coming back through the field here. Obviously, Paul, another one, hoping for a full course yellow to re-rack him, get him going here. Dyson now,
desperately now
in control on his way down to turn 9 here. Such a quick, high G, long G-load corner. Has got a pretty comfortable gap now. He can rest on this gap right here. Not that he can rest in the car, but he can, again, focus forward. 99% of his focus is out the front windshield. His crew's going to be giving him gaps. He's probably got a spotter on the hill telling him, you're good, you got 10 car lengths, give me 99.9% on the way home, but don't overdrive this thing. Chris, having missed the Sebring round, is way out of the points. Having missed the Road Atlanta round is way out of the points. Having a bad Sebring finish is way out of the points. So all Chris wants to do here, his main focus is opposite of Adam. It's win. Win all day, win the rest of the races this season, take whatever chances he needs to do that because he knows it's a real long shot to get back into this. He just wants to collect some checkered flags.
Here's Menard working his way up through the field, just getting around the 72 machine.
That's Michelle Nagai.
Yeah. And she is running in 8th. And, you talk about those points. Dyson was 7th coming into today.
Yeah, so we're a little bit too early in the season to count him out of the championship for sure, but I know in his mind, I know his mindset. He just wants to get back to victory lane right now. If he keeps winning and it comes his way, he'll start thinking about championship points, but right now he wants to make this West Coast swing worth it. Having been so close to the victory at Sonoma and driven so well, he definitely wants to take advantage of this and bring one home. I love that fire. Oh. I love these guys, all that horsepower.
It's fantastic. Let's see, here comes Dreesy with Sed behind him as they cross the line. Gap is about 2 seconds between the two, looks like. On board with Tommy, that trench showing Motul number 8. Getting into the gas as he heads to 3. Onto the brake a little bit. Back into the gas, and Boris trying to run him down. And credit to Sutherland, because Sutherland is hanging in that TA Cup car right to the back of Boris's full-blown TA car.
He is flying. We didn't see this pace at Sonoma, but boy, does he know Laguna, and he's able to hang on here. Jim and Michelle fighting it out for the second place position here.
There's Carlson running 12th overall, but leading his class.
Again, he hasn't put a wheel wrong this whole season.
No.
He's won, this will be his 5th straight win if he gets it. 7 laps remaining here, so I don't want to jinx him. He's won every race since COTA last year in SGT.
And just like that, Dyson completes another lap.
Back on board here with Chris. He's got about a 2-second lead over Andretti, who's got a 2-second lead over Dreesy, who's only got about a 1 second, maybe half a second lead over Sed. But here comes Menard. He's made his way by Ruman. And that's going to put him back into 5th. Huge points implication right there. He'll have Boris Sed next on his sights, and you can tell he's on a charge.
Here's Chris Dyson headed to turn 5. Cube 3 architecture, turn 5. You see how much brake he was using fully into it, going into the corner. Let's see what he does here at 6. Hard on the brakes again here. Get through that apex, and then you're charging up the Ray Hall straight. Standing on the brakes again here at the top of the hill, Mission Foods Corkscrew.
Again, it's only 6 laps to go. That's still a lot of corners. That's still a bunch of tricky negotiations you need to make around Laguna Raceway.
Yeah, very easy to make a mistake, overshoot a corner. Any one of these times, those brakes are taking a lot of load here today. If anybody has brake failure, that could cause an issue here at the end.
You know, that charge, how Adam fired off at the start, was a little bit quicker, made some time on Chris. This, again, just like Sonoma, the long run, the more we go, the more we see that number 16 Jim Weed Ford get stronger.
Out a second behind Dreesy is Boris Sed. So that fight for the final podium spot could heat up again with 5 laps remaining here.
Really cool drone footage following Adam around. You can see that gap now between Adam and Chris. They've got a comfortable lead over Dreesy, who's now going to be in his own battle with Boris, who any minute now, we're going to see Paul there. He's going to be coming. That's going to be, that's multiple points implications there. So you've got Paul leading Adam, but you've also have Amy Ruman third in the points with Tommy Dreesy trying to close. Tommy needs to stay in front of Paul, needs to stay in front of Amy. We're going to leave here with this whole points battle jumped up, bunched up if they stay the same here.
Oh yeah. Menard is back up to 6th. He's doing a great job of clawing his way back through the field. Here's Menard. Looks like he's closing in quickly on Sed. He's gotten around Sutherland, so Sed is next. And you got to wonder how much of Boris's car he used up coming from the tail end of the field just to get to this place.
Yeah, and on top of that, obviously, we know Paul's car is very, very strong here.
Oh, you see Paul sliding off of turn number 2. The other thing to think about with Boris, too, is like he says, first time he's been in a car in a year. He's not in race shape.
And Boris, you know, look at this now. Dreesy has fallen back a little bit. This is our new podium battle.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one to the finish. Dreesy, Sad, Menard, 4 laps remaining here at Laguna. And if Menard can claw his way back up onto the podium after fighting like that and getting spun out, that would be huge.
He's going to take a look to the outside of Boris. Not an easy place to take a look. Boris will obviously easily defend to the inside, but again, that's letting Boris know he's there.
So keep an eye on Summit Racing Equipment, turn number 11.
Exactly. That's what he's going to try to set him up.
That's 10. Here we go. Headed down the short chute to 11. Menard sizing up the inside. Right there. Gets up on the curbing. Boris gives him plenty of room, and Menard is passed.
3
now,
laps
can he
to
catch
go.
Dreesy just in front of him and get back up on the podium?
I got to say, Boris was nice. That was a little bit of a late look. Boris was saying, all right, I'm coming in for a one-off here. Obviously, Paul's been gaining. Smarter minds won out there. I thought Paul was going to wait, get the shot off. Obviously a little impatient, probably a little ticked off here that he's not at the front of this field anymore. Wants a trophy.
Oh, yeah. He's coming for the podium. Tommy Dreesy's got his hands full now. He was holding off the old dude pretty good, but now the reigning champ has another card to play.
Tommy gets a good run out there. He's going to be safe into the corkscrew. He's got to back himself up a little bit here, get a good run out of 8, out of the corkscrew, so he can be clean through 9 and 10. Not be worried about that look to the inside from Paul.
3 laps to go as Dyson crosses the line.
Good run out from Paul again.
2
This
to
would be a bit of a look. Dreesy's going to defend a little bit. That's going to give Paul a good look.
Making the run. Dreesy trying to slide over. Menard filling up the window. What will he do down here at turn 2? Mission Foods, turn 2. Menard looking outside.
Dreesy getting aggressive. He does not want to give up that final trophy spot on the podium there.
Oh, here comes Menard inside going to 3. Oh, and Dreesy beats him to the apex. Boy, that's tough racing down there.
Oh, boy, and you could see when Tommy came across the front end of Paul, right as they crested the hill of 1, Paul's car got super light there. You lose almost all steering when you get that much downforce off the nose. Tommy turning in a little bit early. He's making sure does not want to give him that inside on the entry here.
Menard using up all the racetrack here at Laguna Seca.
Again, this is a tough one because you lose the nose again. Paul is thinking about what that last lap was. He's got to make that move exiting 11 unless he can get Tommy to make a mistake through 8, 9, and 10 here.
Got a lap and a half to go. The battle is right here for the final spot on the podium. White flag is out for Chris Dyson. Adam Andretti holding down second, crosses the line now. Dreesy, first one to 11. Menard looking on the outside, dips a wheel. That's going to cost him a little bit on the exit. Oh, and the 99 is in the tires.
That's the exit of turn 5, I think?
Yes.
Moore was having a good run. Actually was nose to tail with his dad for a little bit, and they were trying to get back on the overall podium for TA Cup.
Still
Menard
no
back
yellow
on the bumper. I think we're going to leave it green here. Probably run a local yellow in turn 5.
Menard right on the back of Dreesy, headed to 4. They'll be coming towards that incident with more here in a minute as they head towards turn 5. Here's Dyson on his way up to the top of the hill. Up the Ray Hall straight one final time. Dreesy past the incident at 5. Menard right on his tail. Here they come to 6.
We could even have a lapped car come into play here. I know we don't want to see it end like that because this has been a good battle, but this kind of thing happens in multi-class racing.
Yep, it's going to be the Porsche of Coos, and here comes Dyson off of 11. Summit Racing Equipment, turn 11, final time for Chris Dyson, and the Jim Weed Ford Mustang takes the win here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Now we turn our attention to turn 11. Menard looking. Oh, hard on the brakes, up the inside on Dreesy. Kept it off of him. Here he comes, the drag race is on. Andretti across the line in second. They touch again. Menard takes third in an incredible comeback, and Dreesy will hold on for fourth with the old dude Boris said rounding out the top 5. What a finish.
Wild, wild play here. I think we've got Sutherland crossing the finish line to win TA Cup. I can't tell if there was contact there. You could see the brake dust coming off of Paul's car. He was harder on them there than he had been. Also, both of them offline being defensive. Wild finish here again. That's 2 finishes in a row involving Paul Menard and a wild finish.
I hope Paul Menard doesn't need his brakes to bring the car to a halt at the end of this one because he's got nothing left there.
No,
he used them all up in 11.
Absolutely. Chris Dyson taking a nice, well-deserved victory lap here.
Precision execution by Chris Dyson today. He let Menard get around there at the beginning when Paul got very aggressive. He settled in behind him, bided his time just like he talked about, watched, pounced when the door opened, and that was it from there.
Great drive, 0 mistakes all day. Dyson, Andretti, Menard to complete our podium.
What will this do to the championship? So I'm guessing, since they came into the race separated by 14 points, I'm going to assume that Paul Menard's going to hang on to the points lead, but it's going to close up between him and Adam Andretti.
It's going to close up first and second. It's going to close up third and fourth. We've got a good battle heading into Lime Rock here.
Yeah, Dreesy was less than 10 points between him and Amy Ruman. That's going to get awful tight as you look at the results from today's race. And Dyson, with Penteric having problems and Cruz not in the race, Dyson might go from 7th to 5th.
Yeah, and obviously now being real close shot.
Yep.
In that conversation, like you say, to get up into 3rd or 4th soon. If he keeps this up, he'll be in championship hunt by the end of it.
Well, he's going to be a little surprised, too, when he crawls out of that Jim Weed Ford and heads to the Jim Weed winner's circle and looks over and sees Paul Menard in his Pittsburgh paint suit crawling up onto the podium.
I bet he might have rode Paul's chances for a podium off there.
And what an effort by Adam Andretti after such a tough race last week at Sonoma to get into this second card from Dyson and find himself on the podium. He's hungry for this title this year.
Oh, absolutely, and he's obviously driving like it.
Yeah, he knows he has a shot at it.
There we go, our winner celebrating at first victory of 2025. Probably seems like it's taken a long time. For anybody that doesn't know, that is a Price Cobb helmet throwback right there.
Yeah.
Helmet tribute.
That's right.
One of my early racing heroes.
Great racer.
Gets a hug from Adam Andretti. We see JD Coos winning the GT class in the background there.
All right, Ben, some happy drivers down there.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, down here at Jim Weed Winner's Circle, and fittingly, our Jim Weed driver with that athletic focus drink is Chris Dyson, who we just saw get a huge congratulations with his, semi-teammate? I don't know how we even describe that. Dyson, man, what a fight out there.
Wow, I mean, Ben, so great. I mean, look at the 21 car parked here. What a great run for Adam. 1-2 for the team. This Jim Weed car was so hooked up today. I mean, we made some changes overnight. I am pumped after this one. I mean, about 3 weeks ago, I wasn't even sure I was going to be able to drive. And to be coming back here and set fast lap last week, have a great fight with Paul, and come back here with a win, a lot in between. just so grateful to God and the team here and all my family at home supporting. Love you guys, and it's great to have Jim Weed car back here in Jim Weed Winner's Circle. Nice. Amen.
I love it. Chris Dyson, how about that? And that's right, at Jim Weed Winner's Circle. Got to come over and talk to Adam. Look at the back of his car, how dirty that is. Unbelievable. But Masood, you gave him a good beast. Unbelievable. I saw you get out and give a big, teammate congratulations to Dyson. And that's kind of a weird thing. You've been competitors all season, but you guys came together and put this together. Adam, I love the hustle. How was your race?
Unbelievable. This was absolutely best case scenario for us, and I can't thank Chris Dyson enough. First of all, class of the field was this 16 car, just far and away, and he did an awesome job. Never put a wheel wrong all weekend long. Proud to bring this 1-2 home, but again, back home to that Burton Racing group. I know you're watching. We're in this thing still, and God bless all of you back home, and thank you all for making this possible and keeping us in this hunt, because this championship fight is real, and it got even more real today, and I got nothing but love and thank you for the Lord and Jesus Christ and what he does for us and as our group and this top liner brand. And again, Burton Racing, Claudio, the whole gang back home, love you, miss you, see you soon.
Nice. I love it. I love it. Well, I see Paul Menard coming over here to talk to Dyson. We got to get a shot of this because Menard, I think, fell back after the thing at 2. I think he fell back to 7th or 8th and then somehow crossed the line about a front fender ahead of Dreesy to get on the podium. And it's things like that that help you win championships. So that was hard fought.
It was, we had a great car to fire off, and it was a lot of fun racing with Chris. And we had those restarts, and he just opened the door a little bit, so I tried sticking my nose in, then he closed it, and I just kind of spun myself out like a dummy. So a lot of fun coming up back up through the field. I hate that happened, but we still got a podium.
Yeah, and good points, and you're running for a championship. You know how to win championships, so it's just every little point counts, doesn't it?
Yeah, every little bit helps. Every race finish helps. We've knock on wood, we've finished a lot of races and collected a lot of points in doing so. So good weekend, good West Coast trip. Hate we didn't win the race, but we'll try to go get them in Lime Rock and keep these podiums going.
Nice. I love it. I love it. Paul Menard, 3rd, but I got to come back here to Ken Sutherland, who's being interviewed by his wife right now, so we might want to just eavesdrop on that. But Ken Sutherland, TA Cup in the Mopar. How was it out there?
Sorry. It was awesome. It was awesome. I'm so happy for our team. We dang near won it at Buttonwillow. We should have won it last week in Sonoma, and we did it. I've been wanting to get Pat McFall another win. I think this is 28 or 29. He's not counting, but I guess I am. But that's 29 victories for him in his career, so I've been wanting to get him one for a while, and we did it in dominating fashion. The car was so awesome. The guys, every time I came in and wanted something different, they made an adjustment and did exactly what I asked them to, and that's Jefferson, Jerry Pitts, Chris Evans Race Cars. They're just awesome guys and a great group to work with. So thanks to Pat McFall, to Patty and Kurt Kahlberg for letting me drive their car, and for my beautiful wife standing right here.
Nice. I love it. Nice job. Now, what's the deal with the throwing the water at the car? Is that a celebration or something?
I was trying to slam it on the ground, look cool, but I missed the mark there.
I got in your way. I'm sorry about that. But Kahlberg's over here like, what are you doing to my car? Yeah. How do you feel about that?
We're awful happy, and we couldn't have a better driver than Sutherland. And we want to also thank Jefferson Racing and Chris Evans, because what a great series, and this is the future. So we really appreciate Trans Am. Thank you.
I love it. So if I grow a cool mustache like you guys, can I be a Kahlberg? Can I be in one of your cars?
We'll have to vote on that, but you got a chance.
I have a chance, yeah. 1 in a million. That's still a chance. Back to you guys up in the booth.
And Paul Menard did 2 things today, Andy. First, if you want to learn how to make a last lap pass under braking, that was it at 11. Perfectly executed. The second thing is champions maximize their good days, minimize their best. He did that exactly here today. He's very much alive in this championship. All right, we got more coming your way here on Speed Sport 1.
Rev up
up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Well, we are back here at Laguna Seca getting ready for the podium. We should point out it was the 27th victory for Chris Dyson. He moves to 4th, one behind
Tommy Kendall.
The great Tommy Kendall. And what a stat that is, Ben, as we head to our Jim Weed Winner's Circle to hand out some awards.
Here we go, guys. All right, there we go. Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour. We are about to have an absolute party here at the Jim Weed Winner's Circle. I like this. I like this. Yeah. I like the kind of out of control crowds. Feel free to heckle me if I get something wrong. This is supposed to be fun. We're going to start with the Western Championship Super GT. So Laguna Seca, let's hear how loud you can get. In second place, let's bring up Rudy Revac. Where is Rudy? Rudy missed our last podium. Come on, Rudy. Don't do this 2 times in a row. I don't know if this Rudy guy exists. I saw his car. Yeah, there's a chant named after that. In first place, he has only raced 3 races with us, so let's hear it. J.D. Coos in that beautiful Porsche Cup car. Come on, Laguna. We can get a little bit louder than that. JD, I don't know what it is about Rudy. He must be scared of you because he doesn't like coming up here to the winner's circle with you. You know, you were alone up here last time because Rudy didn't show up, but this time you were on the top step. I don't know. Where is Rudy? But, man, exactly. Take the mic. Tell us about your race out there.
It was good. That was the most green I've had in a Trans Am race, so I think I need to work on my conditioning. That was pretty amazing. I was just happy to be able to hang with those guys a little bit and watch some of the lines of some of the much more experienced TA guys. Hopefully I stayed out of the way. Those guys have a lot more power than me. But it was really fun just hitting those braking zones. Rudy and I, the guy who was behind me in that Pontiac, had a really good race. In fact, he passed me going into the kink right before Rahal Straight. And then he went off there, and I think he got dirt on his tires. He came back on because I saw him in the rearview mirror, but that's why he went off in the corkscrew. So that was fun. I actually got to truly race that guy, and he did a great job pushing me, and apparently I guess I was pushing him too. So super happy about that.
Nice. How about that? J.D. Coos. Nice job. There we go. Come on, Laguna Seca. Let's get a little bit louder. J.D. Coos up here all alone because Rudy didn't show up for some reason, but in the Porsche car. They had to do some fixing on that car, too, since last weekend. So they had about, 3 days to fix it and then come right back here. You've got champagne, too. Come on, one more time. JD Coos, Super GT Western Championship. There we go. He actually gets to enjoy it. JD, nice job. Keep this energy up, Laguna Seca, because new class. This has been really fun to watch. TA Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, third place in the number 72. Let's hear for Michelle Nagai. Come on up here, Michelle. Oh, watch out. She will run you over if you are in her way. Trust me. Come on, Michelle Nagai, ladies and gentlemen. Dude, Michelle, on fire. I love it. Nice job. In second place, this dude has competed in the Indy 500. He won the Indy race at Phoenix. He won last week's TA Cup race at Sonoma. Let's hear it. Guthrie's Garage. Let's hear it for Jim Guthrie. And then, ladies and gentlemen, maybe the best mustache in motorsports. He's been with us for many years, but this is his first season with us in TA Cup. On the top step, let's hear Kahlberg Racing, Ken Sutherland from Sherwood, Oregon. Man, this is fun. All my friends are up here on the podium. Michelle, I'm sure you've got some sponsors to thank, but first, tell us about your race.
Yeah, it was a great battle, I must say. Me and Jim had a little door-to-door action. I seen him sideways in two. Said, don't touch him. Get around. Get through this. Let's finish this deal. We haven't had a good finish in a while. We have the speed and the pace, but we haven't had that part of the puzzle. So we'll take it.
Nice. Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, of course. Mike at Naked Motorsports. The whole crew there. Tony Caputo, everybody that put this car together. Rick, our engine guy. Everybody out there at the Naked Motorsports. And my husband, Steve Nagai, putting up with me. Thanks, babe.
Nice. How about that? Michelle Nagai. Then over here, Jim Guthrie, back on the podium. That's got to feel good. How was your race out there?
Woo! I couldn't even see his taillights. He was gone. So it was a long day. I made a couple of bad choices, picked the wrong lane on a restart, and kind of gave myself some bad track position. But you know what? I had a heck of a good time. It's fun racing with these guys, and I love these cars. So thanks for coming out, everybody.
Nice. How about that? Says thanks for coming out, everybody. All right. Mustache of Motorsports. Take the mic. Tell us about your race.
You know, I went into this race saying I was just going to have some fun, and I didn't care the result, and I didn't know it was going to be this much fun. The car was so freaking awesome. I'm so happy for our team and our group of people that make that car go, Jefferson Racing and Chris Evans Race Cars, Jerry Pitts, Kurt and Patty Kahlberg, my wife and daughter have helped me. My friend Will Schrader, who's there spotting for me, Pat McFall, which is a 28-time, 29, I don't know exactly, Trans Am victor over the years, and I was just happy to give him one more. So great day, and thank you to Trans Am for a great race and everybody to come out and watch. This was awesome.
All right, let's have a celebration, Laguna Seca. Look at Chris. Hold those trophies up. Let's hear it. Michelle Nagai, Jim Guthrie, and Ken Sutherland. I have a feeling we're going to see these three on the podium quite a bit this year. And you're free to throw those hats out if you want. You don't have to. Who wants Jim Guthrie's? Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, look at that. Man. You guys got some orange. All right, come on, Laguna Seca. Get loud. Michelle Nagai, Jim Guthrie, Ken Sutherland. Yeah, hold it up so we can see the numbers. There you go. There you go. Come on now. Yeah, you want to give away some Jim weed? Yeah, take a few. There we go. Nice, Laguna Seca. Now watch out. I doubt these competitors will be friendly. It's like they were asking permission. One more time, Michelle Nagai, Jim Guthrie, Ken Sutherland. That was the weirdest thing. You guys were so polite at first, and then you just went for murder. That was amazing. Nice job. You got some, mimosa, a Jim Weed mimosa, she says. It's not morning, though. All right. I'm glad I had glasses on. National Super GT. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got to get really loud for this guy. Drove all the way out from Iowa to win this race 2 in a row. Let's hear it. Josh Carlson, ladies and gentlemen. Josh Carlson may be the only professional race car driver who also is a Door Dasher. So if you order DoorDash in Iowa, this dude might deliver it to you. Josh, take the mic. Tell us about your race.
It was fun. You know, we didn't have the car dialed in how I wanted to, but I was just trying to say how the... It's on. Got it. Okay. I was trying to say how the TA Cup guys race. They were racing really hard, but had a lot of fun out there, and really want to thank my dad and my grandpa for hauling me out here so I can race. And then I got to thank some of my guests that showed up. We got Will, Matt, Jared, Randall, Dale, and John. I wrote on my hand. So thank you guys for coming out. I hope you guys had fun. And I want to thank my sponsors and Steve, Altest, Dirk's LTD. Wouldn't be racing without them. And looking forward to the next one.
All right, Josh, nice job. 2 in a row for Josh Carlson, running for the Super GT National Championship. Come on, Laguna Seca, we can get a little bit louder than that. Josh Carlson. There we go. Woo, that was a humdinger. Josh Carlson, Super GT with the Enceva Ford Mustang. Come on, Laguna, keep it up. It's scary to be up here by yourself. And then he gets sparkling water. Josh, nice job, man. All right, like I said, this is going to be fun. I met one of my favorite characters in my absolute favorite TV show, so thanks for coming out. We love that. Unbelievable. TA National. Some huge names here, guys. Listen to this in motorsports. Started out in first, had a little bit of an off, went back to like 8th, came back, and within beats, got on the podium by about 3 feet at the start-finish line. Let's hear it. Pittsburgh, Painting, Staines, Menards. Let's hear for Paul Menard. And get loud, people. His family's here. That was maybe the hardest fought podium finish we've seen in Trans Am in quite some time. Now, this dude, he had a really bad wreck at one of the scariest turns on our season at Sonoma last week. There is no quit in this guy. A fellow competitor in the team and the championship offered another car with Dyson Racing. So running the top liner, Ford Mustang, with Dyson Racing and Burton Racing. Let's hear it. Adam Andretti, ladies and gentlemen. Some big names here in this podium at Laguna Seca. And then, ladies and gentlemen, a many-time champion at TA. There's been a couple of Dyson cars running around all weekend. But the winner here at Jimweed Winner's Circle is the Jimweed Athletic Focus drink right here, Chris Dyson, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Andretti, Paul Menard, watch out, because I think Chris Dyson is back. Love seeing him back. Top form. Unbelievable. So, Paul, you were really fast out there, and it's just one of those things racing, but I don't know how you did it to come back the way you did and kind of stay in this championship hunt. How was your race?
Eventful. Had a lot of fun. The car's been fast all weekend. We spent yesterday just learning the track, and now we got a race under my belt. We can go to work on. I was just kind of pushy. Then I got really loose on hot tires, but I learned a lot during the race today. Obviously, just making laps. And Chris, classic Chris Dyson, just fast on long runs, always there. Doesn't make mistakes. I boogered up turn 11. He got a run on me, and everything was clean. And that restart, he opened the door, and I was kind of going for it. Then the door shut, and I just spun myself out, just locked it down, and a lot of fun going back through the field, though. Good podium, good points, and move on.
Nice. Now, first time at Laguna Seca. How about a welcome to Paul Menard at Laguna Seca? Funny story, his Menard stock car from his NASCAR days is over there. It's running this weekend. But First time over the Corkscrew, you got to be thinking, is this for real?
Yeah, I mean, I was here in 1990. I was 10 years old, and I remember watching the Indy cars at the Corkscrew, and fast forward 35 years or whatever it is, and here we are. But, yeah, Scott Pruitt actually helped me out a lot. We spent a day together about 2 or 3 weeks ago on the iRace, and he gave me all the visuals because it is absolutely blind. He told me which tree to point my car at, and he was dead on.
Nice. I love it. Well, how about that? Paul Menard, warm welcome to Laguna Seca. He said next time he comes back, he's going to know some stuff. Adam Andretti, dude, Tabitha, your last, 6 days, super eventful, but you're here, you're on the podium, still running for the championship against the guy that gave you a car. So just crazy camaraderie. But tell me about your race.
Well, that's going to wrap up our coverage from here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. For Ben Sissel and Andy Lally, congratulations to Paul Menard, Adam Andretti, and our winner in the Trans Am presented by Pirelli, Chris Dyson. I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long, everybody.
Racing suits. We had some special guests here with us this weekend, so I think they're stuck. They can't. They got to go to races from now on, all of them, because that was pretty amazing 1-2 performance from CD Racing, and this guy right here, unbelievable. Doesn't put a wheel wrong. Just a really super smart racer, and I'm just again blessed that I got to look at his data this weekend. So thank you for all that, and thank you to these fans, amazing fans here. We love our West Coast fans. We love coming to Laguna Seca, so thank you to everybody.
Nice. How about that? Adam Andretti. He's fast in a car, and he's long on speeches. I love it. Dyson. Dyson is back, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. Take the mic. Tell me about your race.
You got to go longer than me. I am not going to go longer than Adam. I'm just going to say that this feels so good, just being back here racing. I mean, after Sebring, there was a real trip into the unknown for me. I mean, it was a long road to get back to this point. I'm just so grateful for my family and for my team and everybody on the whole squad for pulling me through some tough times. You know, you have some doubt and you get a little bit afraid that you may not be able to get back to it. I'm really grateful that I pushed really hard to get my conditioning back up. These cars are physical to drive. Paul and I have had 2 great weekends of racing. I'm looking forward to the rest of the year of all the battles. Happy to have Adam here with Claudio Burton's top liner program coming on board for this weekend. It's a 1-2 for CD Racing, so I couldn't be happier for that. And that Jim Weed car is back in Jim Weed Winner's Circle, and I'm happy, and I'm really happy for these guys. They've worked really hard. We're from New York. This is a long way to go. It's hard to put into words, but I am so grateful and so thankful for everybody that got me here and got me back here. Great place to race. This is one of the true gems of American racing here at Laguna Seca, and I'm thrilled that we're back on the West Coast. Thank you very much.
How about that? He might have won, Adam. He might have won. That was close. That was close. Come on now. Laguna Seca, we've got some absolute legends up here. Paul Menard, first time at Laguna Seca. Adam Andretti, Chris Dyson. How about that? This is the Cool Box gift certificates. So Paul Menard gets $150. Adam Andretti, $250. Chris Dyson, $500. How about that? Round of applause for Cool Box, the iceless driver cooling system. Hey, Larry, thank you for coming, dude. It's such an honor. So cool. So cool. All right, who wants a hat? You got to be loud for a hat, though. There we go. Dyson, there we go. All right, guys. They've all got their Jim Weed. We're going to be giving away Jim Weed after this, just in a couple of minutes. Let's hear it. Paul Menard, Adam Andretti, Chris Dyson, here at the Jim Weed Winner's Circle. Sorry, Seth. Uh-oh. what's going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, come on now, Laguna Seca, let's get loud. Mission Foods, Laguna Seca Speed Tour. Oh, look at that. They're being a little bit friendly, you know. One for the homies, Chris Dyson. Paul and I said, where's Bo and Remy? Are they out there somewhere? Remy's working on her homework. Oh, Remy's doing her homework. All right, Lady Well, hold on. Let me make sure I've got everything. MCO, we good? We're good. All right. That does it for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Come on up here, get some gym weed, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming out. We've got some SVRA cars coming up here next.
Take a look at the schedule of where we're headed next. As we've been saying, we're on our way to Lime Rock Park, Connecticut. The Trans Am Series by Pirelli will take place on Monday, May 26th. You can catch the TA2 category action, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 on Saturday, May 24th, I should say, May 24th. And it'll be a great weekend there at Lime Rock Park. We hope you'll join us for all the action there. For Ben Sissel and Andy Lowley, I'm Ralph Shaheen. Congratulations to Chris Dyson, Adam Andretti, and Paul Menard, our top three here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. So long, everybody.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people ask us, what are the different classes in SVRA? Because we technically have 12 classes and then a few special classes. This is a great representation of a Group 1 car, a 1300cc small, nimble, light car. So it's got 1300 cc's. This one's in the rear, but MGs, midgets, Bridgets, all kinds of things like that. But also Group 1 cars had to be built in a factory. So that is a small bore production car is a Group 1 car. SVRA Group 3, one of my favorites because I always love the small bore British production cars. Triumph Spitfire, a great representation. These Triumph Spitfires, very good Group 3 cars, always out there competing against the air-cooled Porsche 356s, the 912s, but I prefer the Spitfires. So Group 4, I can't think of a better representation than the beautiful Lotus 11. Back in the day in the 50s, Group 4 cars were like the top of the class, the elite cars, like a C-type Jaguar, D-type Jaguar, and then the beautiful Lotus 11s. That is Group 4, a little bit more rare than some of the production cars, technically production cars, but a lot more rare limited run. Group 5A, the sports racers, one of the most competitive classes we have in SVRA, a driver's class. These cars are easy to maintain, relatively inexpensive. They have 2-liter Ford Pinto engines that you could easily source back in the day from junkyards, and then the bodies are just little pieces of fiberglass. Really fun as 5A sports racers. SVRA 5B, a really fun group to watch, especially the really quick ones at 5B tend to be these Lotus 23s, the 23Bs, 1600cc engine. But something that Travis, the driver, just pointed out, you got 4 lug nuts up front, 6 lug nuts in the back, and that became quite a fiasco in the FIA back in the day. So SVRA Group 6, always a favorite of the crowds, the production American factory-built muscle cars with some race provenance, especially when you bring something like a Shelby GT350, an actual Shelby, and you will see these quite a bit at an SVRA weekend. Group 7, some of our sports racers, but this is a 2-liter, a little bit more beefed up, a little bit more downforce, a little bit more aggressive. They call it kind of the mini Can-Am. These are some crazy cars with crazy ideas as Group 7 and a lot of fun to watch. So when I think of Group 8, I think of these air-cooled Porsche 911s, just always been absolutely dominant in Group 8, but also representing Group 8 would be like the Datsun 510s, the B sedans, or the Alpha, the BMW 2002s. But I think anybody would say that the Porsche 911 air-cooled would be the best representation of Group 8. You need some help, Bill? So Group 10, kind of a catch-all to tube frame cars. So ex-Trans Am cars, some ex-IMSA cars, but then a really big growing group in SVRA is this Group 10 stock car. So you've got stock cars that would have run late model, NASCAR, Xfinity. Then we've got the Craftsman Truck Series over here. But Group 10 tube frame, custom built race cars from Trans Am, NASCAR, and IMSA. SVRA Group 11, and when you talk about Group 11, that's kind of like the prototypes, the LMP cars, but we might as well highlight the most famous Group 11 car, this Audi that just kind of changed everything in motorsports, but also this very car, Audi itself claims as the most winning Audi ever made, great thanks to Travis Engen, the pilot of this beautiful Audi R8. Group 12A, modern production muscle cars. So these are big, like 5-liter, basically our modern version of Group 6 cars, but a Ford factory production car that is a vintage car because it's kind of been obsoleted from recent racing, and we have a place for it here in Group 12 in SVRA. So a standalone group, maybe the most strict, historic Trans Am, easily a crowd favorite in vintage racing and SVRA. These cars here, it's just crazy being around them. These are actually the cars, just as they were, that actually raced in the Trans Am series back in the day. They have to be set up the way they were. And they are so strict, come with me here, that if they don't have pictures proving that this car had this Bell sticker on it, or Castrol, or any of these stickers, they can't run it. It has to look exactly like it did back when Parnelli Jones ran this car in Trans Am. All right, we're going to get in the weeds here from a technical standpoint. This is the Cool Box, the iceless driver cooling system. Very cool technology developed by 2 TA2 drivers. So we've got Victor Chopla here that competed in the Western Championship last year. So tell us about this box and why it was developed.
You know, it was developed because you obviously cannot perform as well in a really hot race car, just like the TA2 car, when you're super hot. So, you know, you have to lower your body temperature in order to compete at a better level.
But really the emphasis that I love is it's iceless. You're not carrying around a bunch of weight in a cooler. It doesn't take up a lot of room, obviously, inside the car.
Yep, we try to make it as lightweight as possible, but as efficient as possible, where it still works at super high temperatures. And we designed this box to just be bulletproof and work under, all circumstances. If it's 110 outside, it's going to be 160 in the race car. And this box still needs to perform to a point where the driver of the car is not going to overheat, and it's going to feel like he has ice cold water going through his vest. So we basically designed it originally for us because we know what it takes to be in a hot race car like that. So, that's basically the background of why we started the company in the first place.
A few years ago, we were at Indy, and Amy Ruman got out of the car. It was about 100 degrees outside. They put a laser in there. It was 175 after her cool-down lap inside the car, which is you could legally cook meat at 160. So driver comfort, you can concentrate a lot better when you're comfortable. If you're sweating, if you're irritated, you sort of get the red mist. So Matt Rivkin, talk about the driver comforts when you're in the car.
Yeah, it's a really big deal to be comfortable inside the car, and it's not just the comfort aspect. It's also how you're functioning at such a high level when it comes to racing a car that you need to be on top of your game at the highest level. So if you're suffering from not necessarily heat exhaustion, but if you're overcooked in that sense, you're not going to be able to make the same types of decisions. And think about these races. They're 75 minutes long, right? So it's a long time to be in the car at, even if it's not 175, even if they're typically around 150 inside the cockpit of the car, it takes its toll. So when it matters the most at the end of the race, that's when you need to be your sharpest. And that's something that these units help you do, is they keep you cool and allow you to perform your best throughout the race and not have to worry about the heat aspect of it and focus on the driving.
Well, I noticed it last year. Our Q3 Architecture TA2 Series champion Rafa Matos would get out, top step of the podium, hadn't even broken a sweat. It looks like he just got out of like an air-conditioned car, and that really does help mentally and physically in the car.
Absolutely, and Rafa will attest to this as well. He's been using Coolbox. He used it last year, loved it, said it's the only system that actually worked for him throughout the entire race, and it shows. Like, as you said, like, he gets out of the car, and it's like, obviously you're working hard inside the car, you're working physically, but if you can be cool and comfortable, it just allows you to perform that much better.
I would like to add that, it's not really only a comfort thing, it really is a safety thing, because your brain at some point just, doesn't make the same decisions that it would make when your body is actually at a state where, it's cool and functioning properly. Because once you start overheating, your brain goes into fight or flight, and it just doesn't work properly anymore. So I think it's more of a safety aspect having this unit than only a comfort. It's comfort when it's 70 degrees outside, but when it's a hot day out, it's more of a safety thing than anything else.
I know you guys race in all kinds of things. You got out of Audis and started running in TA2, but talk about the driver change aspect in sports car racing or endurance racing. It seems like you have the best system for that.
Absolutely, yeah. So, for obviously TA2 cars, it's open windows, open passenger windows, but it still gets incredibly hot because of how the exhaust is routed and just the nature of the cars themselves. But in other series where you have factory race cars with closed windows, it's even more important, or as important, because it's getting incredibly hot in there. There's no airflow, even with like the Cup cars, right? So they have factory AC. AC does not do much to cool off the driver. So a lot of times what we do with our systems is we'll actually hook up, instead of using an aqueduct for the outside air, we'll hook it up directly to the factory AC to get airflow into our system so that they can now use the vest and cool their body down to 40 degrees while they're in those cars.
Now, one more thing I want to bring up here is this Coolbox system is on Jared Odrick's car. There probably isn't anybody in this paddock that knows more about body conditioning and how important it is to keep your mental and your physical in check. Actually, come on in here, Jared. We were talking after Mid-Ohio, and we were talking about how important that is. So Jared Odrick, former NFL player, first-round draft pick for the Miami Dolphins. I feel like you know more than anybody else in this paddock about body conditioning. So how important is this Coolbox for you?
No, I was just talking about it before coming over here. It's vital. I came into the TA2 series for high-level racing, and in order to do it, you need high-level equipment, and I think that's what the Coolbox is, and it's performed that way ever since they basically saved my ass over at Mid-Ohio. I think it was like a heat wave, and it was like a health warning that we got, like on the local news on the bottom of the health warning, and I look over at my fiance and I'm like, I don't have a cool suit, right? And so then a few calls were made. and the Cool Box guys, you know, came in and saved the day. And there was a unit sent, and I had never used that before, and I was amazed how actually cooling it was. You know, because I had tried a few other ones before in some of the amateur racing that I was doing, but since coming here, this has been in my car, and it's been awesome. And they've been with me every step of the way that I go further and further up the field.
Nice. Now, let's get a little bit technical too, because the intake on this thing is in a really cool area. We have several different cars here in the paddock. A lot of times it can be on like the passenger window mounted right there. A lot of people prefer that, but the Cool Box system really is such a cool piece of equipment. You can see Jared is putting on the vest that then just hooks up into the box. These little veins run through with basically with cooling liquid inside. What kind of liquid is that?
It's just distilled water. So obviously there's a refrigerant for the AC compressor inside the unit, but we don't want any of that near the body. So it's just distilled water that runs on the body. So if it gets on you, it's no big deal.
And we have actually had in TA2 under different systems, not Cool Box systems, but people were getting burned because the water running through there, the ice would melt and then they'd burn. So having an iceless with a refrigerant is actually, just like you said, such a safety thing, because we've had some drivers get out and they've gotten marks on their bodies because their ice melted halfway through the race, and then it's just basically hot water running through. So I'm with Bob Accardo Jr., who is the longest, kind of the OG of Cool Box with the Make-A-Wish car. But talk about the importance of having a Cool Box in your car while you're driving in the heat.
Man, it gets like 150 degrees inside these cars during the race for an hour and 15 minutes. You die without it, so it's absolutely mandatory. I got one of their oldest ones in my car, and man, things never let me down. I think I've used 2 or 3 of the generations now at this point, and now they got a really tiny one out that doesn't add a ton of weight, even better. And yeah, these guys, they make a great product.
Nice. So if you want that kind of unfair advantage, the competitive advantage in a race car, make sure you check out Cool Box, the iceless cooling system. They're getting smaller, they're getting more efficient and lighter, but they're keeping drivers like Bob here alive. So check out Cool Box.
Wild afternoon here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and we are ready to get back at it with some SVRA action. Welcome back to the Monterey Bay Peninsula on an absolutely gorgeous Sunday afternoon. Ben Sissel, we have spent 2 weekends here on the West Coast, and today our final day here, by far the best weather we've seen in a week.
Yes, finally. It's really good. This is actually a split group between International GT and SVRA Group 10. And this is going to be a lot of fun at the Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour. Looks like we have 35 cars that could take the green. Today we'll have a split start, 2 different pace cars. We're looking right here at the TGM, Ted Giovanni's car. Actually, that's Matt Plum in the 46. Ted Giovannis is in an almost identical car with 6'4". Groombridge, but yeah, it's been a lot of fun to be out west, and it's going to be nice that we have loadout in the nicest weather that we've had so far.
Yes.
Now, just so you know, viewing audience, Ralph Shaheen loves Lamborghinis, and this we delivered here. We've got some Lamborghinis, but this car you're seeing second in view was Paul Menard's NASCAR Cup car. I should have asked him on the podium, you know, which races that would have run, But yeah, he had never been to Laguna Seca until this weekend. He had done it on a simulator, but never done it in real life. And we were talking at Sonoma that he might have tried to go hitch the ride in the Paul Menard's car.
Yeah, I think it would have been fun for him to do that. That was a Winston Cup era machine based on the stickers on the side of it.
There's that 935, Porsche
Such
935.
a pretty car.
And then we also have the dark horse Ford Mustang out there.
And the Bentley at the front.
This is quite a combination of cars out here. Two different kinds of Cup cars. We've got Porsche Cup, we've got NASCAR Cup, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Porsches, Hyundai, stock cars, Bentley, BMW, a little bit of everything.
Yep.
Aston Martins. So they should be doing 2 pace laps.
And a variety of stock cars. We've got a couple of Cup cars, and we've got a couple of super late model style cars out there as well.
If you're joining us in the comment section, we only have 2 races left, so let's have some fun here. If we get something wrong, feel free to yell at us in all caps. Where are you watching from? Who are you rooting for? Give us some information on some of these cars. Sometimes we have to ask the comment section. I see Boy from New York is out there, Eich. They usually provide us with some good information.
Here's that Paul Menard car.
Yeah. That is Mark Martin's car behind him, yeah.
That's the giveaway car we've been talking about. They did a big raffle, and that car went to a race fan after Mark raced it one weekend, straight from Jack Roush's shops to your garage. And that was the problem for the fan. His wife didn't want to give up the garage, so he had to give up the car, and he put it up on eBay. And the gentleman who's enjoying it today is the guy that got it.
Steve Beck in the 1995 Ford Thunderbird. He's been racing that a long time. Came to our first year we were at Indy. And the pace car lights are coming out. We're going to start with about 35 cars in the field and a little bit of everything.
My Greenwood Corvette didn't make it back out.
Nope, but there's that dark horse. Love that car.
Yeah, it's a very cool looking car.
So look out for that Bentley. Lots of Lamborghinis.
And just one of the Bentleys. Looks like the
I just
Paul
heard
J one did not enter.
I just heard 2 Lamborghinis are blocking the road at turn 7.
Oh, that's a problem.
This is about to get exciting, Ralph.
Here we go. Coming out of Summit Racing Equipment, turn number 11. Watching for the green. There it is. We're racing now.
Man, that group moved the booth in here, Ralph.
Sure did. Mission Foods turn 2, and the Bentley's there first. Bestwick slides a little wide, but hangs on to the lead. And remember, when we were out with International GT this morning, Ben, Bestwick was incredibly strong till he got 300 yards to the finish on the very last lap, and that car shut off on him.
Yep. But Seth Henry, I got to give him credit. What he did there at turn 2, very good driving. They both gave each other room, no contact. That is what we like here in International GT and SVRA as Paul Menard takes the lead in the Group 10.
Porsche on the outside. Pushing pretty hard.
It's Mark Berardi in the Paul Menard car. Sean Berardi in the TA2 car.
It's the white and red one right behind there. Here comes the Porsche up the inside to take the lead away in class.
Manuel Gildel Real. Very good driver. Oh gosh, look at this.
You know, the Bentley's been used to just breaking away from the pack, but not happening now, is it?
That is shaking us up here in this booth, ladies and gentlemen. Seth Henry right behind in that number 44 Kaizen Autosport Lamborghini. Some great drone shots as they come through the Cube 3 architecture section onto the bridge. That's always scary.
Taking a look at the lines heading into Cube 3 architecture turn 5. Bentley tucked down nice to the inside on the apex there.
Going up the hill. And Bentley looks smooth. For having such a weight difference, they're still hitting the brakes about the same places.
They really are.
This is frustrating to be Seth Henry.
Oh,
you see it going
off
off.
goes Seth.
Just trying to get around, knowing that there's a car right behind you, waiting to pounce, trying to figure out where you're going to make this move.
Yeah.
And he fell way back there with that off.
Yeah, that off cost him. They crossed the line separated by half a second between first and second here. Bestwick to Henry.
This should be Darius Trinka right behind Seth Henry. And I got to say, Darius, he could have probably moved his way through there when Seth went off and was patient enough not to collect both of them. Ken Fangler, president of International GT, joining us. And Ken, another great start with International GT in Group 10.
Yeah, kind of glad to say that everybody stayed. The sun came out. It's beautiful weather. And this late afternoon Sunday race is well appreciated here at SpeedTour event.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this. Here we go. Train of Lamborghinis coming down the Mission Foods Corkscrew. That's really cool to see.
Ken, did you happen to hear post-race what had gone wrong with the Bestwick Bentley? Because whatever it was is not a problem right now.
Yeah, they were considering it possibly gas. Okay, one lap too many. I asked him on the podium what was the hiccup there, and I said, well, could have been a fuel issue, just not enough there. So that was it.
Yes, right.
So I'm looking over at Janet at timing and scoring because I think they went one lap over. You hearing that, Janet? That black Bentley ran out of gas because wasn't that the late white flag? So there we go, Janet. Nice.
All right.
That's awesome. But, you know,
that's the way it goes.
That's the way it goes. That's racing.
I think Janet said that we had those extra yellows in the beginning. You know, she said, let's give them an extra.
Yeah, see, she's just trying to be nice.
Yeah.
Juan Gonzalez there coming through Mission Foods Turn 2 at the Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour. This, Ralph was just saying it, Ken, best weather we've had has been the last hour that we've been here.
Yeah, and it's good to see a good field of cars. I was kind of almost surprised when I first went down there at 3 o'clock. You could have shot a cannon off on the grid, and I said, everybody's loaded and headed home, or at least waiting for next week. But not the case. They all showed up and out there doing their thing.
Juan Gonzalez not in the fight with this Lamborghini, but he is in the fight with Nicholas Groombridge right behind him in the Porsche. That's the 81, the Car Amigo.
Those two Lambos and a Bentley, a top three, running nose to tail.
Yeah. There's that dark horse, Steven Vajda, 2024 Mustang Dark Horse, beautiful car.
I think you need to just order one of those up, man.
I think so.
I should. I could probably get one in a Hot Wheels if my wife lets me. The Menards, it's funny, we stay at a hotel in Sebring, and that car is in the photos in my hotel room every time we stay at the hotel in Sebring.
Nice.
The Menards car. Lamborghini, Aston Martin, BMW. That's just fun to say. Ooh, that was a close one. Not sure what happened there. Clay Wilson in that Lamborghini.
Yep,
It looks like he's having some problems, isn't it, Ralph?
Yep.
Yeah. He's certainly being cautious and letting the rest through.
Or, like I said, you know, they're here racing in like 4 days. Maybe he's just trying to get some room and see if he can do something, you know.
Good racing we've had. It's been a nice addition to see these Lamborghinis running with us. Big Maranello Cup and promises of the Ferrari contingent coming back strong with the Maranello Cup. It'll be good to see that championship wind back up.
And, you know, I know that it's risky and a little bit nerve-wracking coming in and knowing that there's going to be over 10 cars from the same group coming in and you're not totally familiar. I've been very impressed, not only just with their driving, but they're driving in the spirit that International GT wants them to.
Yeah, we spent some time on that. Ron Zitz, our steward and really director of driving development, spent some time on saying, we understand next week's going to be a different deal, but this is what we're here for, guys. And, you know, we're here to have a safe time on track, have fun, and have fun.
Yeah.
Okay. And that'll set the stage for next week, and it'll be turning up the wick a notch next week as you move into the real competitive mode. But for now, we're just having a good time on a Sunday afternoon.
And this is supposed to be fun. Let's always remind each other that. We got into racing to not grow up. You know?
That's exactly.
Supposed to be a good time.
As my wife said, I'm into cars because I'm trying to recreate my childhood. She said you never got out of it, so which is not a bad thing.
So Lamborghini coming up on the Mark Martin, Steve Beck car. Look at this gaggle of cars, Ralph.
Yeah. With the Cup car about to get passed by the Bentley. 2 Lambos up the inside as well.
Yep. Spirit of things gave him room.
Well, when things go right with that Bentley, the combination of Bestwick and the Bentley is pretty hard to beat.
They go into the new tire rack bridge. Seth Henry and that, what I'm calling kind of cosmic Lamborghini. Coming up behind the dark horse, you can see the flames of that 935 spitting out. I just love that.
There's some more as it lets off the gas going up to the corkscrew.
So you were talking about the super late model. Is that gas car there that we saw in the back?
Yeah, there's 2 of them out there. And that's one of the categories in racing these days that I find totally confusing. And I think it's to the detriment of that genre of racing. You have all these different late model categories. This would be another one here. You have super late model, pro late model, and they all look exactly the same to the basic race fan. So sometimes you'll go to an event and all 3 categories are running, not necessarily together, but they're all having individual races. And if you're a fan of the grandstand, it's like, well, which one should I watch?
Yeah.
You know, which one's most important?
Yeah, I think many times the sanctioning bodies do their best at confusing the spectator. And if the spectator can't figure it out, it's not that enjoyable. They want to know who's racing against who.
Yeah.
I mean,
we have that problem in Trans Am.
Well, I'm still stuck in IMSA from the GTP, GTO, and GTU. I mean, I don't know the difference between GT3 and a GT4. So,
but that's 2 different kinds of cup cars right there.
Yeah, that's definitely a different cup. And for some, it isn't your cup of tea. Yeah, but it's definitely a cup. I had a funny visual. Some years ago, I was at Goodwood, and at 4 o'clock, it's the most civilized car event on the planet, you know, and they have a white picket fence, which is about 2 feet high. Americans would just trample back over it, but, you know, the Brits are lining up in queue waiting to get in, and we were sitting there, and across the table from me. And Maureen and I were having our scones and tea at 4 o'clock, watching the cars come up the hill. And over at the next table was Junior Johnson and Daryl Waltrip.
Wow.
Now, I have to say,
wait,
Junior
hold on. We
Johnson's-
might have a pass here for the lead in Lamborghini.
Yep,
Yeah.
sure do.
Here we go.
Trinka gets around Henry. Takes the position away.
He had been setting that up since turn 10 and just got a really good pick in some lap traffic and made it happen.
Yeah, he's getting a run on him now, and the white flag is going to be coming out. So,
did you interact with Junior Johnson and Daryl Waltrip?
yeah, they were great. But it's so funny. I mean, I have to say, Junior Johnson's mitts on a little teacup, petite teacup, was pretty. Didn't look right. Let me tell you,
tea in there?
Yeah, you know, might have been a little bit, you know, spice it up.
Might have had a little bite to it.
Yeah. But the visual was pretty funny, just to look over and say, wow.
Yeah. Well, Bestwick about to come down the Mission Foods.
Yep.
Corkscrew with 2 Lamborghinis behind him, but he's kind of gapped them a little bit. Let's see if Seth Henry has anything for Trinka as they come down the hill to take that white flag. Little lap traffic ahead of them. Anything can happen here.
There's your white flag for Bestwick. See if they guessed right on the fuel this time.
I'm sure he's checking a gauge.
Oh, they must have had an extra gallon in
Sean.
for sure. Don't
Watch
make
out.
any
No,
mistakes there.
I didn't think he. No, he saw him, but then he said, "Oh."
That was scary.
Hard to miss that thing in your mirrors, isn't
yeah,
it?
it's that big number on the grill coming at you. It must look like a locomotive coming at you down
Yeah.
the tracks.
And
Not
Henry,
as big as a locomotive.
so Trinka has gapped Henry pretty well. Oh, and Berardi off. Back on. So we're on the last lap. Last chance to watch this Bentley come down the Mission Foods Corkscrew.
You see how that front splitter on that Bentley and the side skirts just seal up so nicely to the track, right? Maximizing all that air over and under that car.
All right, Trinka, last chance. 2 corners left.
He's got a shot here at Summit Racing Equipment, turn number 11. If he gets a good drive out of 10, he's got to cut inside. No, he's too far
He's got
back.
to defend, yeah. And he'll have the horsepower coming up to straight that Bentley. Not for
Well,
a
he's
lack of
trying
trying.
to draft him. The Bentley slides over a little bit. Checkered flag to
Good run.
Bestwick.
Good run.
That was awesome. Nice
And
job.
If it wasn't for a bad fuel calculation, he would have been undefeated here on the West
Yep.
Coast.
Well, gentlemen, it's been a fun weekend and a good 2 weeks out here on the West
Yeah.
Coast for International GT. We'd like to thank our marketing partners, Pirelli and Mission Foods, our official sponsors, Detroit Watch Company, Forge Line Wheels, and our official vendor, Speedcom Communications, Sunoco Race Fuels, Stand 21. It's been fun. I'm glad we're going to leave on a sunny time as the sun sets in the west coast of California. I'm going to head back to Florida. We're going to thaw out a little bit, but we look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks at Road America and then on to Lime Rock. So with that, International GT, I will head over to the podium. Thank you again for inviting me up here in the booth, and we'll see you next time.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Ken.
And the tour type stock car is crossing the line as well.
But man, that pink 935,
Oh,
that's just so much
something,
fun to
isn't it?
watch. Ranson Webster, thank you so much. You brought out 2 spectacular cars the last 2 weekends. We know how hard it is to keep these cars prepared the way that you do and all the work that you do, but thank you so much. Here's our results.
Bestwick, Trinka, Henry, Capizzi, Siderman, and Michael. That's your top 5. Juan Gonzalez comes across the line in 8th overall, and Groombridge back behind him in 10th. One more race to go, Ben.
Yep. And it's going to be a doozy. My favorite group, groups 1, 3, 4, 5.
All right, we're going to have that action for you right after this, so stay with us here.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and is getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
All right, we are back at the Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour. Ralph and I are up here in the booth watching that Mission Foods commercial, just getting hungry. You know, that's just not right, people. Come on now.
No, well, now it's got me thinking about Mexican food for dinner, so maybe Baja Cantina tonight?
Well, I'm driving back to L.A. tonight.
I'll let you know
I've
how
got our
it is.
truck and trailer, but I am going to find some Mexican food on the way back.
There
But
you go.
Baja Cantina is really good. But we're looking at a drone over our grid here. This is group 1, 3, 4, 5B, 5A. And I believe that that is Mike Anderson, actually 37, 86. That's John Bennett in a Toyota WSR in that 86. The 38 is Steve Lang in that Miria DSR. That is John Adams, not the John Adams, but a John Adams in a Group 5B Toyota WSR. You can see Becky Pengraff down there on her pink radio, our grid chief for the last 2 weekends. We appreciate her hard work with Darlene and Chris Siebert there at the grid here with us with SVRA. There's more cars than this, though. Aren't there in the grid? I'm seeing there should be 30. We're only seeing 10% of them. There we go. A little pan out. That 491. Alec Hugo, Porsche 356B from 1962. So it looks like we have a 1959 Sadler in this group, but I don't see it out there. So we go from 1959, we have a 1959 Devon with Steve Yarborough, we know that car well, all the way up to 2018 in this group. It's quite a mix. There's my Ford Lotus Cortina. We've been wanting him to run in the B sedan, but he's out there. We've got a C sedan in that Austin Mini Cooper. Gary Dreen. Beautiful car. We had Gary with us at Sonoma.
It's like 19 cars on the false grid right now.
The Gas Man back there in the back.
Yep, Steve Yarborough.
We had that Miata at Sonoma. Remember the Miata that kept making the outside passes on the carousel? Yes. The Turner. I see a Turner out there. The Turner 950S. Daniel Schwartz. Ranson Webster, who's right out of the 935, maybe getting into his Porsche Abarth GTL. Probably my favorite car here this weekend is that Porsche Abarth. Nighthawk Racing. There's those Toyotas. Look at this 356 though. It's a really well prepared car. Then we've got a Lotus 23. That should be Jim Storer. Lotus 23B. That would be a great car at Laguna Seca. Fast, nimble. The Alfa Romeo there, the number 73 of Kyle Breslow, Alfa Romeo GTV. A Datsun Roadster, Philip Mendelovitz. Group 3 Datsun, there it is, that blue car. We don't see many of those anymore. Then there's the 356, the 80. Bob Klukas. That's a Porsche 356 Roadster, sorry. Triumph Spitfire. You know, this is just such a cool group. I'm excited for this. As Ralph is in the background playing electric guitar.
Yeah. Just
thrashing on the guitar.
Just a little
Yeah.
shred.
Sorry, I didn't mean to stop you, Ralph.
No,
You sounded good.
I was running out of notes.
Well, I am running out of meds, so this is going to be an interesting one. That Turner, love these Turners. 950S, beautiful car. You know I like my British cars. Very few British cars I don't like. We've got some Miatas out there, what I call modern British cars. Not quite British, though, because they're reliable, the Miatas. But they did everything else like a British car. And don't adjust your iPhone, your screens, your devices, your TVs. That is the real background back there.
Yeah, it is really that
where
pretty.
we are.
It is really that pretty. I love bringing people here for the first time.
Yeah.
First time they experience it. It's
the drive up alone is
yeah.
worth the price of admission.
Yeah.
So there's our grid lineup. We've got John Bennett, Steve Lang, John Adams, Alec Hugo, Jim Storer, Kyle Breslow, Gary Dreen in that mini, Philip Mendelovitz, Bob Klukas, Daniel Schwartz, Edward Hugo, Quentin Sermay, Tim Probert. What's he in? Allison Malcassian, John Breslow, Michael Schaefer, Thomas Turner, Mark Hugo, Steve Yarborough.
Tim is in a Lotus Cortina, 1965.
Well, Tim, okay. Well, now you're like my new favorite. But I wish that would have run in the B sedan, but he was in Penny in B sedan. And then Malcassian is in a Mazda Miata from 1990. We've got a British car leading them down the hill. That's our pace car, Janetta. Ralph thrashing back away on the electric guitar and drums somehow at the same time. I love it as they come down Mission Foods. Corkscrew. This is exciting, Ralph. We're going to have some fun here.
Lights are off on the Janetta safety car, Ben, so we are about ready to go.
If you like diversity in motorsports, you are going to love this group.
Closing out our West Coast swing on the Mission Speed Tour for 2025. Sonoma Raceway, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca have been great hosts. Time now for the last
They're supposed to be side
start
by
of
side.
the weekend. Here we go. We're racing.
Looks like, is that laying out front? My goodness, side by side here, Ralph.
Yeah, it was pretty tight right through the middle of two.
So that's Bennett out front.
Loving that 356, the black with the gold on there. It looks really sharp.
At one time, the 356s were kind of, maybe even just 20 years ago, just normal vintage race cars, and then their values have just shot up. John Adams in that 89. Just love that Cortina. There's our Devon, the gas man. And Mark Hugo in that 356. So this is the sports racer cars are Group 5 and 5B cars. Then the car right behind him, that 356, that should be a Group 3, followed by that Alpha's a Group 3. The Datsun should be Group 3. The Mini Cooper would be a Group 1. So Group 3 is kind of small to medium bore production cars. Group 1 is small bore production cars. Group 5 are these kind of special sports racers, 5B, and then 5A are the Lotus 23s and things like that. Sorry, Lotus 23s are 5Bs also.
Right there.
There's the Miatas, the Devon, beautiful Alpha. This is quite a fight we've got. We just saw this in the last race, Italian versus German cars, and here we got it again.
Comes the Alpha up the inside, the 73, making a nice pass down there, Mission Foods turn number 2 at the Andretti hairpin. It's Kyle Breslow, 1967 Alfa Romeo GTV. I like how he has the colored wheels on this one, matching with the numbers on the side.
Yeah.
It looks sharp.
Like an Italian car should. Look at the wheels on that Cortina too. I like those. But here we go. We've got Alpha, Porsche, Datsun. Here comes that Lotus 23 with the Mini Cooper. Group 5, Group 1. That Lotus 23 makes a Mini Cooper look large somehow.
Say, the only car here that can make a Mini Cooper look big.
That's crazy juxtaposition.
Kind of like the Lamborghinis dealing with the Bentley earlier.
As they come up the hill into the Mission Foods Corkscrew. Good lines there of these production cars, and seeing the body roll. That Lotus 23 should be fighting up in the lead here pretty soon. 356, there's that Cortina. Proper off-color white, the English white with the green. Like the Jim Clark Lotus Cortinas back in the day. Here we go, though. We've got some great racing. This is what I love about these vintage classes, is we've got some great racing throughout. There's always somebody to run with.
There's a fight somewhere all the time.
356 Roadster, I'm liking that. There's John Adams, one of our founding fathers. That's a Group 5B MSR Toyota, 1994 Toyota WSR, the year I graduated high school. Here comes that Lotus. Man, I think Datsun might be the biggest mark here this weekend. You know, we
As
have
far
that
as car
350.
count?
Yeah,
Yeah, oh,
I
yeah.
think with the B sedan challenge, usually it's Porsche,
Yeah.
without a doubt. But I think we might have Porsche beat with Datsun this weekend.
No doubt, between the 240s and the 510s, yeah, for sure.
And if you count Nissan with Datsun and Datsun with Nissan, because we had that 350Z in Group 6 and 12. What do we have here? Somebody with a long lens looking from the top of the hill. I like that. That Alpha somehow staying with these Group 5A and 5B cars. There's Steve Lang, John Adams.
Some of the folks tuning in, loving this 491, number 491 Porsche right there. It is a beautiful car, Alec Hugo, Porsche 356B 1962.
Ooh, there's those Miatas that were with us last weekend.
It gave you a real good indication of how taking different lines through Summit Racing Equipment Turn 11 can impact the drive off. The car in front took a much different little later apex line through there and got a great run out of there.
So here's our leaders in 5A, 5B. It's the 86 John Bennett, 1999 Toyota WSR. He is partying like it's 1999 right now. 356 and Alpha. So the 164, Mark Hugo started in the back, but he's doing pretty well here. There's that Turner. A 948cc engine in that Turner it should be. This is what I love about this new Miata class. That is a spec Miata, but look at how well prepared it looks. That was the one thing we asked is, please prepare the cars like vintage race cars, not spec Miata cars. And the class has done it, and they love it because they like going into the last turn knowing somebody isn't going to punt them. And that, you know, they don't have to repaint or retape their car after every race. And we have some very well prepared spec Miatas here, but I think that's my favorite right there, Ralph. Tim Probert, man, we have the same taste in cars because that Cortina, it's a beautiful car.
Speaking of Datsuns right there, the 79. Philip and Mendelovitz. He's got that 67 Datsun Roadster.
Here we go. Lotus 23. Those Lotus 23s are basically unstoppable. There's some Ginettas of the same era that might be able to put it to them. Here comes a Devon. He's flashing the lights on the Mini. Gary Dreen. So you like the 491, huh, Ralph?
That's a pretty car. Just sharp black, shined up nicely, and the gold numbers just really pop on it.
Yep. I'm hearing that the safety car is going to stand up. So that means safety car, get ready to roll out. There must be an incident somewhere on the track. The John in race control does not sound panicked, so it must be just a car rescue.
Yep, there goes the Ginetta safety car now as the leaders come out of turn 11.
Man, so many cool cars in this group. I'm going to stick with my Cortina, though, but that Alpha almost got me. But look at that Cortina. Look at the wheels, too. The wheels are so cool.
The one thing about this class is they all look like they'd be fun to drive home after, too.
Yeah, yeah. Look at that Turner. I think he got the assignment when they said, make sure the roll cage is over the helmet.
Yeah.
Look at the fins on that.
Mm.
All right, guys, are you seeing the double caution flags? Here we go. Here's that Janetta.
Looks like it's about the size of a kiddie car with a motor in it, huh? Or he's pedaling real fast.
Like a Shriner.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, John Adams. Was John Adams the second president? Who was second president? Jefferson was the third, so I think Adams was the second. And then there was another John Adams.
Yeah.
Quincy Adams. But right now, John Adams is second behind John Bennett, Steve Lang, Kyle Breslow, Michael Schaefer. Come on, comment section. Who was the second president? I asked Janet in timing and scoring who the second president was, and she gave me a dirty look.
It was John Adams.
John Adams, there we go.
1797 to 1801, and then Thomas Jefferson after that.
Thanks.
John Quincy Adams was number 6.
Okay. Yeah.
I used to, when I was about 5th grade or so, I could have taken you all the way through that.
Yeah.
Been a while.
When the Animaniacs did a song about all the countries, everybody memorized all the countries. John Adams, currently second. Another John Adams was also our second president. Looks like they have to go around again. Here's that Cortina with cool wheels on it. Datsun, a Devon. Oh, what's he dragging? Was he dragging something there, the Devon?
Yeah, I didn't get a good look at it.
Let's see. Maybe it was a weird shadow. Maybe my meds have worn out because it looks good here. Oh, no, he's dragging his side exhaust.
Pipe.
Oh, no. Let me call. Bender Race Control. The red 76 is dragging his side exhaust. I don't know if you're aware. '73. The Alpha in kind of like a sports racer sandwich out there, Ralph. Not where he wants to be.
No. Going to struggle to catch the one in front of you, and you know the one behind is coming.
Well, the gas man, he has really hustled since Sebring. He's been at almost every event that we've live streamed so far.
He has been.
Sebring, Atlanta, NOLA, Sonoma, and here. His last race of the weekend, he's dragging an exhaust there. See that?
Yeah, I don't know what the exhaust pipe on a Devon 295 goes for, but we do know that the body was $295, hence the name Devon 295.
That Miata wants me to have butterscotch candies.
You got a food thing going on here later today, don't you?
Hungry.
Did you get lunch?
I did not.
Oh.
Safety car, the lights are out. Few laps remaining, I think. 3 minutes, maybe we can get 2 laps in, we'll see. I hope so. It's up to you, Janet. Never announced from the room with Janet in there. She's going to distract me.
She's not going to want that to ever happen again.
No, this will be our last, so eat it up now.
And the safety car, the Janetta safety car pulling in.
Yarborough, what you doing?
He's staying out. Green flag waves, and we're racing once again.
Lang overtakes John Adams into Mission Foods turn 2. The Alpha lets the other sports racer of Schaefer go by.
Well, Yarborough's leading class, isn't he?
Yeah, he's Group 4.
So he might be thinking, boy, it's gotten loud all of a sudden, but you know what? I'm leading class. I'm going to keep going.
All right, so this is our Group 5A, 5B race here. The number 38 of Steve Lang. I've never called for a Miria. I don't know what that is. I'm unfamiliar. Hopefully our comment section can fill us in, because it's maybe Matt, who just joined us, who knows a lot about sports racers. What's a Miria? So I'm introducing Matt Rose. I just made him put on headphones, but he runs the West Coast SVRA. Matt, you know I love my Group 1, 3, 4, but I'm unfamiliar with some of these cars.
That is a DSR, motorcycle powered, and it is a Mariah.
Mariah, like Mariah Carey, spelled differently.
Or Mariah the Wind.
Yeah. But here we go. John Adams is in third, right behind that Mariah of Steve Lang. White flag is out, Ralph.
1 to go to wrap up the weekend.
Well, Matt, I'm going to put you on the spot. My favorite car in this group is the Lotus Cortina. What's your favorite car in the group?
I would have to say the Cortina. I love the Lotus powered Cortina.
This is a guy that runs and owns a German auto repair shop, and he's going with the Cortina. I like that. And I like that it's kind of like a Jim Clark looking Cortina. It's in the front seat of my truck.
Where's the truck?
It's on the hill, like a good citizen. Sorry, Matt was coming up here to find the keys to my truck. And I put him on the spot. So here we go, Ralph.
Yeah, last
half
trip
a lap
up the hill through turn 6. Nice and smooth.
Bennett, Lang, Adams, Schaefer.
See if anybody tries anything in Mission Foods. Corkscrew. Doesn't look like anybody's really close enough to change things.
Now John Bennett's in a 5B. Steve Lang is in a 5A. John Adams in a 5B.
Well, Adams took a look coming through rainy. Third car in line here. Final passing opportunity right down here, turn 11. Summit Racing Equipment, turn 11. Looks like they're going to hold position. Attempt up the outside.
Come on, Mariah.
Doesn't look like it's got the speed to get there. And the win is going to go to Bennett. Lang and Adams will finish second and third. Schaefer will take fourth.
Kyle Breslow across the start-finish line. Ooh, and the Datsun got around the Porsche. Philip Mendelovitz around Alec Hugo. Then Steve Yarborough first in Group 4.
Yeah, the Devon made it all the way around with the side pipe hanging off.
Tim Probert. There's that butterscotch Miata. Dreen, first in Group 1. I think, hold on, let me make sure. Yeah, Gary Dreen, first in Group 1 in that beautiful Mini Cooper S. And then Daniel Schwartz in the 718, second. That's that Turner 948. Nice job. That's actually a Turner 950 S. Did you pick a favorite in this group, Ralph?
I
Did
don't
put
think
you
I
on the
did.
spot? What was your
I don't think I
favorite?
did.
Oh, you
That's-
like the 491 black
Yeah,
Porsche.
that's right. Alec Hugo's machine, which was 7th overall.
So John Bennett, Steve Lang, John Adams, first three. Michael Schaefer, Kyle Breslow, Philip Mendelovitz, Alec Hugo, Steve Yarborough, Tim Probert, Gary Dreen. That's your top 10. Edward Hugo, Bob Klukas, Daniel Schwartz, Quentin Sermay, Mark Hugo. Lots of Hugos in this one. John Breslow, Thomas Turner, Allison Malcassian, and Jim Storr. Is Thomas Turner in the Turner? That'd be awesome. Well, Ralph, it has been an unbelievable Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour. That was a lot of fun. Let's check out some highlights.
Yep, this one got underway, and Lotus came up through the field. Porsche making a spectacular appearance. But at the end, it was the sports racers at the front putting on the best battles and the show for the win. And Ben, we're going to change things up for our next race. Track's going to look a little bit different than this one.
Yeah. We're going to go to Road America, where the trees are barely budding, up in the state of Wisconsin, where only the crazies live.
Yeah, we're going to double the length of this racetrack to over 4 miles for the next round. Is it May 15th?
I should know that because I made the commercials for it, but I'm not quite sure. But you can go to speedtour.net to find out. And I made that crack about the great state of Wisconsin because our whole production team and the truck is from Wisconsin.
Yep, the entire live race media gang that puts all these races together for us. They're all cheeseheads out of Wisconsin. We'll let them buy the cheese curds when we get up there. How about that?
And the ice cream at Gessert's in downtown
Absolutely.
Elkhart Lake.
All right, for Ben Sissel, I'm Ralph Shaheen. Thanks for joining us this weekend at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. We'll see you soon from Road America.
Okay, let me just say that one more time. Welcome to the last podium of the Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour. Saving the best for last, as we said. We need to go home. People got everything. Let's get it going is what they're telling me. We're just going to go right from the top all the way to down. How about Group 1? Group 1, in fact, we have the gold medallion right here. Thomas Turner. Thomas, get up here, sir. Thomas, he brought the 43 here with us. It's a beautiful, beautiful Spitfire, if I remember that right, Thomas. Thomas will come tell us about it just a second. Thomas, just give us a quick synopsis of that beautiful 43. It is a gold medallion car, and how it was to drive today.
It was, well, I was having some trouble. I had a little vibration. I did some work on the car, tried some different tire pressures. Wasn't too lucky between 3 and 4. I went off once, but kept it together and finished up. So it's 1962. It's been racing since 1970, and it's been a great car.
So as a gold medallion car, everything on that car is back to the period-specific specifications. So we want to thank you and your team for bringing that to us, and kind of a reverse time machine for you.
Yeah, 1,100 cc's, standard transmission, standard rear end, all those kinds of things. So it's a fun thing to drive, but it is kind of tricky at times.
All right, we appreciate you. Will you please stand on the top step and hear our applause for bringing our gold medallion here as well? That's Tom Turner. Tom, we appreciate you being here. We're going to have you step down to P3 because he did finish in the top. Don't go anywhere. We'll get you over P3. Joining Thomas is Daniel Schwartz. Daniel in the 718. Thank you, Daniel. May the Schwartz be with you. Is that part of that? Daniel in the 718. He is P2 in Group 1. And then P1. Gary Dean. Gary, come on up in the 424. And if I look back there, I think the 424 is one of my favorite cars to be racing. I'm sorry. It is a first-gen Mini Cooper. I love those first gens. Someday I'm going to get to drive one. Gentlemen, anything you'd like to share, Mr. Turner?
I'm tired of being behind him.
Are you tired of it? Well, there's always, clandestine activities, but I'm glad, Daniel, you're here to join us today, and anyone you'd like to thank?
Thank the shops that got me going.
Excellent. A lot of people are here to support these racers, so let's give a big round of applause for all the teams who are here supporting these guys. All right, and then top of the heat, Gary, any folks you'd like to thank?
Sure, my wife, of course, because she's paying for all this, right? And Mike Kearney, he built the motor. He did a good job.
All right, well done, gentlemen. This is our Group 1 podium. Let's hear it for all of them. That's Thomas Turner, Daniel Schwartz, and Gary Dreen. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll get you right to Group 3. Where's Alec Hugo? Alec in the 491. Alec, get up here. Come on, Alec. Now, there was a lot of Group 3s out there, but this is the top 3 of Group 3s. Alex Hugo, Philip, we'll just go Philip, and Kyle Breslow. Kyle, come on up here as well. We've got Alec Hugo here. I don't know if you can see these driving shoes he's got. Get a shot of these driving shoes, Lucas. Those are some spectacular driving shoes. America right there. Fantastic. Do those make you go a little bit faster, Alec?
I got first yesterday, so no.
So these may be going back into the pile on something else. Who'd you like to thank, other than the folks recommending those shoes?
Majoro Motorsports.
Rock and roll. Thanks, guys. Again, the teams that bring us here. All right, we've got over here Philip. Philip, we'll talk to you in just real quick. How was your racing out there? How was your weekend?
It was fun. It was great racing with these guys. Yes. Really a lot of fun.
You were up very close the whole race, and I believe the gentleman, Alec, I think you got a pass one of the last laps or something to be up here on the podium. Was that you? Yeah, was it you to be here, these guys? So that was quite some good racing at the end. The yellow flag kind of helped out, brunch everybody back up, and it was ready to go. But Kyle, you're top of the heap today. Kyle, take the mic. Just tell us about your weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, John and Dave and Anthony and Santos. And I got a great start. And put your foot down until you see the checkered flag or you see God.
All right, wonderful weekend. Let's hear it for these guys. It's Alec Hugo, Philip Mendelos, and Kyle Breslow. All right. Well done, gentlemen. Thank you very much. I want to bring up Steve Yarborough, but he might be fixing his exhaust over there. Steve, are we good? Did you get it back hooked up? You may have to talk to your flaggers a little bit because they were trying to black flag you. Ben, do you want to have a conversation with him at all? We're good. Okay. Anyway, Steve was out there running that beautiful car, the Devon, I believe it's called. That's a Group 4 car. He is the only representative of that. But did you know it was dragging?
No, not.
That's a good. You keep saying that to the stewards as well when they talk to you later.
Exactly. No, I already took my black flag.
All right. Anybody else you'd like to thank for the weekend? You were racing a lot of different cars this weekend.
I want to thank my crew chief, Dave Asher, who keeps me going there, and my good friend, Rusty Fears, that came out and watched this weekend. So
excellent. Oh, don't go anywhere. We need to get a quick photo of you there. All right. We're going to bring up Steve Lang in the 38. It's right here in front here somewhere. Steve, you didn't get a haircut last night either, like we talked about. I know. Maybe next time we see each other. Steve's got a great personality. He's running in 5A. Steve, how was your weekend?
You didn't trim your beard either.
I did not, but I did shave a little bit this morning.
It was really fun. We got faster every session, and, I'm sporting around in a 1-liter car that was built here in California. It's one of two, and it's just cool to be able to come out here and come in second overall, and that's a great field,
Yeah, it was a great race watching you kind of dice it up there. Anyone else you'd like to thank?
Oh, yeah, all the guys over here, John and Mike and Kelly and Billy and John, Kevin. Yeah, they come out and support us, help us get better, and the guys I'm racing against, super cool.
Excellent. We'll put you up P1. Get up there. He's got a great smile, a great team, and everything. Steve Lang, everybody. Michelle will have your Hawk Performance Certificate. And now, last but not least, is Michael Schaefer. Michael Schaefer in Group 5B. Come up here, Michael. And we were kind of laughing about this a little bit. John Adams and John Bennett. Come on, it's the JA and the JBs. Get up here. John Adams with P2. John Bennett, P1. But Michael, come up here a little bit. Talk to us a little bit about the 14A. What kind of car is that out there? I know it's back there somewhere.
World Sports Racer 1994, and fun car to drive. Wonderful, beautiful car. Love it.
Folks, so you'd like to thank?
Oh, geez, everybody here that's on the stage and all the guys out on the track. It's great camaraderie. Enjoy it very much.
Excellent. All right, putting you up P3. We'll run over here quick to John Adams. John, how was your race out there?
Oh, it was very exciting. I mean, as short as it was, I've never seen so much back and forth between us. We were on each other's butt the whole time, which is the only way to fly. So, had a ball.
Excellent. Folks you'd like to thank?
The 3 guys who went home early, who were a little faster than us. That and that tire company begins with Ace. That's my first experience. Those things stuck like glue. So, thanks a lot. But I couldn't catch this guy.
All right, very much. Thank you very much. That's the John Bennett, and then we'll go to John Adams here. Oh, that was John Adams. I'm sorry. This is John Bennett.
Hey, thank you. What a blessing to be here. What a great day, and I'm thrilled. My wife's here every day to support me and take care of me, and I just thank God for being here. Thank you.
Go, John. Go, John. We've got everybody here. That's John Bennett, John Adams, and Michael Schaefer, Group 5B. Welcome. I just can't say enough about thanking you guys for being here this weekend, and thanks to all of you for joining us here at the Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour.
Against the wall and you cannot fall, so go on, go on.